Oh, really? Actually, it's a bit muted. And wow, my back is to all of you, so apologies now. Since I will be, I think, speaking to the owls in front of us. Good. So Kyle, we're good? Okay. Everyone's here. Good morning and welcome to Seattle, everyone. The Washington State University Board of Regents will now convene and proceed with the Board of Regents committee meetings. As we begin this meeting, we first respectfully acknowledge that Washington State University's locations statewide are on the homelands of Native peoples who have lived in this region from time memorial. The university expresses its deepest respect for and gratitude toward these original and current caretakers of the region. I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our newly appointed faculty regent, Dr. Tracy Klein. Dr. Klein has been appointed to a 3-year term on the Board of Regents. She's a professor in the Washington State University College of Nursing and a proud 2-time graduate of Washington State University. I'll provide more detailed information during tomorrow's board meeting. So welcome, Regent Klein, and we are certainly glad you're here with us. This meeting is open to the public and is also available via live stream on YouTube. The live stream link, along with the recordings of past meetings, can be accessed on the Board of Regents website at regents.wsu.edu. Public comment is also welcome during these meetings at the designated time. The opportunity for the Board of Regents to hear public comment will take place tomorrow, Friday, November 14th, during the board's regular meeting. Once the meeting is called to order, public comment will be the first item on the agenda. If you wish to provide a public comment and have not yet signed up, you may do so by completing the online form at the website https://regents.wsu.edu or emailing regents@wsu.edu or contacting the board's executive assistant, Tracy Jordan. Public comments may be delivered either in person or virtually. Please note that requests to speak at tomorrow's meeting will be accepted until 5 p.m. today, November 13th. And the next scheduled opportunity to address the board will be during the January 23rd, 2026 regular meeting. So this is our last meeting of the year. Oh my gosh. Next, for the record, I would now ask Tracy Jordan to take a roll call of all the regents present.
When I say your name, please say here. Brett Blankenship.
Here.
Enrique Serna.
Here.
Marty Dickinson.
Here.
Amin Hussein.
Here.
Sam Hunt.
Here. Here.
Doug Pika.
Here.
Jen Ramos.
Here.
Lisa Shower. Here. Tracy Klein.
Here.
Howard Wright.
Present.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. So our first committee meeting this morning is the Executive and Governance Committee. And I'd just like to thank our Vice Chair, Enrique Serna, Regent Serna, and Regent Shower for helping with the leadership of the Executive Committee. The committee has one information item being presented today. Provost and Executive Vice President Chris Riley Tillman and Vice President of Institutional Affairs and Chief Administrative Officer Carrie Davidson will present an update on the WSU system redesign process that President Cantwell first introduced at the Regents September meeting. This is Carrie's first meeting joining us in her new role. So congratulations and welcome to our meeting. Thank you.
All right, so are we going to pop some slides up or
We are.
the magic of the interweb? There we go. All right, we wanted to give a quick update on the system design project. I'm gonna start with a brief level set of where we are and a reminder of how this project is working. And then we're really excited to move over to Carrie for some updates on where the progress has been. It has been substantial. Next slide. Next slide again. All right, just as a reminder, this process has a two-tier committee structure. We start off with the overall system redesign executive committee. You can see the members of that committee, a number of them are here. The core of this team is going to take the information that's going to come from the next group and come from all of the data which is being processed through that group so that we can look at options for what the system can turn into. The next slide has our individuals over on this. As a reminder, we specifically selected individuals that we were confident could focus on the system as a whole, not their individual silo. For better or worse, we have a lot of silos at WSU. It doesn't make us a unique organization in that structure, but the main goal of this is to do away with those silos. I think our new faculty Regents probably has some ideas in this space. She's lived in several of these silos through her academic career. We're specifically not putting faculty or staff, we're not putting position on these because we do not want these individuals representing their particular unit. We had a wonderful first discussion about that particular thing. And then also the need for some degree of confidentiality amongst this group as it talks with each other so that individuals can feel comfortable discussing things that honestly might not be in the utmost best interest for the particular silo they're in right now, but would be better for the overall population. I was really impressed with the conversation and the trust level that this group is starting to develop. Go to the next slide. Next slide again. I love transition slides. It's always one of my favorites. So our approach right now, we are in the October, November, and December discovery session, and Carrie's going to present some of the updates on this. It's a mix of a significant amount of data gathering. I've honestly been a little surprised at how strong the response has been, how many people have engaged. This is both through a survey process, it's through a reach out process from the prior committee, and also on-site visits in a number of locations of where the Design Plus team, who is supporting us to run this overall project, is out actually meeting with people in different places. We'll move into the design phase in January, February, March. That's when we take all of the data that we're collecting, which is a significant amount right now, and starting to look at system-wide solutions. One of our it's one thing to admire the problem. It's another thing to come up with what is a solution so we can move past the state that we're currently in and then create a number of different concepts that we can then get additional feedback from individuals about what this could look like. In the iterate stage, we're refining those concepts, we're taking that feedback and moving more and more forward. And again, when I say we, I mean this particular committee that's out there. This is not the president, the provost, or Leslie in the CFO and combined operations role dictating what this is going to look like. We really want a slate of options so that we can come back and look at that.
If I could just underscore, we would not expect a point solution, but some options, at least two, and usually three, that can be considered in context, from which we will have to, choose where we're going to go and how we're going to get there.
Yes. And then in that final stage in June, the action plan. So this is an ambitious schedule. This is taking a significant amount of bandwidth from the president's office, from my office, and then from the members who are engaged in this particular process. Honestly, I keep saying this, but I've been really impressed with how much they've dove into this. Next slide. As a reminder, who are stakeholder groups who were focused on students, faculty, staff, WSU leaders, tribal members, business, government, and industry leaders, and the community members. Been a really interesting conversation when I presented this with our combined chairs and directors group. I've got a monthly meeting with that group to try to keep us on the same page. And one of the questions was, will you work with the advisory groups at each of the locations? And it was like, well, of course we will, but we honestly want to go beyond the current advisory groups into the community and understand where we perhaps maybe have designed our locations and what we're doing based on the current membership of who's related, and really get into the communities and understand what is it that they need that we're not doing right now. Those are harder questions when you've got the current advisory group as the one who's driving it. And so this is going beyond our current group of stakeholders into the larger stakeholders in each place. Next slide. All right. I get to Carrie's point. Carrie gets the benefit of presenting all the good news stuff. So yeah, the fun stuff.
That's right. That's right. Well, Regents, so pleased to be with you here today and grateful for this opportunity. I have to serve at Washington State. I've been in the seat for like 37 days, but who's counting? I'm here to tell you that there is a lot of exciting activity. Grateful for the provost and him sharing his refresher about where we're going with the system-wide redesign. And I have some really exciting updates. This project is entirely on time, within budget, and tracking along exactly as we would anticipate. So just to let you know, so there have been discovery visits out within the state of Washington. And so the CDC listed there is our co-design council, and those were all the leaders that the provost showed you earlier. So on November 3rd and 4th, there were meetings in and around Vancouver and Tri-Cities. These are more one-on-one focus groups and meetings where people are invited to come and very welcome to come and express their thoughts and ideas relative to this system-wide redesign process. So 49 individuals. So there were staff, faculty, community leaders, students, you can see all that. And then next on November 20th and 21st, we'll move to Western Washington. So we've got a whole nother region there of leaders that will come, and they've been, invited in very personal ways. And it's been interesting. There have been members of our co-design council that have been so excited that they've been sending out this information and the public survey that you're going to hear a little bit more about in just a moment. They've been sending that out to their personal professional contacts saying, hey, help us again, as the president mentioned, we don't have some formula that's just going to be presented and delivered to us. This is something that Washington State, all of our stakeholders, and the previous slides you just saw, this is what we will create together as we consider our WSU student of 2035 and how we will continue to build and grow and advance our university. So also the Co-Design Council, they each have been invited themselves individually to have 8 different kinds of engagements and interactions. This means they are personally reaching out to individuals for personalized interviews where they can kind of dig in a little bit. So each co-design council has selected a stakeholder group that they are responsible for, and they are reaching out to leaders, community members, faculty in that group to gain those specific ideas and intelligence. So that has been coming along well. And then, as the provost mentioned, our next design session is coming up in January. So all along the way, they're having touch points. And Design Plus is very actively engaged. In fact, I was on their website last night, and Emily here, you can see in the glasses at the bottom in the photo, there have been all kinds of videos and tutorials to make it easy for the Co-Design Council to present their data, to submit it, to answer any questions they might have. So it's a very, very interactive, engaged process.
Carrie, I wonder if you might address just how all this, as you do these types of events, how they are reflected on the, are you going to talk about the website? So I think I've said repeatedly, this is all available.
Yes.
As data of one sort or another. You, as a member of the public, you can see what this is and that it's happening.
Yes, the Design Central website, we're trying to keep it very simple so that anybody can go there and it's very easy to see exactly what the core mission, what our charge is of this particular big wide sweeping project, but then also you can understand who the individuals are and you can take the public survey. So it's all very, very simple. Again, Design Plus is responsible for this data, so this is a third-party neutral kind of hosted site. This isn't being curated by Washington State. This is part of what Design Plus is offering to us. And yes, and then there's a whole nother back-end piece for all of our co-design council members and leaders, so they can go in there. So some of these data, the reports, the documents that they're feeding into, they can see all that in real time. So you have a really deep awareness.
So, one of the real challenges with something like this is getting engagement and getting people to fundamentally believe that this is going to result in something. I mean,
In action.
in actual action. I think one of the benefits that we've had, we have had some significant changes since President Cantwell has started. My work life has become more interesting. Thank you very much for that.
I seek to keep you.
Yeah, I know.
There's no balance.
Keeping me busy, but it's, the WSU community has observed that and realized that this is going to result in significant changes, and that is resulting in far more interaction than I would have necessarily thought. I mean, there are a lot of people who if I would have talked to them a year ago, I think would have been a little dismissive of, well, they've already got a plan and they're already going to do whatever and all of that kind of stuff. And that's not what I'm getting. I'm getting people who are saying they went to the site, that they've given their viewpoint. They want to talk with the co-design council. They want to do this. How can we do this and stuff like that? So from a participatory standpoint, I've been really excited at the response to this and honestly surprised. I mean, I think I was a little bit more dubious of how engaged folks would be. And I think it's a mix of the process itself and the observation that, times are changing. And so you either participate or you observe, right?
Yes, indeed. Thank you for that. And also, just to underscore that point, our communications, this is just a snip of an update from President Cantwell. So she has her weekly updates. So every week at Washington State, we gain intelligence about something that has changed, something that's new or improved that we haven't maybe discovered or explored before, and we get those real-time updates. So there's a comprehensive way that people are being invited to participate. And this is just one example of that, talking about the survey being open, speaking to those discovery updates. And this was her update just a few weeks ago. November 3rd.
And a reminder that this is not a comprehensive newsletter for the community. It's not a synthesis of everything. It's not what you might typically think of as a newsletter from the president. All it does is address things that are changing.
Maybe if I could, Carrie, also just add a little context to, this is a parallel path effort to many things that are going on. And
Yes.
you've got to be able to see all the layers that are happening. And so I really would encourage all the regents to please, dig into your wisdom and help us really see what that future looks like, because the vision is being developed now. It's not like, later on at the end game, you're going to get to give more opinion, and we really need your engagement and wisdom now in this process. It's a parallel path to all the other things that are going on across the system. So just to give that context, and Regent Shower.
I really appreciate your comments, Chair Ramos, because I've had a difficult time understanding how to fit into this process so that it doesn't come to us at the end with the expectation we say yes without enough context. So your involvement as a member of that executive committee, it's just really exciting as a connector to the board. I tried to take the survey and I had a hard time figuring out how I represent my perspective because of the different dimensions of our roles, right? So do I fill it out as a member of the business community from Vancouver? Or do I fill it out as a member of the board? Anyway, so as I look at the stakeholders, I don't see the board. I see stakeholders. I would assume we fall into the leadership. But I want to really ensure that we don't get to the end of this, which is what I have felt in the past. We get to the end, it's done, it's given to us, and we are expected to sit at this table and say yes. And so how do we, to your point, engage now so that we are not at the end feeling like we haven't had a voice in this process?
I do encourage you to think about it through that multifaceted lens that, and this is just sort of a facile way of describing it. Do the survey as many times as you represent components of the community. So if you are a faculty member and a regent, and you own a business or you live in a community, all of those are different aspects of what you represent to the knowledge base that can be built. And I can imagine that it's hard to, fill out a survey with all of those in mind, but I can also imagine that you could do it 2 or 3 times. There is no constraint on. Although I don't think we're gonna find a lot of people out there who really want to spend a lot of time doing it. But it's also not a complicated survey to try and enable more people to feel like they have a way to answer those questions.
Sorry, Mr. Klein has a point.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just had a question. On the 550 that we have so far, do we have an idea of how that breaks down in terms of the participants, what they represent?
Yes.
Or can you give me an idea since I didn't see that?
Indeed. Yes, so thank you. You couldn't have asked a more timely question. So this, I got another update and it's already gone up. I think now it's up by about 12 or 15 more as of this morning. So presently, this was as of November 10th, we had 853 voices that have taken this public survey. And so we've heard from a variety of individuals. It is students. We've had assistant vice provost, department heads. We've had some of the Washington State students, superintendents, extension educators. I'll read this to you because it's small. 4-H program director, alumni, admissions office, program coordinators, department heads, academic advisors, chancellors, faculty, staff, extension directors, educators, students. These are concurrent students, student services. I mean, there's so many different individuals. And they're all representative of these various stakeholder groups. And you can see we've got the QR code here that's available, and I'll finish with my last slide coming up next, that you can capture that with your phone. And grateful that the provosts are present there sharing this out. We have our academic strategy and futures thinking meeting. This was brought forward with the QR code. We recently had our Directors Plus forum. We have a university forum. All this is readily available. I will continue to kind of beat that drum. And thank you, Regent Shower, for your information and your support, Chair Ramos, as we consider how to really elicit all the responses that we need. We do need more business and industry community leaders. So, and this is where we're going to making a more concerted effort. In fact, the president, our VP Becker Fenter, we met yesterday. We're going to reach out to all our campus advisory councils and say, who specifically should we be meeting with? Help us know, extend those personal invitations. Should we be meeting with them? Should we send them the survey? How do we gain that knowledge to move on?
Karen.
Yes.
On Chair Shower's point, I will have a direct reach out to board members. I think that please fill out the survey. Because that is going to be put in an overall data set. But I think they're given, particularly some of the connections that board members have in particular communities, I think an opportunity to talk with either people from the Co-Design Council. I think there could be some benefit in that space, or also Design Plus. So, well, it's a really good point. And so we'll take that back and figure out a pathway to add more opportunity in this space so that we don't end up with the scenario that you're talking about. Thank you.
I really appreciate that. I think we are also connected to our own communities, and so invitations to focus groups would be helpful. And to your point, beyond the advisory groups, there are folks that we're connected to that we can create opportunities for meetings if we are involved. So
This could be one of our best conduits to the broader communities that we might not get as much in Vancouver or in Spokane or in Seattle.
Yes, indeed.
And Chris, I've already been contacted for an interview.
Good.
So my question was specific to faculty because it looked like the engagement of the faculty was lower on those visits.
Yes, so far, yes. And we want more, definitely want more.
On the business leader front, just thinking that At least, I have felt. And I'm sure others feel like you're inundated with surveys. Would you take this survey? I wonder. The personal, how, if someone asked me to do this. I'm almost doing it. You know, not as a favor, because I want to participate, maybe I'm a cougar or whatever reason I want to participate, but. As personal as that could be made to get that input to ensure you get it. From the right people. You know, there's some. Nuance to that.
Yes, and in fact, that's why our co-design council, they're having those one-on-one surveys. To be honest, I think a few of them have been a little bit intimidated to reach out to our Board of Regents. So thank you for opening your arms to receive that invitation. I think that a few have said, can we do that? Can we? And so we will reaffirm that yes, and we'll make sure that those further connections, because the voices, the influence, the networks that you have would create so much value for this
Like in
process.
the foundation board, would that be an automatic then too, or other leadership groups? What that it should.
We haven't reached out specifically to that group as a whole, but we have, in fact, we've been working with VP Connell to say, you know, we're going to be reaching out, but we want to be sure that people can be anonymous if they choose in their data gathering. So we've already let him know, like, hey, we're reaching out a little bit outside the context of you being aware of every donor connection prospectively, but it really protects the credibility of this process and that it's very organic and evolving.
Well, one thing we might consider, just thinking about what you were saying is, I mean, we want Cougs to fill this out, right? For sure.
Yes.
But we also want particularly business and industry leaders in our areas who aren't to be motivated to fill this out, or in the survey or an interview or something, so that we can get, what do they need? We really need to know what, you know, what programs, what focuses are really going to resonate in Spokane or Vancouver or Seattle or Everett, or, you know, wherever that location is. So I think we can take this and go back and think a little bit about a loop, and perhaps even having board members reach out to industry leaders where they've got personal connections, and how we can leverage sounds terrible, but I mean, you know what I'm saying, to get people who wouldn't necessarily think about their role in this to be a role, because that honestly, we need more of those voices. The faithful are great, I mean, but we need the other people as well.
We do.
My question is, what are the ways that the council responds to the survey completion? Because I understand it might not be feasible to respond to 853 voices. But how do I, as an individual that completed that survey, get that reassurance that, yes, indeed, they got my email, they're discussing it, you know, in upcoming meetings? How do I get that? Because I'm thinking of business leaders, I'm thinking of student leaders, and having that reassurance kind of gives you the, yes, okay, this actually meant something, you know, taking time out of this, my day to do this meant something.
Yes, that is a great question. So all of the data will be aggregated. I mean, right now, this is open. In fact, that's the last point on this slide. The public survey closes on December 5th. So we've got just 22 days from today to move ahead. So, you know, time is of the essence here. But thank you for asking that question. So all those data will be aggregated relative to those various stakeholder groups, and you will see from that data that we start to draw up and data that we will start to share once this survey closes with all of you. And you will get to hear different quotes. You'll see, we've got it so that you can get one snapshot of each stakeholder group. There's a lot behind that that's layered behind that, but you will see, and hopefully people will recognize, like, oh, that's my voice. That's my voice that was reflected that will impact Washington
So
State.
Karen, can I ask you a question? We designed the survey to be anonymous so that people can say whatever they want to say and won't be worried that people like me will do something, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so there's a challenge with, I would love a feedback email. But then we're clearly
Exactly.
recording who
Yeah.
you are
Yeah.
from your email. And so I think we need to think about some way to do a broad feedback email to the community, thanking people for their completion, but then saying the reason we didn't email you back personally is we don't know you filled that out. Like that was, we tried to be really aggressive in all of these spaces to let people know that they can say things and they don't have to worry about their jobs or their degrees or their relationships or whatever that is. So, but it's funny, I said, we need a feedback email, and we can't have one. So we'll think about how to do that, but we need to send something out to tell people that so that it doesn't seem like it's just in and out and we're not really paying attention. So thank you. That's a good one.
Maybe if I could, the survey is just the mechanism. Let's keep the
Yes.
higher order of work in front of us, which is, this is a transformation plan. And the timeline taking it to next June also means the financial, piece will need to support something like this. So we're gonna connect all these dots together. The system transformation, this is just the beginning of that input. And I just wanna plant this seed out there. I just came from almost 2 weeks traveling the UK. I went to University of Sheffield. I was traveling with the OIT president for a week. I went to University of Edinburgh, the National Manufacturing Institute of Scotland. I do a lot of sort of just context study. And I just need everybody to understand we are competing for our future here. This is so important. This is not performative. It cannot be performative and it cannot be superficial. It needs to be so real that the goals and objectives will clearly get us to a vision where people want to come here and that it's funded and that our IT systems of the future support it. All of these things need to come together, but it's a bit of a plea because we are at an inflection point on so many levels. And this is real work. It's the real work. It's a little bit like, I know some of you will cringe when I say workday, but we all know how hard that was at the beginning. It pays off. This is different. This is organizational transformation. So.
I can't believe I'm gonna say this, knowing my dislike of historic dislike of these. We might need a video of something like that and send it out. I think, the email from the video from the president was a really nice one. I think it'd be really interesting to have a video from the Board of Regents chair who's participating, doing the same thing, and Pam's nodding behind me, yes, not no. So I finally did something right in the comms space. There's a first time for everything, but that I think could be powerful to people to hear, frankly.
Did you write down everything she said? You didn't put that in? Yeah.
She kind of rolls off her tongue. She thinks,
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just such a passion of mine for Washington State to be successful. This is an economic, social, geopolitical piece of the puzzle, and we're a big part of it. So let's, be a part of this.
I love that.
we make that happen.
Thank you. Yes, and thank you for setting that anchor. That's exactly how I feel. That's the passion that drew me to a place like to be able to make that kind of transformative change. It is so meaningful. So thank you for that. So incredible.
Before we get to the Q, just our first design meeting, 2-day meeting, I tend to be pretty dubious of these things. I mean, you see a lot of them in IRF, you just do. At the end of the 2-day meeting, the comments from the group, which were being posted in real time as they typed it, were very similar. It's like, I thought we were kidding around. We're not really kidding around. Like, I think when people get involved in this, they're getting that this is exactly what you just said. And we just need more people in the community to really understand that this is serious. And I've just been really impressed with how the team overall has gotten people in that space to believe that this is all truly, it's possible to do these things, that this type of change is not impossible in any way, shape, or form. We have to do it together.
Yes. And to that end, we wanted to be sure that in our original stakeholder group, we, of course, there's interest always in our tribal leaders, but we thought we need to call that out specifically. And we are working with Dr. Hayegel Strong as she moves on to her new position, but that we have all of the WSU MOU tribal leaders that we are extending personalized invitations to those chairs, to their tribes, to be sure that, again, those voices are heard. That's a huge impact to our system. So anyway, and last thing, and then I'll move to the final slide, and that is all the presidential listening sessions have been postponed to the spring, as you're aware of, and recalibrated to really be sure that we continue to ask those questions that will inform this process. And then, of course, I'm putting this forward. Don't be afraid to capture this on your phone, and we're sharing this out broadly as well. A very easy way to just begin the survey at convenience. So just really appreciate the support and the incredible questions, and thank you.
Regent Hunt, I know you're out there virtual. Is there anything you'd like to add to the conversation?
No, I was just wondering, one group I didn't see in there that has a big impact on us is legislators, and I think we ought to pick some of the legislative leaders to make sure they get this, like the higher education committee chairs and people like that.
Yes,
Thank you.
yes. EP Becker Fender, we're looking at each other, we're seeing each other's eyes. Yes, we will make sure that that happens and that they all receive invitations to participate. We want those voices heard.
Okay, any further discussion? All right,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
thank you. Thank you. That concludes the agenda for the Executive and Governance Committee. So the Regents will now convene the Strategic and Operations Excellence Committee with Vice Chair Susan.
Thank you very much, Chair Ramos. Also want to acknowledge the members of the committee, Brett Blankenship, and also Sam Hunt. Judy is going to be reviewing 5 information items and 1 action item. We're going to start with President Cantwell to give us an update on the strategic pillars. She had to step out for a meeting, so we'll work that in a bit later in either the time that we're here or right now, a bit later in the day. So let's move on, and the next will be the Vice Presidential Research, Kim Kristen, and Director of the School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science. Bear with me, I'm gonna try to do this well, Anand. Anand Kali Narama. Yeah, somebody whose name gets screwed up all the time, he gave me a thumbs up. They're going to provide a presentation on artificial intelligence and WSU research impacts.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Really excited to be here today, in this morning session, to talk about, AI, machine learning and robotics. Of course, we all know AI is everywhere. We were asked to give an update as to where we are with AI, and the research enterprise. So I'm gonna go ahead and dive in a little to give some overall, and then Anant is going to give us some more specifics. So let's see. All right. So can we go to the first slide? This is awkward. Okay, I think you all remember last year that we did our data-driven analysis of our research strengths. AI, machine learning, and robotics was one of our emerging areas. There's a clear trend upward. And so we can see from FY 21 to 25, we've had over $73 million in awards from AI-related research. What's really important are those subcategories that you see there. So you can see that we're touching everything from agriculture to health to energy. This is not just in one area. And I want to also point out that you can see this is across 6 colleges, 4 campuses, and the funding. What I really, especially as we enter into a different funding structure from the federal government, you'll see that our funding there on that last line, it's not all lumped under one funder. So it's distributed, which is also very helpful as we move into different sorts of funding structures from the federal government. USDA has been a key funder for some of our major projects, and we can go to the next slide. What we're seeing now is that the current federal administration, oh, is that this? Ah, okay, too many buttons. The current federal administration has laid out their AI action plan for the nation. And they have these 3 pillars, to be strong in AI innovation. And that includes under AI innovation, fundamental AI research. I know we like to talk about the use inspired and that's the end result. If we don't have the fundamental AI research happening, we're never going to get to all the great stuff that we want at the other side. So actually fundamental AI research, and Anant will talk about that too, is nested under AI innovation. Of course, AI infrastructure, we cannot also do this without infrastructure. I think Chair Ramos, you mentioned that, but that's across the board, and we'll be talking about that a little bit more. And then for AI leadership in the federal action plan, that's really around diplomacy. And so where WSU, where we see ourselves, we're already making very significant contributions under these first 2 pillars. We'll talk about the AI Institute in a minute, but I want to really highlight that we have that fundamental science and the application. And I want to highlight 2 early career faculty who are really blazing the trail and showing this. We have Professor Yan from VCA. He recently received an NSF Career Award, which is no small feat, for his work improving the predictive accuracy and trustworthiness of AI. And that's to ensure more effective tools for real world purposes. So again, that pipeline that gets us to where we're going. And Assistant Professor Ting Li in the College of Education, Sports, and Human Sciences. She just received last week from Microsoft one of their AI for Good awards. This is really big for WSU. There were over 400 applications. We put in 7, and she was one of 6 chosen. I mean, so it's a big deal for her. It's a big deal for WSU. And so we have these new faculty coming in. They're coming in with these projects. They're going to be the fire that really helps us as we move forward. We are positioning ourselves to grow our AI infrastructure that will connect with the nation's infrastructure, really reaching across the system and the state, coordinating with our state and our industry partners to really understand how we can build that network out together. No one's going to be able to do it by themselves. It's too much money, it's too much infrastructure, so we're gonna have to be doing that together. But we're also working through our research to help advance that. We're leaders in resilient grid applications so we can keep pace with the loads that are the new demands, as well as in cybersecurity. Both of those things we're already leading in. Get to the next slide. Okay, so that's so right now, the agencies are each coming out with their support for the president's action plan. And several of that is trickling down to research opportunities. So we are closely tracking these. There was obviously a pause for the last month, but we are tracking these as they come out. And we're looking at areas where we can continue to lead, where we can grow, and where we might need to pivot. So where we can continue to lead is in cybersecurity and precision ag. Where we really want to continue to grow is in our fundamental AI research. And we're really thinking that we can move into in a more strong position, for example, biomonitoring, smart health. It's already an area where we're continuing to trend upward. And that one in particular has research funding lines across these agencies, not just listed in one. So WSU researchers are already working on AI technologies that can parse these complex data systems that are coming from individuals. And this is through work like wearables for patients or within healthcare systems. It's a big trend that we're already working towards. And then all of this is going to take partnerships. We have to continue to build those partnerships at WSU and really across the state and region. Right now, one of the things that we're looking at is growing our high performance computing capacity. We've already doubled that over the last 5 years with our CAMIAC High Performance Computing Center. We're going to look to grow that as well. We got a major NSF grant that helped us in the past 5 years double the computational power, and we and also the GPU infrastructure. So that was something. We've also submitted a congressionally directed spending request that is dovetailing with our development of our aquaculture initiative. So this is really important. This includes investments in AI and technology to advance our portfolio, not only in aquaculture, gene sequencing, disease protection and monitoring, and addressing salmon-related challenges across Washington state and the region. So if this were to be successful, it'd be a major investment in our AI infrastructure. And finally, we're growing our partnerships with national labs and industries. I was at PNNL for board meetings over the last week for 2 days. And the discussions around that, not even a national lab is going to be able to do this themselves. So we're already in discussion about how can we work together, PNNL, our other research universities and industries, to build discrete autonomous AI hubs across the state that we can all tap into and collaborate on these bigger problems. So that's a conversation that we're having now. And what are we doing specifically at WSU? I am going to pass it over to Anand. And not only is he the director of our School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, he's also the PI on the Ag AID Institute that was NSF and NIPA funded. And when I asked him to be the lead for our AI working group for the Office of Research, he accepted without missing a beat. So, and I really appreciate that, and I appreciate his expertise. So I'll pass this off to Anand.
Thank you, Kim. So I really appreciate the chance of being here. It's kind of awkward for me to sit and present, but I'll try. So it's really indeed true a pleasure to be here. And as VP Kristen mentioned, I think AI is one of the key priorities within the university system, and we would like to make sure that it moves in the right direction. And it basically, that means that we need to have buy-in at all levels, so starting from students to faculty to researchers, and then see how we can actually work hand in hand with the communities where the AI potential can be truly realized. So when we talk of a working group, we want to make sure that it's inclusive and representative of all the different colleges and the units and the needs of AI that come from different places. Me being part of the School of Electrical Engineering and Computer Science, we are very familiar and we work a lot on foundational AI research. But how much of that AI research actually transfers over into practice and actual impact is one of the main areas where we would like to see going. I think WSU has excellent research and so many different land grant mission relevant areas. So to be able to use AI in those fronts will be really, really important. So when we talk of AI, I know it's like it can mean so many different things to different people now, just like cloud computing was, I guess, maybe it's a couple of decades back. So I just wanted to kind of delineate a couple of strands of AI, if you will. One is the use-inspired AI that Kim was talking about, right? So use-inspired AI is slightly bit more than just applied AI. Applied AI is use off the shelf, use a tool, put it to use, get it to work. Use inspired AI is you understand what the use case is, see what you can do with it, and very soon you realize that what you have off the shelf is not adequate. And so you have to develop some new technology and then bake that into your rest of the ecosystem that serves that particular application. And in the process, what it also does is it also shows some of the limitations that we have with foundational AI, right? So it tells us, okay, maybe you're not able to scale to this large a population, or maybe there are some fundamental explainability problems with the AI and so on. So that basically transitions over to the foundational AI. So this needs to work hand in hand between the two, and there's usually an iterative process. So just a few areas where I think WSU has really significant strengths in the respective domains and where AI can really push the frontiers. One is the AI for health. We have an excellent medical school. It looks at not only human health, but also there's a public health, and we have the global health component. We are very well known for agriculture and also food, both production of food as well as post-harvest in terms of the food supply chain overall. We have great programs in environment, land, air, water, all these different areas, right? semiconductors is turning out to be one of the largest growing industry, and partly because of AI being one of the primary drivers. So how do you manufacture semiconductor devices in a very scalable manner, in an energy efficient manner, and so on? And that takes to energy, right? So, and then there's fundamental science discoveries that can be happening through AI, as well as education, which is really a key part of it across all this. It's a very cross-cutting thing. It's not only about doing educational research with AI, but also help upskill so that we have some level of democratized version of AI. So we do have a number of strong technical areas from AI expertise, bench strength, if you will, which is for AI for scientific discovery, AI for engineering design and synthesis, for planning and optimization, right? So long horizon planning, short horizon planning, and so on. For sustainability research, how do you develop a sustainable grid, for example? And AI as a predictive tool, right? Predictive forecasting tool. And then AI for social good or relevant applications that actually have community impact. So we do have bench strength in all these different areas. So a couple of examples I would like to point out. School of Environment, Vancouver, Professor Deepti Singh there has come up with some nice ways to actually build machine learning models to actually predict the patterns of lightning. Right? And lightning is the key part of understanding wildfires and where it could strike next and so on. So to be able to build models to help advance that science is very, very important. Another area where, for example, Stephanie Seifert at the Global Allen School for Global Health, she has developed machine learning models to actually reverse engineer, looking at viral genetic traits and figuring out what are or what could be the likely reservoir species, so that when coupled with some level of vaccination data among people or epidemic data, you can actually understand how, if such reservoir species show up, how fast such a disease could spread, right? So these are scientific knowledge coupled with machine learning data driven tools in order to advance the science behind it. So I mentioned the notion of like where we are headed in terms of how to put AI to use. I can probably think of scores of examples like the ones that I just talked about. So I think there has to be some common denominator when we as a system look at AI in terms of research portfolio within AI. So I think one real nice thing is that we do excel in a land grant mission and looking at a lot of problems which are actually relevant to rural communities. So can we now think of a translational AI for impacting rural communities? And that would basically mean that we have three if you look at any rural community, you need to look at the economic health, which are looking at the economic drivers like ag and energy and so on. And environmental health, which is more to do with land and air, looking at the sustainability of these natural resources. And also the community health and access to public health systems and so on. So in other words, like it's not AI for everything, but AI through the lens of rural community and how we can foster impact is one such example of where I think we can really push the envelope when it comes to AI research and its impact within the ecosystem. We have had some jumpstart in this area. Like Tim was mentioning, we have one of the 5 USDA and IFA funded institutes in partnership with NSF. It's a $20 million investment from USDA. We started this institute in 2021. It's called the Agate Institute, focused on AI for agriculture. And we are the only ones who look at AI for specialty crop agriculture. As you know, in Pacific Northwest is big on specialty crop agriculture. So as some examples of what we have done, we have looked at how do you look at natural resources like water is a key input for agriculture. How do you predict stream flow? How much snow is there and what rate is it going to melt so that it actually translates to the stream flows, so that we can do a seasonal level planning in the watershed or water district level, right? And then how do you take how do you help farmers make site-specific decisions, which is more to do with the micro weather attached to that farm, right? Which could be slightly different, but those small variations actually matter. It could lead to like an untimely blossom damage or bud damage, or it could face a bolt damage, or it could be in the middle of the summer, there can be heat stress, and that actually impacts the profit margin of the farmer. So we have built models, and they are actually being used across 300 plus stations around here in Washington State. We have also been trying to help with the labor challenge. So significant challenge to the farmers, about 75% of the cost of farmers actually go into labor costs. So how do you actually use robotics as a way to amplify what the human is doing in the farm, right? So this is a classic example of a human-machine partnership that's happening in the farm. So more than research, I think an institute like this has significant value in building a big community, right? So it is not only just a research nexus, but also a training nexus for students, right? It also helps us partner with public and state agencies and also regional agencies and also industry partners, right? Those who are going to be very key partners when it comes to the adoption of these AI technologies at an economic scale. So I think that's basically it's here is one example of something that we could do for other areas too. It's not just agriculture, but there's so many other areas that we have talked about. So we do have some ideas on how to go about it. There are some current actions that I would like to just examples of what we are doing in the working group. Like Tim mentioned, like we put together a small like a group of people who worked on and submitted 7 proposals to this Microsoft AI for Good. It's the Economy Institute at Microsoft, and one of them got selected. But more importantly, it also has planted the seed for us to work together among us. I think that's the value in these working groups. It's not about seeking one opportunity. It's about thinking of 5 other opportunities that come up and what are the things that we could do together, right? Important to research advancement is also AI fluency and literacy. I don't think we should rely on AI experts to help domain experts. We should have, by and large, for 90% of problems, actually can be driven by the domain experts if only they have some minimal exposure to basic AI tools and their key capabilities. They don't need to know all the gory details, what happens under the hood, right? So to help with that, we are actually doing a boot camp meant for AI, all the researchers who don't have an AI background, faculty, graduate students, postdocs in spring, and we plan to scale that up as we go. So these are some of the examples. So I'd like to end on this particular note that we do have tremendous bench strength when it comes to AI. I do think that there is what we are seeing happening is that as a region, we are investing in a lot of we see a lot of investments, not only because of the big tech, but also because of the health industry and other industry that is very active here. I think as a land grant school, if we continue to invest in this area and at least some of the strategic areas where we are lacking. So I think I've mentioned those as areas where we can potentially grow, like anything that has a human AI interface, AI-ready test beds where we can collect data, which is gold for any kind of modeling and training of AI, and generative AI as a tool to amplify what happens in decision support and any kind of modeling. These are all areas I think we should slowly start expanding in a strategic way as a system. So,
yeah, thank you. And I'm not sure what the time is. We had 30 minutes. Not sure if we used that all, but we're happy to take questions.
So, just in my everyday life of banking, we obviously are integrating AI pretty significantly. But I was at a conference last week, and one of the things that we're struggling with as one thing that a lot of the business sector is struggling with is truly actually realizing the cost savings and the efficiencies that are coming from AI. So just when you speak a little bit about that kind of human AI collaboration, wondering a little bit, even like with the Carson School of Business, or is there an opportunity to be looking at really how AI financially impacts? We're spending so much time on the back end of it and then the user side of it, but maybe I know some of us are struggling with the value and the cost benefit.
Right, is there a value add there and what it?
Yeah,
what
because there's
is
a
it?
cost to investing in it, and we're not yet realizing that.
Absolutely, and we do have AI researchers in Carson, and I've had these conversations with Deb Compo, and that's one of the things that Anant was kind of gesturing at towards the end, is that what we're moving towards is looking at an AI institute for the system, where we can bring those together and bring the people together, right? So right now we have, and that was the beauty of, this is why we wanted the working group and bring researchers together, so we have them across colleges, across disciplines, because none of these problems are single source, right? Same thing, I was at the energy summit, and we spent a lot of time talking about wildfires, because wildfires are huge to our energy infrastructure, and where energy infrastructure gets interrupted. And so the overlap of all these. So the short answer is yes, we have researchers who in Carson who are working on those problems. What we need to do, and I think this is a trend nationwide though, is bring these together in a little more systematic way. And that's what we're attempting to do.
Other questions or comments?
I was just really excited to see this presentation and hope to take all of my expectations were realized, so.
Well, it's not going anywhere, so.
Well, I did have one question. Where do you see us right now compared to other land grants? Or where are we?
If they ask, I told you. I was like, don't say if they don't ask.
So I think creating an identity in this space actually is going to be extremely timely venture for us. And that's part of the reason why we are working on this working group, as well as trying to see what we can do as a system. Several other regional universities I can probably name, but like our partner in Oregon State. Oregon State, by the way, is our key partner within our AI Institute, the Agate Institute and so on. So they are investing in like a big supercomputing center, right? Jensen Huang's supercomputing center. They have multi-million-dollar investment. It's infrastructure, but also looking at a home for basically scaling AI research and bringing new people in and so on, right? And they're also starting new school or thinking of new school in AI and stuff like that. So I do think that we have a good competition, a healthy competition here, but also we have key strategic partnerships that are already established. So what it really means is we have to identify our key strengths and figure out a way to create a regional hub, right? Where we can actually partner and complement one and each other's strength. And as I mentioned, there's plenty of strengths in all the different areas of be it environment and engineering and health and so on that we actually excel in, which are basically going to be the drivers of AI research going forward. So if we can take those parts which we excel in and figure out those complementary areas where we work with the rest of the land grant university, I think we will be in good shape.
So do they have an appetite for that partnership?
I think so, yeah. So, I mean, these are the larger conversations we have. This is a little bit different from some other areas. Nobody's gonna build everything. So this is the growth of AI. I mean, even you see this in the federal plan. The growth of AI is going to be something that we're gonna have to do together and link up and create key partnerships. And that was part of my conversation last week with the PNNL and their leadership there, is that how do we come together and reevaluate our partnership and strengthen our partnership around some key shared investments in resources, shared investments in infrastructure, shared investments in human, in faculty or other areas that we can come together to build out an AI network across the state and the region. And each of those regions is going to be connected to this national landscape. That's kind of the model that we're working on now. We will need an investment in our AI infrastructure at WSU. I mean, just full stop. Nobody doesn't need that. We will need that. We have it mapped out. We're hoping some of these things come through. We know within the budget challenges, but this is something that is going to advance all research. And it's an area that then moves into our key strengths in energy and agriculture. these are not unrelated. They're very related. And so if we're going to continue our moves and our research in energy that drives national security, we're going to have to, uptake in our base kind of computing and other infrastructure.
Health sciences.
Health sciences, absolutely. I mean, that's one of those areas, remember I said like where we're strong, where we want to grow, where we want to pivot. Health science is where we want to grow. We can absolutely grow there. Like there's an appetite for it. We have already collaborations across the state, great collaborations between the colleges. They're already working together. But there are resources there that we need. Yeah.
One of the advantages that we have in this space, which is, I think we're seeing some of the realization of this. We've had a working relationship in the region around agriculture, where essentially no one site is everything, but it's a mix of not just thinking potatoes, it's a mix of Oregon State, Idaho, and us, or you can go through different pieces. And we've got an area where we are one of the world leaders very clearly, if you look at global health or you look at ag. So, where I would be nervous as a university is immediately trying to dip into areas that you don't have the core expertise and the international reputation, and then trying to hop on that. I think if we look at health sciences as idea, we will have unique opportunities, particularly in the rural community space over time. But as an institution, getting the foundation built, focusing on ag as a core area, some of our core engineering, global health, et cetera, that's going to help with the kind of quick overview of the aquaculture opportunity. I mean, we're getting that opportunity because of that reputation, or we hope to get an opportunity because of that reputation. So this is a really logical way to build this out on our strengths, not trying to immediately dip into areas where we might not have a competitive advantage today.
And those strengths are clear. That ag is obviously, where we're truly leading, and AI for energy, particularly our work in the grid and where we overlap with PNNL there is huge. This is going to be something that, because it's going to be driven by AI and it's going to drive AI at the same time. We need to go both ways because of the data centers that we're going to need, because of the core energy that's required for this new computing future.
Go ahead. You have just a few more minutes left.
My question was, regarding the boot camp, what are the ways or the tools that the boot camp will explore AI ethics? I have a lot of conversations with students who either use AI, and professionals as well, that either use AI as a tool, and then there's other individuals where they don't use AI at all and they don't necessarily want to. And this is regarding kind of the ethics of it and the kind of the costs that come with utilizing the tool. So I think my question is kind of how do we teach people that we could use AI as a tool without negating and not prioritizing people and their research?
It's a great question. There are courses that we are designing in this space actually to serve the undergraduate population. But from a research standpoint, at least for the boot camp, it's meant to be like less than 2 days, 1.5 to 2 days crash course on all the different tools so that people can get started in terms of research. We need like a separate camp or so, similar workshop to think about the actual ethical implications of AI and using use cases, different kinds of use cases, right? And so that they can relate to how to trust the AI predictions and the model outputs, how to interpret it, and if you can contextualize it to different kinds of possible stakeholders, which it's intended to impact and so on. In the agriculture space, we do have several of those use cases as part of our institute. But likewise, health space, I think would be something that we have to learn a little bit more from the rural community health folks to understand what are the key challenges there. I think it will take a few iterations to work with them to form a meaningful curriculum, but it's an extremely important part.
Just adding on that briefly, we are starting a process of reviewing and redoing Gen Ed. And one of the core pieces, and the two core pieces that I personally want to get out of it, we'll see how it develops, are having a series of classes for students specifically on AI that then goes into their discipline areas. So everybody who graduates from WSU has had a series of courses on AI, both, and generally speaking, and within their particular area. And then two is community engaged, courses and course structure, which obviously is separate from this, but I think that could start to address the issue of students who see this from the side and this, and obviously this is common for us, but have not had an experience of how this would make sense, not just for them personally, but in their particular area or field of study. And so, I mean, I think that's a space, it's not exactly the research space, but it's, you certainly can be informed by the research side of where we can take a real step forward for our students.
Yeah.
Did you have a question?
I was just gonna build on Regent Wright's comments that the discussion has been fascinating and has sparked other conversations. When I looked at the presentation, I was excited to hear it come to life because it was so timely and relevant. I was curious what conversations have been around monetizing the research that's being done at WSU. So for instance, the intersection with industry. So I think about Regent Pika's comment about healthcare. Well, obviously from a healthcare system, I am trying to figure out how to use AI. What's the opportunity to fund some of our research through private partnerships potentially?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's one of the areas that I was just having this conversation yesterday with our director for innovation and entrepreneurship in the office is growing those university partnerships with industry. So I think we just got the first letters of intent for the President's Big Ideas Initiative that's coming through the Office of Research. And I think 2/3 of them have AI somehow in them. And there's 3 tiers. The second tier is specifically around partnerships, either with industry or community. So we're actively trying to grow those partnerships and then give faculty the tools to know how the proper steps to move those through to tech transfer to commercialization, whatever that pipeline. We haven't done a great job of building up that clear pipeline for faculty. We have done it. We have high value cases out there that we all know about that come out of WSU, but there's a lot more that we can do kind of at that level that faculty that aren't even aware that these things can be commercialized. And that's an area that we are focusing on heavily right now.
I want to thank you too for your presentation, which is great. Obviously, we've got a lot to go here on all of this, but
All right,
thank you very
thank you
much
all.
for doing it. I appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Look forward to more. Okay, up next, I'd like to invite Executive Director for Corporate Engagement, Alex Peach, to introduce our next item, Economic Impact Survey Results for WSU. And joining Alex is Community Attributes Incorporated President and CEO Chris Mefford. The company is a Seattle-based community and economic development consulting firm that works with cities around the state and the country that uses data to help leaders interpret information to achieve their vision and goals for the future. You're on.
Thank you, Regent Cerna, and members of the board. Again, I'm Alex Peach, I'm the Executive Director and Associate Vice President for Corporate Engagement. Was asked to shepherd this project this summer in close collaboration with the Office of Institutional Research, Office of Leslie Brunelli's Office of Finance and Administration, and the Office of Research, and many other units across the system. With me today, as Regent Cerna said, is Chris Mefford, the CEO of Community Attributes, a Seattle and Memphis-based and Denver economic development consultancy, and his colleague Michaela Jellicoe, who worked on this project. Community Attributes has been active in the Puget Sound region for a couple of decades now, doing exactly this type of work. In fact, the last time WSU did an economic impact report was 2015, and Chris and his team did that report. The president and I were at the Boeing company the other day on Wednesday last week, and they were going through some slides talking about Boeing's impact to the state. And lo and behold, the CAI logo was on their slides as well. Here, we chose this firm in particular because of its reputation in the state of Washington and the familiarity with the economy of our community. I think that's what I want to say, except that the Regents saw a preview of this analysis at your retreat earlier this fall. We've been spending the past couple of months refining the numbers, making sure that they are correct. And then there's a much longer written report that will be delivered in the coming weeks. We just saw what we think it was the final draft last night. And we putting the finishing touches on that, and then we'll be working with Pam Scott and University Marketing and Communications on a communication strategy around how to release this information and leverage it as much as we can. So with that, I'll turn it over to Chris.
Thank you, Alex. Hello, nice to be with you again. Glad to present to you sort of an update from what you saw a couple of months ago. I know there's a few folks here that weren't here for that, so I'll try to find the right pace to not bore you that heard some of the slides before, while still bringing everyone else along with where we are. Grateful for the opportunity to serve WSU the past year on this work. As Alex mentioned, we did your study 10 years ago, and that meant a lot to us then. And we're glad to have that continuity, and happy to serve it this way with you all as well. Michaela Jellicoe is with me. She's lead analyst on this work. She's sort of my security blanket. If there's any questions asked that I need some help with, I'll pull Michaela in. Absolutely by all means. So you can help me to add more or to shape things differently as you go. Grateful for Alex's leadership as well as other folks on the team. Since we've seen you last, we've really focused on two efforts. One is collaborating with you all on some of the research award data in particular to make sure we got that right in your eyes and are telling the story the way you wanted us to, and using accurate data, and also the industry level impacts. We wanted to go further to try to characterize the role of WSU across industries that are critical to the statewide economy. All right. Other than that, a lot of the numbers are very similar to what you saw almost 2 months ago at your retreat in Spokane. The report is organized with your help around economic impacts of education, research, and global engagement. We wanted to go as deeply as we could with the industry research. As we've shared with you in the past, our approach to some of the industry impacts has been the use of what we call the vignettes. And that's just simply a one-page write-up within the longer report that goes deeper on things like commercial cheese and the wine industry and the real specifics that we know are great stories to tell, but sometimes might get lost in the global impact numbers as well. So that's been fun. We could have gone forever to write more vignettes about the specifics of things. And to the extent we could, we wanted to capitalize the national and the global reach and how the brand travels, which is a tall order quantification wise, but is super visible, as you all know. And it's a fun part of who WSU is. And we want to make sure that that's visible to everyone who reads the report. This is working or something. Okay, thank you. Yeah, good. Okay, some top line, if you will, the executive summary, then we'll go more deeply into each of these. We understand the impacts of tens of thousands of lives every day across the state of Washington. You've got education, industry critical research and training, right on the heels of the AI presentation. That's just very tangible in that regard. And what can't be stated enough is the impact of the extension and the cooperative extension offices across the state. How we drill through to show the extent of those economic impacts. It could be a very, very in-depth study. We just work within the balance of this scope and effort to build what we could in that regard. But it is profound, and you don't have to be, you don't have to look far when traveling across the state to find a WSU extension office and appreciate what those connections are to the community in small, medium, and large ways. $4 billion each year is the number that we came up with through what we call a traditional economic impact analysis. And that is both operations as well as student spending and visitor spending, about what are the dollars in and the dollars out? How does that translate through economic impact models with multiplier effects to characterize the regular operations, if you will, of Washington State University? The tall order, which we would gladly spend another 2 to 3 years exploring further with you, but don't want to do that within your current scope, is just to be able to characterize with specificity what the role of WSU is across important industries in the state of Washington. So our approach has been to look at the global revenue of those industries in the state and to try to relate, at least qualitatively, the significance of WSU in those industries. And there's a handful that the university is inseparable from, right? The wine industry is a very clear example. For example, Alex and I were talking earlier how the first person to plant grapes in the state of Washington did so based on research from WSU. If that's not an origin. Wine grapes, sorry, yeah, thank you. But if that's not an origin story for an industry, I don't know what is, right? So you can claim full credit for the wine industry being in the state of Washington. The more you move through different industries where the university is profound in, of course, that role is visible, and there's many other things that are there, and that's where it's just harder and harder to quantify the role of the university in those industries. So that's the executive summary, if you will. That is not our slide. Lost the slide here. Well, I know what the next slides are, so I can speak to them anyway. When we get into the economic impact models themselves, like I said, we need to characterize what are the direct impacts. And then from the direct impacts are two levels of modeling using the Washington State Input Output Model, the state of Washington's Input Output Model, to be clear. And those two layers of effects are indirect impacts, which is the business spending of the university, and induced spending, which is how employees are spending the wages. Okay, so that's the very well-established economic impact models, the framework that we work within. Anytime we're doing work in the state of Washington, we prefer the state's adopted input output model itself, which is updated recently, some slight changes with some of the industry relationships, but most importantly, updated with current revenue data. So it's using current quantification of dollars of the relationship amongst the industries. We then adjust that for inflation to make it as current as can be for 2024 economic impact study. If anybody has any questions along the way, please interrupt me. Most of these top line impacts you saw last time, the $4 billion as we've spoken to, the output of the model shows 19,500 jobs across the state, $1.6 billion in total labor and income spending effects. I mentioned the $46 billion tied to specific industries before. State tax revenues with the multiplier effect show $52 million of revenue just to the state alone, not including the local taxes, and your 181,000 alumni across Washington. I skipped over and want to come back and spend a second on the $12 up above, the $12 created for every $1 state appropriations. If you recall, last time we had a good conversation, the number was 9. We said, that's a good number. That's a top line metric that we should do something about. Then we went back and looked at the old study for comparison, which was edifying. We said, well, that was a bigger number back then. What was different? So we dug a little bit deeper into the notes we had from the last time around. The last time that ratio was calculated based only on the state appropriations, which excluded the state contracts and grants that are fees for services. So the thinking was there that the ROI ought to be expressed based on the more generic investment, if you will, with the state appropriations. And that your contracts for SBDCs and the other services that you provide through state grants and contracts, those shouldn't be in the denominator of that ROI. So we fixed that. So it'd be more of an apples to apples comparison. The last time that number is now 12 instead of 9. Give us another couple of months, we'll keep pushing it up. Not everybody laughs at economics, sure. This is the lag here. So, as I said, with the models, we have what we call the direct impacts. These are the things that we tabulate, and those are the inputs to the input and the output models. And these are the most important numbers for that, which are your expenditures. So your impacts as modeled is based on what the institution spends into the economy, which includes wages and includes all the operational expenditures. It's a nuance for state institutions and for state universities in particular to make sure we do it that way. The private sector, we're more apt to use business revenues as an input to the input output model. But in your case, when there's lots of grants and awards that span multiple years, You might get a lump sum up front. You might hold that money or that number might be up front, and the distribution comes in on a year by year basis. That becomes much messier from the annual impact, if you will, on the revenue side. So it's the expenditures for a public institution that matters most. And the other side of that is profit distributions. You don't have that in your world, right? But a private sector that has gross revenues and has profits, that actually counts as wealth generated inside of the state as well. So it's a little bit of a nuance, but it's important because when we get into some of the revenue data a little later on in the slide to tell your story, those are not direct inputs into the analysis. It's what you spend out that drives the impacts the most. This is an important part of it as well. Who spends what? And it's an opportunity if you wanted to maintain some models on an annual basis at WSU. You know, this is me talking without any sensitivity to your budget whatsoever. But one opportunity is to fund continued research of what do visitors spend money on when they come to Pullman or other parts of the state for activities. But it's the sports events that generate the most visitors. And so we had to make educated guesses about what they spend, right? And we're pretty educated, so we feel pretty good about those educated guesses, but you could improve the continuity of your work over time if you wish to fund patron intercept surveys or any way to reach back out to the people that visit for football games and other things to ask how much did they spend, where did they stay, where do they come from, all those building blocks information to know that. So this is a little bit squishy, but it's super transparent in the report itself. It is, you know, we are transparent to a fault of community attributes. So all that information is there for you to see how we came up with those numbers. Likewise, for the student spending, that's broken down. There's a little more analysis there that's shown in detail in the report as well. That says how much are they spending on lodging, how much are they spending for regular activities, and those are added up, and it averages out to 15,300 a year of student spending each year.
Chris, can you dive into why you only looked at in-state involvement?
It's the spending in the state, so that's not to be confused with in-state tuition. Okay, so these are the people that are on the ground in the state of Washington, because it's the state of Washington economic impacts that we're doing, right? So anytime we do an economic impact report, the geography matters, the boundary of where that spending matters. So if it's a global student that is logging in from anywhere in the world, their spending isn't captured here in Washington state unless they visit here for longer. And this in-state enrollment is also an important driver. When we get to it in a minute, and I don't need to tell you about the decline in enrollment at WSU over the years, or the most recent years, but that is one of the bigger inputs to a relatively lower economic impact number than we might have been expecting otherwise. So if you're down by 20% of in-person enrollment across the university, that beats through to these numbers when comparing back to the 2014 analysis, for example. Started anticipating my point down to put that clear. So here's how those categories add up for the direct impacts that are into the model: is operational spending, student spending, and visitor spending. I won't go into too much detail on these unless you ask me to. This is the enrollment numbers I was speaking to a minute ago. Obviously, had we done this report based on 2019 when there was a peak, and then that would have been a higher input into those economic impact numbers as well. You know, I think what can't be told enough in terms of economic impact and community impact is your role with first generation students. These two charts are side by side. It's the same industries across those rows that show, you know, almost 1/3 of your students are first generation students, which I think is an amazing story and can't be told enough with your impact across the state of Washington. And this breaks it out on a college by college basis, with the College of Nursing ranking highest, but there's several right out there with it as well. I think it's super cool. So a lot of these metrics now that we're speaking to are just how you see yourselves and the data we've worked with you on to report back how does what's happening at the university to give context to those spending numbers. 9,900 plus employees in total. The equivalent of FTE is a little lower than that, of course, across the state where people are coming from. Sports, we used your recent sports economic impact report as a direct input to our work. So we didn't do a lot of value added there, but we're passing that forward in terms of an understanding of those. And like we said earlier, or maybe it's on the next slide, with roughly 500,000 people per year visiting either Pullman or one of the campuses as visitors, it's really the sports that are 80% of that activity that drive that visitor spending. Your athletic revenues come in, again, it's the expenditures that go out into the analysis by the different categories shown earlier with money to faculty and operational expenditures and other spending. And where your alumni are across the state, obviously you're everywhere and concentrated in the urban areas, but all throughout the state. That is, like I said, very evident when you're out and about. And the major employers where your graduates are going to, just ranked by head count, of course, big corporations at the top are super important. And it goes on down there, some that are based closer to Pullman, some that are scattered across the state, but we have that brought forward just for your appreciation and distribution.
Maybe, if I ask just a quick question, self-employed is kind of staggering to me when I look at this.
I think it is not unusual in that category
Really?
in terms of the percentage. Yeah, no, I think it's kind of in that ballpark. There's the challenge with the self-employed number is it's a head count, right? So we don't know how vibrantly that might be, right?
Are you not encouraging people to go on self-employed?
Certainly no. I mean, that's an entrepreneurial spirit that is a brand and something to market. It's like.
Right, that's right. Power.
And that last slide, that's just in Washington.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah.
I'm just thinking that the hospitality industry must have hundreds, if not thousands.
Yeah, good. Thank you.
Across the country, if not the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's also individual employers, not necessarily broken out by industry. So if we were to try to accelerate hospitality, but the Four Seasons, you know,
Yeah, and then Alex, I was gonna, the US or the number of alumni living in the state, is easy to determine what percentage of that is on the west side?
Yeah.
We know, yeah.
Yeah, it is, yeah, right.
I think the rough number we say is about 2/3 are living on in Western Washington.
We've got it by county now, so. Yeah.
So you were recently met with Boeing.
Yeah.
And when Boeing thinks of the impact of their industry, like why is WSU important? How do you respond to that? What do you say that here's why we matter?
Well, they tell us that we matter, which is great to
So
hear.
they know.
They know, I think they told the president last week that we're the second largest feeder behind the University of Washington of graduates to go work at the company nationwide. Their number is actually different. I will say about this employment data, it's very squishy. These numbers came from another consultancy that scrapes LinkedIn and other sources to try to get at a number. But since employment is self-reported, it's notoriously difficult to get. The foundation keeps another number, or the alumni association keeps another number, but that is reliant on people sending in their information cards saying, I work at Boeing or wherever. Boeing says it's about 2,500 people, coops working at the company today. So in that conversation, they would say, yeah, we rely on your engineers, we rely on your business people. We would love your supply chain graduates, even though we don't have a supply chain degree program. There's communicators from Monroe School working across the company. And then on the research side too, there's important research that's happening with our faculty and on the technical side of the company that are they see us as a strong partner. As we SEL is the same. I think we're helping Microsoft and Amazon appreciate the value that our graduates are playing there also. But I think the story is less obvious to them quite yet.
Because they're
Well, they're bigger and they are newer, you know. Boeing's been hiring people for WSU for 100 years.
PACCAR same way,
Yeah.
those big guys.
Yeah, for sure. The hospitality industry is a great example where leadership across the hospitality and tourism industry has come from WSU for a long, long time. It'd be interesting to look at it again. Chris was limited by our budget and the scope of work, but it'd be really fascinating to do a deep dive into something, an industry like hospitality, to talk about what WSU's impact has been there. For sure. Profound.
Okay. It's a nice timing because the slides came back.
Yeah.
Research expenditures, as we mentioned, is the expenditures that are driving our model. So there's some ups and downs. These are all adjusted for inflation for a time series comparison. And I think these have stood the test of time and are no different than what you saw a couple of months ago. The awards data, we worked closely with your team. Thank you for all your help in the past 6 or 8 weeks to make sure that we're showing the awards data the way you want this to. So by all means, if there's any blemishes, there's not showing it the way you want us to, then please speak up. We've been trying to get that right. And I'm sure that slide will advance to that in a minute. But again, we focus on expenditures for the model because of the lumpiness of how awards can come in and then how they're spent out is what drives the economic impact.
And you just talk about the adjusting for inflation.
Yeah, as I mentioned, these are all of them already adjusted for inflation for comparison over time, which for economic impacts is just what you do to make sure that folks are well known what the relative contribution is. So as we go. Well, we could, if you have it handy, I could keep talking and
We all have copies of this. Yeah.
oh, that's good. Yeah, thank you. I didn't know that.
I do. It's good.
No, me.
Just help me.
Yeah, good. Thank you. I'll start over. No, let's get okay, thank you. So the awards data shows continued growth. And I especially apologize for not being able to see that slide because that's the one we worked with your team so closely on the past few weeks. But even after adjusting for inflation, there is continued growth. And I do appreciate the complexity of getting those numbers right, the way the university reports those to the IPEDS, the federal source for education data that we're flying now.
Yeah.
We are on slide 21 for whomever is driving that.
And it's just
Okay. We show in the report the work by source of both state and the federal base. The largest group of your awards, of course, are for life sciences. That's a significant leap above the next largest, which is engineering, and then this sort of a constant slope downward from there across other disciplines.
And since the slide's not up, just to be specific, life sciences includes Connors and all of our ag.
Thank you.
Research.
plant life.
Yeah, right.
You can keep going though. We have it on.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
But they can catch up later.
We document the commercialization, again, your data coming back to us along with royalties for Cosmic Crisp and the wheat, the varieties and those things. And again, those don't drive the calculation. That's the context with which your impacts are created, the source of your revenues. And then we get into the report of a series of industry impacts. And as I mentioned in my introductory remarks, you have a profound impact on many industries. And to get to the specific quantification of that would be quite a challenge. And you can take those on an industry by industry basis. You can follow the money, you can get into it. There are some slides or some industries, sorry, as mentioned earlier, that you can take almost full credit for, right? Or at least it'd be a whole different industry if you weren't involved.
And I assume this is more than merely delivering workforce into existing.
That's right. This is your
It's really
role.
important for us to clarify that we drive entire economic sectors,
That's right.
not merely by the delivery of working people.
That's right, President Campbell. At the outset, I mentioned the wine is the one end of the spectrum where there be no wine industry in the state of Washington were it not for WSU. And then as we tip over, there are other industries where you're, just the Boeing conversation, you're highly relevant, highly visible in, but it's a much larger industry. So how to quantify that is an intangible thing at the moment. So everything on the left of the slide are the things that we said, okay, we think it's fair to claim a profound amount of credit with all those industries. Then if you add those up, as the agriculture, the food, the energy sector as well, then they generate $46 billion of revenue for 2024 for the state of Washington. The other side of the chart where you're relevant, but maybe not the only thing in town for those industries, those are quarter of $1 trillion, but it includes aerospace with great big giant price tags for those airplanes as well. Yeah, so you can get. And then, yeah, we'll just kind of skim through the industries and you can ask deeper questions as we go. The same industries you saw last time, I know there's folks that are hearing this for the first time, so I don't want to just wave my hand over things, but agriculture is the varieties of wheat and your Cosmic Crisp success. I was recalling when we did the study for you 10 years ago, Cosmic Crisp had not yet met the market, but it was anticipated to like the very next year, right? And those varieties were there. And, certainly I didn't have an appreciation for how big of a deal that would be across the world, but it shows up now in the role of Cosmic Crisp across the apple industry. And the wheat varieties are also great across the country. I think it's folks that are in the industry certainly know about your impact when it comes to food systems, which I like that term very much for lay people to appreciate the role of agriculture. I'm guessing a lot of that needs to be elevated all you possibly can so that people know that impact on wheat. McDonald's, French fries, right? So we brought in data the best we could from different sources. The Apple Growers Commission has their own economic impact report that was released recently. So they cited the $7.5 billion in economic impact for 2024. The energy industry, again, our main indicators industry-wide, and we didn't have the wherewithal to say, well, what share of the industry can we tie to WSU explicitly, but we can at least characterize the size of the industry. Gross domestic product is the economics wonky calculation. It's super useful because it talks about the productivity and the output of the industry, and it separates out things that are imported inputs, so that the state of Washington is getting credit, so to speak, just for the value added piece. But there's also gross business income, which tends to run a little bit higher as a result, because that's the total sales that doesn't net out what those inputs are. So you have industries like the energy industry with almost $8 billion in gross domestic product, $11 billion in gross income, 11,000 employees. Again, you're so relevant in the industry that I think it's fair to say, hey, we are a critical cornerstone of that industry. So in the report, we go deeper on the narrative of these the numbers that are for those industries. Your engineering graduates span a number of industries, but if you look at the occupation codes, they're most relevant in the manufacturing industries and the construction industry. So very much like the Boeing story that Alex was just speaking to, they're appearing there. That number 45% is inaccurate. We fixed it after we finalized the slides. The report's accurate. I think it's 39% is what we know. Right?
Problem is, you produce the most bachelor's degrees in mechanical engineering of any institution in Washington.
So there's 50% number that was.
Yeah, it's 50% of undergraduate degrees among public four-year universities.
But undergraduate engineering degrees?
Mechanical engineering specifically, yeah.
Food systems and security. Really appreciated hearing all the stories about that. There's some vignettes in the report that go deeper on these. Characterized with $6.5 billion of gross domestic product, $26 billion in actual annual sales, and your role is inseparable from that statewide. Your work in medical school, farming, and nursing in particular ranks very high in terms of the quantity of WSU graduates that enter into the workforce, especially statewide. Highlight on the need for nursing and how important your nursing school is to that occupation across the state. With a forecast of a need for 70,000 registered nurses by 2032.
That's a typo. Our pharmacy school was founded in 1891.
Oh, right.
Doing really well.
Right, it's a little older, thank you, right, that is a significant item. Public health and wellness, and we were talking about that earlier with the life sciences that Chris mentioned, you know, I was telling some friends last night about our talk this morning and how difficult it is, I think, just as a layperson, again, to put a boundary on your role with life sciences, right? Because of the veterinary sciences, the environmental science, the agriculture, the health, all the way to the medical school, it's an overlapping, a lot of Venn diagrams there, which is a great and good thing. I think messaging wise is difficult, and I'm not your communications pro, but I think it's difficult for WSU to get the specific credit in each of those niche areas. Because they seem different to the layperson, right? A veterinary school versus agriculture and crop research, even if it's for health, versus human science is hard for someone like me to understand in practice how those things do connect. But you can tell that story because they do connect on the research, do feedback and forth with each other. And I think it's great. I think it's just difficult to convey that role as one category. John of us are really bad.
It isn't one,
Great.
period.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
the problem.
okay, right.
I mean, this is a system.
Right.
If you thought about it from the perspective of human disease and how it transfers from a farm field to a human, it's not one discipline.
Yeah, thank you. That's welcome your leadership on how to communicate that well.
A system is
Yeah,
challenging.
yeah, I love that. Thank you.
But and you're giving me an opportunity to just say that, and the Regents hear this a lot, but that the idea of the disciplines is long outdated. Because knowledge no longer gets developed and delivered in stovepipes. It is really multidisciplinary, and that's not merely a communication challenge, it's a knowledge development challenge and a pedagogical challenge.
Yeah.
But for these kinds of things, finding a story like a disease vector that moves from a farm field into ranch animals, into humans, is the best way to sort of talk about what the overall value is of having the entire system under our roof.
Yeah, I love that. I can tell you economists at the other end of the spectrum being the worst of being able to deal with that.
Yes.
Because when the data come in, they're
They're-
forced.
I know, and
they're
they're targeted
industry
in-
codes, right?
The codes are 50 years old. It is really annoying.
Right.
I'm hoping AI can help us
Yeah.
a lot with doing that kind of translation of, this code matched with these 10 other means one thing, matched with these 5 other. Instead of having people do it, AI can kind of go.
Yeah. When companies report their data, they have to say, well, which code are you
Yep,
in? And they can't say, well, we're in 5 of them, then you pick one.
I know.
Right, so
And yeah,
plastics.
that's just not
Right.
an accurate view. I mean, it helps us a lot, but it's not an accurate view of reality.
No. Just a couple more slides, couple more industries, the technology world, of course, I mean, again, one of those things that's hard to draw the line. We did a study for the Washington Technology Industry Association years ago to find out how many jobs are tied to technology. We said, well, it's easier to do the null hypothesis. And we found one sheep farmer in Okanagan who doesn't touch technology, right? Everybody else is in technology. That was our point of view back then. Here, the presentation right before us, we can't hold a candle to the role that you are doing to be able to convey that. And it's great work going on where you would show leadership in. I will say also with technology, to bring it back to some of your inclusion of education, that is a never-ending challenge and opportunity as well. We tend to think of technology only as the top computer science grads that are hired by the top 5 or 7 technology companies, and that's myopic, right, in that economy sense. The infusion of technological skills across every community and industry in the state of Washington, that's a tremendous value added that needs to be understood all throughout the WSU program as well. Then veterinary medicine, of course, we want to talk about that rather precisely as well. And finally, the wine industry, they do a good job reporting their data. And it's fun to be able to trace that back to your origin. So, yeah,
This slide, yeah. I mean, I really like the vignette concept that was in here. You know, it might be interesting to talk about something like Waddle and the specific role Waddle has. We've seen the economic impact of a pandemic.
Yeah.
And Waddle is one of the cornerstones across the United States, protecting us from a next pandemic or
Yeah.
getting us, I mean, it was one of the ones that helped us move through the pandemic. That type of narrative is hard. I mean, you know, I'm sure we know what the economic impact or estimates of the, you know, the impact of the last pandemic. And trying to express the impact of this, which is unique to only a few universities in the United States, is an interesting vignette to have.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, COVID is fresh enough that I think people realize, you know, I mean, telling people we're the backbone of the wine industry, which is the next one, I think is awesome. And I think
This is easy, clear, right? Yeah.
but on the terror side of it, my wife was just explaining to me that we will have another pandemic in our lifetime, and I was cringing and thinking, I hope I'm not employed at that time.
Right.
Move past that, but I'm not sure we estimate the impact of Waddle specifically enough on the American economy, the world economy, et cetera. I don't know.
That's good.
And Waddle is
It's that diagnosis lab in the lower right there, Howard.
Washington.
And
This animal disease and diagnostic laboratory.
Yeah, thank you.
Great acronym.
Yeah.
I think it's really interesting that, all the data says that, you know, we matter.
Yeah.
Right? But I wonder if, we could say that, you know, the culture and the history of Washington State University is so rich that we create industries. And what does the future look like? Where do we need to be in the future? These are just proof points that we can bring the future to Washington State. But, you know, Washington State's got $1 trillion of GDP. And this is a small piece of that. It could be a bigger piece.
Yeah.
And I think that's the message that needs to go out, that innovation is the future, and we can compete for a greater part of that $1 trillion GDP. And right now, you know, this is a big impact and we matter. It could be bigger. And I think that's the challenge that.
Well, as I tell my own people, it isn't that we could be bigger, it is that we will be bigger. It is, and we will do that by making choices about where we focus our somewhat limited resources on having the impact at scale.
Yeah.
Not a lot of little impacts, or a lot of medium-sized impacts, but where does the state really need us to have those impacts? And that, in part, in my belief, will come out of the design process, which isn't just going to give us answers regarding, we need this degree program here and we need this degree program here, but this community needs AI at scale for advanced manufacturing for the defense sector. That kind of thing, I think we are absolutely hoping to hear about. And to underscore again, we will have to make choices about where we take risk in having that scale size impact. It's not that we're gonna stop doing other things, but we will make choices.
Pam, did you get that? Or, yeah, there's another video.
What's that?
I said there's another video.
Oh, another video.
Yeah.
But here's an example where we have such prodigious capability, and we could just keep going along and all sorts of good things would happen. But we can also choose to, you know, build the future of biomanufacturing in Eastern Washington. That is an area that is really nascent globally, but clearly has a massive growth trajectory over the next 15 years.
I was going to relate Lisa's comments earlier about the self-employed to the innovation to the breadth of WSU's role across the state and the opportunities for innovation, right? You don't have to be in South Lake East or Lake Union or to innovate in technology. You can do that from anywhere now.
You definitely don't have to be in Silicon Valley.
Right, right. And I think this is just me talking to you all, and my last chance to talk to you, so, but, from Washington State University, my experience working with the university over the past 10 years is there's a good tension to how to tell their story with it, which is the breadth versus depth. And there are some industries where you go deep on, you're having global change, you don't want that, but it's the breadth of the inclusiveness that's a part of your mission. And the university, in my experience, has always been trying to find the right way to tell that balance in a way that the whole is more than the sum of the parts. And there's an opportunity, I think, to do that groundwork across the state with innovation and those community level impacts with the institution as a conduit to make that flourish, that can help bring that together. Thank you, sir.
Questions or comments?
Yeah.
Kind of move things along there because we're a little bit laggy.
Just on the commercialization, I'm curious by that number, and I was kind of. The Cosmic Crisp was a great example, of what was it 10 years ago? What would we expect that number to be, or how should that commercialization grow? I guess is a question.
I have an answer.
Yeah.
Because, and this is just based on my past. So sometimes future doesn't get predicted all that well by the past, but typically. Commercialization is not a revenue generating activity. It is an innovation generating activity. It drives and it can drive entire economic sectors for a state or a region. But when you look at traditional ROI, we paid this much to get this IP in place and we supported the research and then we did a deal and it generated this much licensing revenue. Or this much trademark revenue or something, that sum total is larger than what we can probably get back in a revenue stream. Not that the revenue streams are quite useful. However, there's a whole, I mean, because we are a public institution, there's a whole world of value that grows out of having that intellectual property out there, or the work that the faculty member is doing now with a variety of companies. And my prediction is we will see a lot more of that as the traditional terms of the research enterprise kind of fall apart. We're at the end of the Vannevar Bush era where the federal government said, we have this role, we accept it, we're going to provide you this kind of money. And we will be partnering much more closely individually in a commercialization sense with commercial enterprises. And that may or may not look like a traditional, first we do this, then we do the research, then we publish, then we develop a patent, then we license the patent, and then things happen. We had to have some great stories to tell at this university about commercialization revenue for the institution, but they don't I always caution this, they don't generally add up to, and it's incorrect to think that work is going to now pay for itself and somehow generate this huge licensing revenue stream that is a net positive revenue for the institution. But we do amazing and have done amazing things for the economy of the state of Washington directly through commercialization.
It generates relevancy.
Well, public value, yes. I mean, it's one of the main ways that we can take the work that gets done here and ensure that it enters into the public sphere and creates economic value. But it has a cost, typically, not excessive, but I think it's unfair to suggest that it will eventually pay for itself. It has a little cost.
That was my question. Any other questions or comments, folks?
We'll say thank you for the opportunity again. We're gonna be working with Pam and her team to take bits and pieces of this report as it's finalized and push that out. There'll be a website that'll be built that will lay out all of the data and information, and then we'll try to leverage this in all the venues, whether it's legislature or Washington DC or business, our corporate partners. We want to make sure that we're telling WSU story and there's data behind it.
Mont Lake.
All right, thank you.
Thank you all, appreciate the update.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Why don't we take a 10 minutes? 10-minute break?
Oh, we'll be generous.
Okay, 10 minutes. There you go. Jen is so generous.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
We need to climb out of the.
Okay, we're going to continue now with the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee, and we're going to have President Cantwell provide us an update on the strategic pillars.
You want me to read from up there? Go from one end of the table to the other. So I'm gonna give you a brief key performance indicator update. And if you will recall, this is a little bit of a work in progress in terms of how to take the key performance indicators and deliver them at a regular cadence, not so much, here's what we said at the beginning of the year, here's what we did at the end of the year, but an update through the year. And so the method we're trying now is different components. And because of the content of the economic development presentation, we're gonna brief on the KPIs associated with the research enterprise. And there's a few, so. Yeah, all right, can you advance the slide? So a reminder, we have 6 strategic pillars. These KPIs are associated with pillar 3, innovation and use inspired research. Next slide. And then the enterprises, if you will, this is a way of thinking about where is the responsibility for actually executing the elements of key performance indicators. So in this case, we're talking about the research enterprise. Next slide. And this is all from my original slide deck on KPIs. This is a repeat, just highlighting where we're at. And then, so we're going to be talking about driving research innovation, productivity, and impact at WSU. Next slide. So, and again, experimental, but see what you think. These are the components of this key performance indicator that were in the approved key performance indicators. I am gonna try to basically develop an entire, it'll end up looking like a spreadsheet for the whole of the KPIs that is green, yellow, red notated. But we're starting with, here's in detail, a key performance indicator. How does this feel to you guys? So the components, I'm just going to go through them, and if you have questions, I can answer some of them. And we have Kim Christian here if you have real details, but we said we're basically looking at increasing external grants. Now that's should be a stretch goal at this point, but I think Kim and I are both in agreement that for this year, it's a pretty achievable goal. It is next year and the out years where the impact of the changes in the federal funding panorama will begin to be seen at a more enduring level. So this year, we believe that we will be able to grow our external grants, fellowships, financial investments, some things to, and so we're already seeing, you know, a linear growth that but leads us to think we'll see some decent growth. We do have already $90 million in AI related external funding, and we will be tracking that. So we understand not just how our faculty are able to draw AI related grants, but what is our imprimatur, if you will, what is the set of specialties and focus areas that are correct for ASU in AI. Not all of that will be up from the bottom, meaning from the faculty base. Some of that will be community derived. And also to your point, Regent Ramos, what does the future economy of the state of Washington kind of demand of us? And how do we build that out?
So 5 years ago, that AI funding didn't exist, it does today.
Correct.
Is it gonna continue to grow like that?
One would assume based on the amount of funding available, both from continuing in the federal world and in and with all of our corporate partners. AI for ag, for instance, many of our corporate agricultural partners have a strong need and desire for that. So yes, let's say we are seeing evidence that the growth in funding associated with AI, and for us, it's a lot applied AI. It's not building a new large language model. It is applying large language models for radical changes in how agricultural production works, as an example. It is my opinion that we are at the very, very tip of phenomenal industrial revolution, which some have called the fourth industrial revolution, but really directly associated with AI. And so we probably have 5 to 10 years of really significant growth possibilities for AI. We are always a prodigious recipient of USDA funding. And while that is in some world of change at the federal level, we are and will remain prodigious research getters of funds in the agricultural area. On research collaborations, we are in progress, meaning we're really actively building new regional and federal partnerships to garner the full range of options and possibilities for research dollars at the federal level that are out there now, which may mean that we look differently at what our partnerships were, that we don't always try to go it alone, which has been a hallmark of WSU, that we look at geographically regional partnerships. Energy is a really great example where if we're looking at something like nuclear focused on small modular, we have really phenomenal opportunities with Idaho, Montana, Oregon. So there are real regional opportunities there. Since this is a little bit new for us, doesn't mean we've never done it. It means we don't do it all the time, and we're really asking our faculty and our researchers to scale their thinking about partnerships. It is in progress. Peer benchmarks, we are looking very much at, the traditional peer benchmarks for scholars might be books and peer-reviewed journal articles. Both areas are under massive disruption right now as sectors. Conference proceedings also under disruption, citations. So between the academic enterprise and all of the faculty and the deans and the research enterprise looking at what are the work products that come out of research, I would say we are in progress on really developing some modern or future forward peer benchmarks that will help us measure the value of our research. Societal impacts, that's really something that as a land grant we must be doing. We have always had some both creative and traditional measures of looking at what are the real world outcomes that we have. There are some measures of impact that have been developed by external entities like the Association of Public and Land Grant Universities, and some we impose upon ourselves. But we are advancing that well. Improving our national ranking in publications and social media sentiment score. We are doing well. I mean, kudos to Pam and her team, and just our focus on how are we communicating what we do. There is always lots of room for improvement, but I would argue we are really scaling that really quickly, and it's very positive for us. Next slide. We have a KPI on elevating our research profile through communications very specifically, and that itself is a work in progress because there's a strategy in development right now that we will then look at through the framework of what can we afford to do and where do we actually focus. But we are looking at an X framework. We are looking at AI boot camps to really not just build new research programs, but build the communication structure. Research communications is actually different than a lot of other kinds of communications because it has to target 3 things. One is, what are the communications that the funders look at that gives them a predilection to fund us? That's really, really important. And it's not the same as what's in the news, what's digestible by the average citizen, what can students understand, et cetera. That's not that. But there is that second level, which is for the people call it the layman. I just call, what's the plain English communication about the work that we are doing and why we do it, what it means to you and what it means to us, and why it's important. And the third one is really, I would argue you can call it either student focused or focused on the community of people who want to become that kind of knowledge producers. And how do we invite them into the world of research through the communications that we have early in their lives and in their careers? Can mean when they're children, can mean when they're our students, can mean when they're our graduate students, can mean they've graduated, but they're interested in coming back and working on a research program. So those are that is a work in progress. We have 3 stretch goals. One is improving the number of clinical trials, exhibitions, artistic installations, the measures of creative activity, and many of those are stalled at one level or another. We will have progress by the end of the year. Will it be kind of notable progress? I would say we still have to see how much disruption there is in the world of things like how do you start a new clinical trial. It's that funding stream is really disrupted. Artistic installations, media productions all have costs associated with them. So we have a stretch goal associated just with citations and peer-reviewed publications. We are doing well on that, but as I said, we are also investigating the relevance of that going forward and what else we can measure to determine really global reputation. So there's a whole reputation world around higher ed and the research that we produce that we need to play in, even as we try and work on what other measures can we use. And finally, really elevating our research focused on health, agriculture, data science, energy, and climate solutions. This is where we are working very hard, and really huge kudos to Rachel's team. I mean, not Rachel was my former VPR, but Kim's team to enable us to focus and give our faculty pathways to begin to work together across disciplines, create larger scale impact related research programs in these core areas where Kim's team has done an enormous amount of work focused on what our key strengths are. And I think I have 2 more slides maybe. We do the last. So this is an executive summary of the material that's in your package. Just all of the associated bullets for the key performance indicators in this area. Next one. Just because some of you would like to know, these are our top performing colleges in the research area. As would be totally expected, Connors and VetMed are really at the top. And then these are our federal funding drivers, but this is a world that's in a real change, a real disruption state right now. Next slide. And just a reminder, this work has been done by Kim and her team last year and briefed, but our core strengths are in food and agriculture at the moment, community health, environment and energy. Next slide. Advanced materials, biotechnology, and AI and robotics. So those are areas where we have real depth in existing faculty and researcher knowledge base, and as well academic programs driving that. I think that's the last one. Yeah. Any questions? Again, what you'll see going forward is I'll pick out a key performance indicator area and go into some depth. These are maybe addenda. We'll leave that. There's just Kim and her team are doing 2 really hard things at once. As Provost Riley Tillman has taught us all to say 2 things can be true at once. We are adapting to a disrupted federal funding environment. And federal funding, what you will recall, is a massive percentage of our research funding. And we are driving towards that impactful, important research that we should be doing in the future at the same time.
Questions?
I think I have a comment. So innovation and productivity, right? The state of Washington is changing dramatically, I think. in terms of its GDP and industry and all the more necessary to really drive this, subject.
I see a lot of things driving us to new types of meaningful partnerships with industry. One thing is that, the past is not the future, and I look at it through two lenses. What are when we ask companies what your job needs are gonna be in a decade, which is far enough out that they've been doing, as larger companies do, they've been doing projections about how is AI gonna influence not only my workplace, how people do the jobs that we have, but the work that we're doing. So that's kind of thing one. The other, and I think this is where you're going, Jen, is on the new industrial sectors that we think will be built in the state of Washington, or that we want to be part of building in the state of Washington. The example I'll give, there are many, is Washington, for a lot of reasons, has chosen to be a key player in fusion energy. Many of those startups are in Everett. Why they ended up in Everett is once there's one, then there's more because they all exchange workforce. Well, in the startup world, we have some startup ecosystems developing in fusion energy and biomanufacturing. There are a few, and we do pay attention to how do we play a role in cementing those sectors as part of the growth of the economy of Washington and our future job base. We don't look as much at what jobs are going to go away, but we do rely on our corporate partners to help us there. So that's that. And then on the, again, on the innovation side, but not just whole sectors that are developing, but what is it that we're doing that could drive an entire new component of the economy, which is a little further out there, if you will, but means that in conjunction with the disruption in the federal funding scene, we look a lot more at how are we developing core partnerships that drive the research work that we do, the knowledge development directly to a company, as opposed to out into the published world where they pick and choose and come and hire our people. And there's been intermediate layers historically, because we believe that's part of the land grant mission, is to support those entities that are here in the state of Washington. Did that get at what you were?
Thank you. I mean, it's just, it's really vital to Washington.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Chancellor Dave Soleil is here to provide a global campus update. Thank you, Betsy.
Morning. So what I thought I'd do is provide an update on the global campus as in terms of where we're at now. And then talk about what we see the future to be. And, at the end of it, I see a realistic number of about 15,000 students enrolled on the global campus. That's a significant jump, but I think it's possible. It's going to take an investment, but it's also going to take us getting creative of getting the word out. I'm still surprised that residents of the state of Washington have no idea that Washington State University has a global online campus. So doing some things that raise that awareness outside of marketing spend, in addition to a marketing spend, I think is going to be important.
And I'm gonna color comment here a little bit, but one of the reasons that's so important for Washington is because we have a lot of place-bound people who cannot come and live on our campuses and may not even be able to come and do our daytime classes, but we have an obligation to serve them somehow. And there are a lot of people in Washington in that space.
Absolutely. Remind me, it's 4,500. What's your current?
34. I'll show those.
Okay.
Slide. You wanna go to the next slide? And before I get to these numbers, I wanna acknowledge and thank Regent Hussein for meeting with our student leaders, encouraging them to be bold, to express their ideas for improvements on the global campus. And one of the things I was going to tell you today, we actually came to the conclusion, so our students are required to go to a number of different tools to do certain activities, from registration to their courses to advising. And one of the things that we pointed out is those things aren't connected. And so we're gonna do something really simple and just create, every other campus has a map, a campus map. We're gonna create that global campus map to solve that problem that you have identified. So thank you for that. Okay, so in terms of the numbers, we've got 3456 in terms of the students enrolled exclusively on the global campus. These are students that don't set foot on a physical campus. They study entirely remotely. We've also got, which is really interesting, over 4,000 campus-based students that are accessing the global campus in some way. Usually that's one course or two courses. They supplement their physical campus schedule with these global campus courses. And to be clear, these are not all students on non-global campuses taking graduate courses. These are only students enrolled in a global campus iteration of a course. Okay.
Could you, sorry, could you clarify that again? I just want to make sure that I'm tracking what you're saying.
Sure.
So I'm a student that shows up to Vancouver and I'm taking my classes in Vancouver, but I also take a global campus class.
Correct.
Do I show up in your numbers here?
On the bottom. I keep pointing at the screen.
Got
Yeah.
it. Okay.
Yeah, those are students. Obviously, the largest number of Pullman students, but we'll blend those courses. So we'll have a Pullman section and a global campus section. You can only enroll in a global campus course by either changing campus or having a blended section of the course. And those students that are just supplementing their schedule with that online course.
Dave, can I remind people of one number?
Sure.
In our last board meeting, we had an individual from EAP come in and talk about the number of universities that are above 5,000 total students. It was 9 across the United States. So, I mean, that gives a perspective for where the 3456 is and where we've got potential to go with that number. It's a considerably higher number. I think a lot of places think every university has Arizona State numbers or something like that, but it's a relatively small number of universities in that market, over 5,000. And we're closer to that than I think our own university recognizes.
Yeah, absolutely.
And Dave will talk a lot about this, but I've really asked him to think about how we view education opportunities through the global campus as part and parcel of what we offer to everybody, so that you have real choices when you can't, this is more challenging than I would ask you to go into today, but so that if you need one last class and they don't teach that in your last semester, you can get it on global, or you get sick, or you have a child. There are so many reasons to be flexible. And so a lot of what you'll hear from Dave is, how do we just advance flexibility, advance flexibility, advance flexibility? So this is a really, as much as it's an education component and a service component of what this university does.
Absolutely. So we had a student who was enrolled on the Vancouver campus. He was in the military. He got a promotion and was forced to relocate. He moved to the global campus, so he didn't disrupt his Washington State University education. Like President Campbell said, there's so many examples of folks who are in a situation where they need a global campus, or they've made the decision that that's the direction they want to go. And to that point, historically, we've had maybe 5 to 10 first-year, first-time students on the global campus. It just has not been a population that has come to the online environment. After the pandemic, I think this last fall, we were at 130 first-year students, freshmen on the global campus. It's a population we're going to continue to see come to the campus. Yeah. Slide, please. Okay, there's a few things here that I want to call out. So you've got this slide. You can see average age of our students, 31 years old. They've got life experience that comes along with that, and responsibilities that come along with that. We have trended for the last few years, over 60% female compared to male, enrolled on the global campus. What I'd like to point out are a couple of things in this slide. and this gets to some of the creative things, some of the new things that we're talking about doing to raise awareness. So we launched our winter session, which is the 3-week session between the end of fall and the start of spring, quite a few years ago. And there was speculation that it was going to be a challenge to get students to take a course over Christmas break, spend 5 to 8 hours a day on that 3-credit course to get the thing done. And I think we started out with around 60 students. This last winter, we hit 707.
Oh, jeez.
And actually, I just talked to our registrar and finance person yesterday. As of last week, we were up 20% in our winter session enrollments from that time last year. Yesterday, we were up 30% between this time last year. So there is a need for this. So I had a conversation with a colleague of mine at Texas A&M, and we were talking about the things that we do in our online portfolio. I was talking about winter session. And he said, we do these things called sprint courses, and they're 1 credit, 1 week. But the cool thing, the impressive thing about what they do there is they're stackable. So it's not just taking a one-off 1 credit. You actually, over a period of time, you can take those 3 1-credit 1-week courses over your time, and you've got a core course that leads to graduation. And so we're actually looking at developing some of these for winter session. But we had the idea, what if we tried it over spring break? Right? We've got a 1 week free in the middle of spring, and we offer a 1-credit course, but we do think it's going to pick up like winter enrollments. So it's those type of things where we're trying to start thinking creatively about what we can offer and deliver to students that's outside of what we have historically done.
The other thing I like about what you said is you reached out to another university and said, how do you do it? Or what are you doing that's different? And to learn from that best practice and potentially apply it.
Absolutely. Yeah. The other number that we look at is this last fall, we have students in 29 countries. I think we can grow that. And we were talking about a project where we would offer courses through our professional education unit for free. The idea in the beginning was to attract residents that have some college and no degree. We've got hundreds of thousands of them in the state of Washington, and something got in the way of their education. Something happened that encouraged them to leave. And oftentimes those students are wondering, do I have what it takes to be successful in this environment? And so what we thought is we'll build out this opportunity for folks to come in, take the course, no pressure, no cost. And if they get through it and perform a final assessment, we'd have, using our credit for prior learning, opportunity to build credit into that experience. And I think that population, to some college no degree, is a significant one. But I also think our international population would really benefit from this. Thinking about, okay, we offer something from Washington State University to anyone in the world at no cost. They become familiar with it. We think we could attract some international interest there. As I sing quite a bit, we have historically ranked in the top 25 in the U.S. News and World Report for online baccalaureate degrees. This last year, we ranked 17th in the country, which I'm particularly proud of. But even more so, we ranked 10th in the nation in the support of veterans on the global campus. And so I have been meeting with base commanders around the state of Washington, talking about Washington State University establishing a partnership. I can't tell you the interest from many of these places. In fact, I'm not going to say the location, but one of the base commanders came on. We were Zooming. He was fully uniformed, and he had his Navy patch on, and inside that patch was a Coop logo. That was really cool, really. And they can't advocate for us, but we have a lot of support around the state. It's looking for pathways to bring military personnel into Washington State University. I think is an avenue that would be beneficial for us in terms of enrollment. Next slide, please. So this one is a bit unique. We were the first university in the country to have a student government for online only students. We have a program that really works to build engagement outside of the classroom for retention, that they feel like they're coops. And Regent Ramos will know from our graduation ceremony, these folks are coops. They are very, very proud that they graduated from Washington State University. But this Global Connections program is designed to build relationships between students and staff. You can see through these things, there's a number of clubs that folks belong to. There's fun things like book club, bingo, Jeopardy. They hold a virtual dance party every year. I don't know how that works. They've asked me to come, but I'm not going to dance virtually or in person either. And then the one area that I think's got some really good exposure potential is our esports team. We competed in 26 tournaments last year and went 18-8. And so we've got a winning record on our esports. And we think there might be some opportunity around the new Pac-12 of building something there with all the other institutions. Have some pretty impressive esports programs. Utah State is one that's got one that our coordinator's been talking to. So I think there's some opportunities there. But this is just to show that it's not just a transaction where students go to a course, get their degree and leave. They're experiencing the university virtually. Next slide. Okay. Everybody asked me if I forgot to put anything on this, and I didn't. It was intentional. So I'm just going to talk about a couple of things that. How am I doing on time, Tracy? That was a thumbs up. Okay, I'll go through a few of these.
Not fast.
Yeah, I'm trying. We've been really looking at how we can leverage AI to support our courses, our students, and our faculty. So we're looking at virtual TAs in global campus courses using AI. We are starting to some things around recruiting, AI with advising, we're already doing AI tech support. So we think there's some really interesting opportunities to take some of the busy work off our advisors' plate, off the faculty, off our recruiters, and allow them to build relationships with students and let AI do that work.
And I wanted to, to your point, Regent Pica, there are proof points all over the place. So it's not something we're just starting to do. I mean, Dave's been looking at universities that are already doing this from the perspective of how do we get more person-to-person interaction and less, I gotta get up at 5 o'clock to, do a bunch of reporting or a bunch of reviewing, things like that. And it's particularly important in online education.
Absolutely. One of the things that I think holds a lot of promise with AI is we've got a professional education unit that delivers non-credit certifications and training programs. We have just under 1,000 online courses on the global campus, and each course carries between 12 to 18 learning modules in it. And we've long thought, boy, if we go in there and curate some of those modules from one course to another course to another course, could we create some type of certification, some type of market-driven training? That's a heavy lift, especially from discipline to discipline. So we are training an AI agent to scrape all of our syllabi and make recommendations on curated certifications and training programs. It looks really promising. And so I'm hoping to have an update within the next month on what that agent was able to do. Some of them are quite smart and some of them are not. And it's all about the data that you present to them to make sure that they can learn. We're also looking at launching a Running Start program on the global campus for high school students. And this is for the educational attributes of it, but also I talked about awareness. If we could start serving the high school students of the state of Washington, it's not just them that will understand that WSU has an online program, but it's their parents, it's their aunts, their uncles who may start in college. They have some credit and no degree. So this is a multi-purpose activity, not just around bringing in high school students to study. And then lastly, I'll just mention that in my very first meeting with President Cantwell, she said, "Have you ever been to ASU GSV?" And I said, "Yeah, I had. I went to, I think, the second one." She said, "That's absolutely amazing. I want to do something like that here." And so I've been working with Carrie Davidson, who you met earlier, on delivering a Technology Innovation Summit. It's gonna be in March. We've got an advisory committee. I'm excited about this. It's gonna be a 2-day event. If your schedules allow, I'd love to have any and all of you attend, the sessions.
Do you want to talk about how it's being delivered?
Yes, so it's a hybrid. We're gonna have, it's gonna be panel presentations, but they're gonna be via technology. So there can be anywhere in the world. We think that will open up the audience or the presenter pool by not having to travel in the spring. But then we're gonna have a facilitator moderator on site that would moderate the panel. But then when that panel's concluded, there's gonna be local focused conversation on each campus about what does this mean for Washington State University? And we're hoping some really interesting ideas come out of that and excitement. And then we're also gonna do a technology test kitchen event where we're bringing in corporations that do technology, setting up opportunities for faculty, staff, and graduate students to then roam around and get their hands dirty with the tools. And then at the conclusion of it, we are going to do a graduate, Carrie, what are we calling that?
Rapid fire.
Rapid fire sessions where graduate students will have the opportunity to make a pitch around the information that they were presented in the summit and get their project selected and funded through Global Campus Instructional Designers and Media Developers. So I know I'm not doing a long time, so I'll stop there and I'll field any questions that you have.
I have a question.
Sure.
So fantastic report and, really, support the notion of flexibility, and access, in particular in our rural communities. One of the questions I have is more internal related, and I think it's probably an uncomfortable question, but, how is the culture internally at WSU? You're a relatively new business unit that some might see as perhaps even a competitor to their programs or so I'm just interested to know culturally kind of how's global being received within the institution amongst your peers? And I don't know if you can answer how you can answer that, but I would think there's some natural tension there, and wondering how that is going, because I worry a little bit at times of, are we doing the right thing for the student to ensure they know all their options, global being included? Because I've had a couple of experiences with young people that are in the military, that are coming out of the Spokane area, that have been pulled out and needing to go and can't get their tests taken, and they're not always being given a global option until someone like myself might be stepping in to say, have you tried this vehicle?
Yeah, yes, there is the concern that global is stealing students from a particular area or around the physical campus. I think most of the concern is driven by budget and not pedagogy or philosophy. So, but
resource.
Yeah,
And that's a solvable problem. We can work on funding models. If it were pure, like, those are my students, for any other reason, we have an interesting culture, which is more open than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I think back to when we started, when you took a distance degree course, which is a precursor of global, there was an asterisk on your transcript to know something different.
Yeah.
So I definitely see the
Asterisk as in lesser than or.
Yeah.
And just, it's not in this presentation. Dave has been working with the provost office and with finance on a new budgetary approach that we hope to be enacting quite soon, which really will ensure that both colleges and campuses have very clear benefits and structures and allow the funding to scale to get to that 15,000 person mark. So I think that we know what the critical barrier is, and Dave's making some pretty exciting progress in that space.
Oh, exciting to
Well, to that point, could the global campus be used to help facilitate the barriers between changing either majors, you have to go back and make up some, and or changing schools, where one school is on semesters, another school is on quarters. But through life's changes in your own personal life, you have to cross the state, whatever. Is there a global campus solution there? Then I have two more questions.
Okay, I think President Kent will hit it right on the head. It's cultural. And I think if it's cultural, we can make global and then anything we want to.
My two other questions are much shorter. Are there any peer online campuses in the state?
There are other universities that have online courses. And a couple have degrees, but no other university has a virtual campus, a global campus.
And on your ranking, number 17 out of 25, what differentiates you between number 17 and number 1?
Student debt.
Okay.
That is when we look at the metrics, it's the amount of debt that the global campus students oftentimes. And this was explained to me by a financial aid versus these folks began their education early. They might be in a job where they make too much money to qualify. So then they have to get a loan. So
thank you.
We have but the upside is we just did our data poll this year, and I think our student debt went down by almost 30%. So.
Thank you.
Brett, I'm sorry.
Mine was more of a comment or a challenge.
Sure.
Since I've heard everything positive, but everyone else's questions were what I'm gonna ask or suggest in a different way.
Absolutely.
And we started the day saying that we're trying to erect a better system and to get rid of the silos that have been erected over time at WSU. But continually calling into focus a global campus instead of just global offerings. This whole focus on it's a separate campus somehow, I don't think it's doing our students the service we want to provide. So your very example of a military individual wanting to pivot to finish their degree or receive their tests or whatever, it should just be an automatic that's just something we offer. So that when we market all of this, you're just a student at WSU. It doesn't matter where you're getting your service, we're providing the service, but you're a COO. And to say this campus, that campus, or a global campus, I think detracts from that. You should be, if you're in Purdue Online, you're a Purdue student. If you're or you're an ASU student. You're not a WSU global student. I'm trying to, if we're really going to go after the silos, we need to broaden that definition.
I used to agree with you. But two thoughts. Actually, both of those examples, those are campuses. So Purdue Online, ASU, are campuses. I think one of the unique things we do here for the campus part, there's a secondary part. So it's two things can be true at once. The reason why we have a student government who talked to Amina, who talked to Dave and I, and Dave has a solution for a particular problem, is because there is a campus community for our online students. So they have a true experience in college. It's still one degree, right? It's still a WSU degree. The idea that it's a differential degree. We're not the University of Maryland. We're not one version of Purdue Online, which is actually a different degree from the university itself. For our own students, we need that flexibility so you can immediately pivot, and it's a different deal. But I mean, Dave and I've talked about this a lot, and I was not a campus fan for global when I came. The president, I've talked about this as well. The student experience component of this is one of the reasons why we're ranked the way we're ranked. That we're giving them not just a push out offering of WSU, but a unique experience with dance parties that Dave is actually going to go to someday, because we all got to see Dave dance. So I think it's both things true there, but the campus component in this part, I think, has a unique and important value that Dave and his team has done a really good job to build.
And as a follow-up, similar back to the marketing, what Regent Dickinson alluded to is some people didn't know there was a global component. Well, neither did I. I was coming on to the board and Mrs. Blankenship was looking for online opportunities. And I didn't know. And I mean, it's like, it's crazy. It's a well-kept secret somehow. I know personally, that experience.
To understand, you said, Chris, was we're on the upper, I mean, we're one of the bigger ones right now, so why do I have a perception that there are other, and maybe that's the ASU kind of thing?
They're a little bigger than we are.
It may be the ASU and Purdue global effect. They are both really large. And they dominate a lot of the market. And if we thought we could just purchase from them, we might actually go down that path. But it doesn't give us the same ability to control the value of the student experience and not just what they're learning, but how they're having a community-based experience.
Like a lot of WSU, we've been a little bit too tepid with bragging about what Dave and his team has done in this space, not just in size. The size is impressive, but in terms of the community building, the unique experience you can have here, which is different than Western Governors or some other, like there's something unique about that. And we need to be way more aggressive in that space. And I'm literally now just saying stuff Davis said to me. And so I'm sorry. That's great.
Good. Quickly.
Speaking of bragging, I really just want to thank you, Chancellor Slay, for taking so much time to meet with students, meet with me. Global Campus is very unique, and I feel like it requires unique solutions and a unique perspective as well. And I have a student quote that said, Chancellor Slay is wonderful to work with, from one of your students. And so I'm a critic and I'm a bit skeptic at a lot, and I don't give a lot of people their flowers when deserved, but you genuinely deserve your flowers. You've done a wonderful job of keeping the global campus, and I really want to thank you. But my question is, what are your current what are the current difficulties you're currently facing or managing with all of this, and can you include your faculty and staff as well into that response?
One of the biggest challenges from where we started and where we're at now, the landscape is very noisy. There's a lot of programs out there. We were one of the first to offer a degree at a distance. Yeah. And now every public, some privates are doing it. So rising above the noise, being heard, again, trying to be creative, that's a challenge. Yeah. I think, again, it's internal and we can affect this is launching degree programs that are market driven on the global campus. We're dependent on colleges and departments that have that program, have the resources to then grow that program into global and have the interest in doing it. And so trying to work with those partners to launch those degree programs has been a historic part of the activity. And I think alluding to what I just said about noisy awareness, letting folks know that WSU has an online campus option that they can take advantage of. To answer your question.
Yes.
For the first part.
I'm gonna wrap things up here since we're flowing into Saturdays this way.
Anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Great job. That's great. Okay. So. That was good. Very good. Thank you very much. I want to also bring up Assistant Director of Alumni Engagement, Jamaica Bandola, who is going to join us now. Is she going to join us, I hope?
I'm here.
There, she's here verbally. And she's going to help me present the revised nomination process for the Regents Distinguished Alumni Award. Actually, I'm going to let you do that, Jamaica, if you can do it fairly quickly, because there she is. We kind of tweaked the process a little bit, and if you could just give us a quick update on what that tweaking is.
Yes, yeah, thanks for having me back. After the September meeting, I was able to meet with Regent Cerna and then also with Mariah Mackey, the AVP of Advancement and the Alumni Association Executive Director, looking at ways to and increase the amount of involvement from the regents in the process and not just making the decision at the end, which was a feedback that we gathered in September. And so one of the big changes that we've proposed that we would like to do is to actually have a standing member on the committee to be a regent who would actually serve as the board, as the committee chair. I would still work on the management side and help them out, but they would be the committee chair, go through the committee process with them, and also be able to answer questions from the regions as it comes through. And so they would be a part of the process from when the nominations are accepted for the mid-May to mid-July, the evaluation process, the committee meeting, and then presenting to the president and the board of regents. And so that would give a constant voice of the regents throughout the process. So that was the biggest change, but it touches the entire process.
And want to mention that Lisa Keokalele Shower has graciously accepted my push to say, you're going to do this, Lisa. Actually, she wanted to do it, so it's great. Thank you very much, Lisa. I appreciate it. Also, thank you for Jamaica for explaining that. We're going to ask you now if you could give us a little update on the people that we're considering for the nominations this time.
Yes, you have two nomination packets in the Regents. You have a full packets there, but just a couple highlights. Our first candidate is actually a couple, which is not a common thing. It has happened before where two people have been nominated together. We're saying this, though, they're nominated as a joint nomination, so both people need to meet the requirements of the award, and the nominator was very clear on that too when they put forth the information. In that first set of candidates there, candidate one is a class of 76 mechanical engineering grad, very influential in manufacturing, medicine, and entrepreneurship, and 3D printing and innovation leadership. Very much involved in WSU, is giving back through fundraising for Carson and also with the Tri-Cities campus. And the other part of the first candidate is a class of 75 education major who has very strategic vision in helping use that 3D printing in the new frontiers of healthcare. Also recognized leadership and venture capital with focusing on women-led high-tech growth companies. That is the first candidates to consider. Our second candidate to consider is a 1990 graduate from the Murrell School of Communications, founder of Seattle's leading communication and public affairs firm, the 8th largest Native American-owned company in Washington State, served as the ambassador to Barbados and the Eastern Caribbean, longest-serving communications director for the Washington Governor Gary Locke, senior advocacy officer for the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, also communications director for the Mayor of Seattle, and then also one of the few Native American ambassadors of the country to be a trusted advisor with Washington leaders championing civil rights, sustainability, and economic prosperity in our state. Those are just some of the high-level overview of our amazing candidates that we have presented.
All right, great. There's some overachievers there. Real good, though. So we will consider this and then take this as an action item before the board for consideration tomorrow for the Regents meeting. So thank you very much, Jamaica, for filling us in. And I want to know how you got that little halo effect that came on every now and then.
It's just natural. The kook spirit coming out.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So there's no further discussion. This concludes the Strategic and Operational Excellence Committee meeting. Chair Raymond, it is to you.
Great, thanks, Vice Chair Serna. So just a quick process check, we are a little bit behind. We're going to break for lunch at 12:30. So I would propose that we proceed with the Finance and Administration Committee meeting and maybe cover one or two topics. Whatever we can manage to get us through to 12:30.
Very good plan.
Okay, cool. So over to our chair, Regent Wright.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Welcome to the Board of Regents Finance and Administration Committee meeting. Today, we will hear 8 information items and we will review 4 action items. We'll start today's meeting with an internal audit update from our Chief Auditor, Heather Lopez.
Morning. Morning.
Good morning, Heather.
Right, well, let me know if you can't hear me. Usually can project pretty well. I have a real quick update for you. It's a one pager and no slide deck. Just a reminder, my office provides an update 4 times a year, so it's not exactly quarterly. Some of the stats that are in this update go up to October 31st, trying to capture as close as we can to the reporting period. I try to balance it out what I'm reporting when I'm able to meet with you. Not an overview of every single report at each meeting, but the November meeting and the April meeting are just really a quick update how we're doing on our audit plan. And then you'll get a deeper dive in the January meeting and the September meeting. So how we're doing on our audit plan, if you recall, back in September, presented an audit plan for fiscal year 26. And it was not as ambitious as many years past. We've had some fluctuation in our staffing. Very fortunate to be able to say at this time that all of our funded positions are filled. We were pretty lucky. We were very optimistic, but very lucky in the timing of availability of a highly qualified candidate to fill our halftime auditor. That was a gamble that we put out. That was all the funding we had was for a halftime, and it just coincided really well with somebody that was looking for that type of position, had the great has great experience, and she just started a couple of weeks ago. We also just selected our intern for the spring. This is going to be the first intern that we have had in our intern program, I think, since 2020. So it has been quite a while. So that's kind of being revamped under our audit manager who started in April. On our audit plan, we are full storm in our continuous audit program that we've had in place every year since 2008. The two planned assurance audits kind of switched up a little bit. At the beginning of the year, we had a schedule and we had a couple of audits that we had intended to start on, but things change. We're internal audit, we can kind of change with that. We don't want to be a hindrance to major things that are going on. A lot of times we're doing a look back. So we don't want to get in the way, but we'll still do that look back. The two audits, the planned audits that we're working on in this fall period, we have just started the planning of a department audit, the Office of the President. And we're fleshing out the scope and objective of that, but most department audits, as you know, are really looking at operations, business functions to make sure that the controls in place, the processes are adequate, that leadership, management of the area can actually carry out business, carry out their objectives. So we look at a number of functional areas. And again, we're still working that scope and objective, but I can tell you it'll overlap a little bit with the previous leadership and the new leadership. We're also bumped up the audit of tuition waiver. That one was planned last year. It got rolled over, but we thought we weren't going to be able to start it until the spring, but we're starting it now. So, and again, the scope and objective on that one is being fleshed out. We did push out the department audit of the WSU Spokane administrative campus. There's some movement. We're just gonna wait for it to kind of level out a little bit and we'll come in a little bit later. But again, that was in discussion with leadership to make sure that when would be the best time for us to come in and do this proactive, hopefully value added exercise to evaluate processes in place and provide some feedback to management. You'll see in the one page that we do have an update on our other audit service activity. There have been we still experience a number of tips, complaints, advisory. We always want the questions to come in and be proactive, but a little bit more in the area of tips, complaints at this time of year than compared to last year and prior years. Nothing really significant has been coming out of the complaints that we've had so far. No huge like misappropriation. They're kind of leveling out to what we saw many years ago, which was more of misuse. I'll say simple misuse, misuse of computer network, assets, that kind of thing.
And those ones we're usually able to get in there and get out pretty quickly. As with all of our investigations, we do evaluate, are there maybe some weaknesses in policy or systemic issues that need to be broadly communicated, not just at this particular unit, but at the university as a whole. And we continue to do that in all of our investigations. And we have a few of those. And I think that is the most, you have the names of my audit team in your one pager. And again, we're fully filled out. So we're really excited. We're having a retreat in December, the first part of December, to all just kind of come to the table and make sure where are we at right now and see what we can do to improve and do more value added. And that is my report for you at this time.
Any questions, comments?
I just want to give kudos to Heather and her team because they do a lot of work with a relatively small team, and their attention to detail is exquisite.
I thank you. That's, I could repeat you, but I think I was just, you and I have been here about the same tenure, and the team's impressive, and I enjoy the work and have strong confidence in their competencies.
Maybe if I could just add, several of us have had a turn at the finance chair position, and your leadership, your background with the institution has been really helpful. The staffing component has been a huge challenge. So as President Campbell mentioned, your team has consistently done a lot with a little, but hearing, I mean, I'm like having flashbacks to even 5 years ago when I was in that seat, and you didn't have the staff to be able to get the work done. So I'm excited to hear that you're fully staffed, that you're taking the time to build that team with retreats and that sort of thing. But it is a critical component now more than ever that we have an audit team ready to go and in place. So thank you for all you do.
Thank you. Thank you.
All righty. Thank you again, Auditor Lopez. The next information item will be presented by our Chief Financial Officer, Leslie Brunelli, and Vice President of Finance, Matt Skinner. Give us an update on the fiscal year 2026 financial performance of the budget. Welcome. Welcome back to you.
We will start with the financial performance, the budget variance to actual for the current year. Because of the publishing of our materials and able to get this into the board portal, this is through September 30th, so it is 1 quarter into the year. So Matt has information available that is not in the portal, that is through October 31st.
Okay, good morning, everybody. Great to be here. So I'm gonna jump. Can everybody hear me? That's better. Good morning. Gotta get my morning voice going here. Just gonna jump through the slides and get into our actual performance. So starting to look at our core funds budget this year, our spend of core funds budget at the university level is running almost identical to last year. About 0.25% off through September 30th, and that's leveled out to be almost equal with last year. The university level will continue to watch that closely, as we would expect expenditures to come down a little bit this year compared to last year. If they don't, that's a sign that we're using carry forward from last year, which we need to model and impact from a cash flow perspective. The next thing we look at on the revenue side is tuition revenue. A few things since we met on this in September. We still continue to be running as our total billed tuition compared to our budget estimate. We're up about 1% this year versus last year. We think that's good news. We're still a little bit hesitant if we're going to actually realize that 1% through the end of the fiscal year. That's because we are seeing our waivers are up a little bit this year versus last year, about $2 million up as of October 31st. We work really closely with enrollment management to understand what's happening there. And there's still a lot of change that could happen at this point this semester as different award packages come on, as departmental scholarships come into place, maybe a little bit late
policy produce amendment, and that's what Heather just mentioned, that she is going to be doing the audit of, is the waiver process and how we are awarding those. Also, with the provost office, we have just signed an agreement with EAB, who will start doing financial aid leveraging for us. And so we're expecting that to be effective. Unfortunately, we've missed the cycle to be able to impact fall of 26. We are now working on the fall of 27 cycle.
The last thing here, we are collecting at the same percentage this year versus last year of our revenue tuition, so that's positive. Let's get through the.
You've seen our enrollment information. This has not changed since it was presented to you at the September meeting at Spokane. But just know, obviously, that enrollment has the largest impact on our tuition revenue.
We have 3 slides similar to last September about grant revenue. We're going to go through these very quickly. Vice President Christian will be up with some forecasting, more relevant information, so we'll save a few extra minutes for Kim to talk about that. So we look at our grant revenue through September 30th. It's looking like it's up $9 million. We don't think that's going to hold. And we went through October 31st. That's starting to flatten out. As of October 31st, we're up about $2 million in grant revenue for that time. And that line is going to continue to flatten out, we believe, over the course of the year. Kim will provide some forecasts on that as we look forward. We also continue to watch grants receivable closely. This is as of September 30th. We're a little bit concerned about that amount of unbilled that we had there, the 31 million as of September. When we got into October, though, a lot happens. The federal government shut this down at midnight on September 30th, right after this data was pulled. And actually, these numbers have improved a little bit over the course of October, which is a little bit counterintuitive that we had a shutdown. Yeah, our unbilled actually fell back down within a range we'd expect it to be, and our receivables fell down comparable to where they were last year as well. So we're feeling a little more upbeat about that chart, even in the middle of what was a shutdown, which is kind of counterintuitive.
That means the draw systems remained open in a lot of cases. So every moment that we could, we drew the dollars that we wrote.
Fast as we could, yeah. So that was kind of different. And then a reminder in indirect cost recovery, a lot of pressures coming on this, and Kim will walk through some projections later this morning in this space. We were up a little bit year over year through September 30th. That has flipped on us. By October 31st, we're now starting to run behind pace from where we were last year on indirect cost recoveries. And we'll just continue to forecast that out. As you can see, we budgeted to be down this year a little bit over last year. The question will be as if the cushion we've built in there between the 47 million realized last year and the 44 million, if that will be enough, or we'll need to budget what we're looking like. Yeah, our last revenue piece for Cortland's budget we'll look at is administrative fees and interest. We're hearing a recurring theme here. Through September 30th, we're running just a little bit ahead on the interest side of things. That number, as we've moved into October 31st, has started to turn underneath as we expected. We did budget down there as we thought interest rates would fall. And we expect a little bit of use of our carry forward, which means lower cash and investment returns coming in for the first year.
And as you know, and I've looked to my banker in the room, there have been 2 25 basis points reductions since September 1, and we expect there to be additional, and that will kind of.
Okay, quickly on this, I would say what we're watching here closely is since we dropped our overall Cortland's budget for the year, we would expect total expenditures to start to drop. They're still running a little bit high here. We look through October 31st, those are starting to close a little bit. And we'd expect that to start to even out over the next couple of months of budget as budget reductions start to take impact. Just like any personnel actions that were made, we'll start to see those savings flow through in the next couple of months here. On an all funds perspective here, just call out there's a little bit of lumpiness happening here. The big variance shows up in September on the benefits side. Was due to timing on a large benefit payment was made in September this year, was made a little later last year. So when we look into October, that's starting to even out a little bit there as far as how the variance looks. And then we'll also look at salaries and wages. The largest component of our university operations is salary and wages. A really important part of our financial planning is in that staffing area. These also are starting to flatten out through October 31st. So administrative professional is now up 1% year over year. as well as faculty at about 1%, classified at 1%. That's a combination of the salary increases that we planned for and funded this year, plus some change in headcount starting to be realized.
And our classified and civil service increases were effective on July 1, but our faculty and AP increases were not effective until October 1, so they're not shown yet in this information. We also, there's a note on the very bottom there, Matt has indicated the very expenditures, the 34 employees who took advantage of the very program, they have been paid out by now, and that will skew these numbers high, and that'll start to come down throughout the rest of the year, but their payouts have already occurred.
1.3 million. So a few takeaways to keep in mind as we wrap up here. Again, continue to watch core fund spend rate. It's running fairly consistent with last year. We'll watch that closely. Continue to work and monitor the waiver side of bill tuition revenue, and then as we turn into spring to see how enrollment generates revenue tuition side. We'll continue to talk later this morning about grant and contract activity. Interest earnings are performing about where we forecasted and expected, and of course we'll continue to be watching salary expenses very closely as we get into the second half of the school year. That's our quick financial performance update today.
Any questions about that?
Questions, red flags, yellow flags, green lights?
All
There
of
was
the
a lot,
above.
that was a lot.
I will say that it's remarkable to work both to work with you and your team, to work with Heather Lopez as the auditor, and to work with the outside auditors. It's a lot of, your competencies and your leadership are remarkable. Your news is not always good, but you handle it so well. I feel very confident about the materials that's being presented to the Regents. So thank you for your good work.
Thank you, and that reminded me, I was going to give an update. We are just getting ready to wrap up the FY25 financial statements. The auditors just finishing up their field work this week. We'll be looking at a draft of our financial statements this weekend, and we'll be on pace to have that to the board at the chamber.
That'll be the next board meeting. I will tell you all that I had a conversation with them. I'm going off script here a little bit, everybody. So, and so they interviewed me and they asked me as chair of this committee, and they said, are you aware of actual or suspected fraud affecting the institution? Are you aware of any allegations of fraud, et cetera, et cetera? Are you aware of significant? And I kept saying, I think these are my questions for you. I don't know why you're asking us these questions, but they were very professional and answered all of my questions satisfactorily. So.
Can I ask a question? Can you remind me the timing of enrollment decisions right now as it pertains to enrollment? So great that we had new students coming up, total sort of flat. Where are we in the student decision-making timeline right now?
Already
Because
doing it.
I received a note from a neighbor that said, woohoo, they decided to choose WSU.
That's awesome.
Slow pharmacy. That's cool. Can we drive more of that? Is this the season to do
Yes.
that?
So two pieces there. We get our enrollment updates on a weekly basis, and we see where we are. We are ahead of last year's schedule. You know, I want to start being judicious when we talk about that, so that, you know, as we found the last few years, lots can happen. But we're ahead of schedule right now. If we take pharmacy as the estimate right now, last year was 85. To put that in perspective, the outgoing class was in the 50s. This year we're trending to the 95 to 105 range. The outgoing class will be 43. So that will be a really big year. The second piece that we're really more pathologically focused on right now is retention of students from first semester to second semester. For the first time since COVID, deans and departments will be getting data right after Thanksgiving break that will give them the numbers of people who have signed up for classes. And then anybody who hasn't signed up for classes, they'll have who they are, and then a series of flags on that. We'll have a more sophisticated version of that this year, but a number of the deans have been chomping at the bit that they want those specific lists now. And that has to come from central, from the registrar office to them. So I'm excited to see how they use them. I'm more excited when we've got a more unified version next year, so that we're dealing with this throughout the semester and not at this particular.
And I will just comment, because I'm just gonna take on the role of the AI queen for. But this is an area where a lot of universities are starting to use AI earlier in that first semester to measure many things so that we can catch students who are flailing for one reason or another earlier and actually begin intervention in terms of assisting them through the semester and into the second semester, other than just waiting to see. I mean, you do everything that you can with the data that we have now, but AI has been proven in a few universities to really help with that, identifying that you're struggling for many reasons earlier so we can work with it.
We believe in some regards, the fact that we're doing this in 2025. I mean, I wish we could have done it some reasons, but when these were developed at other universities 5 years ago, 6 years ago, some years AI was not a part of the conversation to development. So in some ways, we've got an advantage that we're doing it now because it will be a part of our conversation with this, et cetera, as we develop this. And that's just different than other places. They're gonna have to readapt to US AI. We're not gonna have to, so, sorry.
You know, that's really helpful. I was just sort of asking about the timeline. Now's the time to rally your communities to sign up for WSU.
Well, and as I am involved in pharmacy right now, let's just make sure that we get a confirmation and we're really excited about that student. We need to yield every single one of those we possibly can.
Any further questions? Thank you. Thank you, Matt. I think we're going to be joined now by John.
We're just gonna keep Matt so that we can
We're gonna
minimize the
shift
back
seats
and
up
forth
there.
and back
Okay,
and forth.
great.
We're just gonna swap.
Good, good. And we'll have an
I
athletics.
think we can get through this and the carry forward discussion before we break.
Okay, thank you.
A lot of budget before lunch here.
Yes.
Yeah. Then get rolling here. Oh. Good morning, Go Cougs. Always good to see this group. This will be brief, and I always say this, any of our updates that are pre-January, still relatively early. Starting to see some of the financial information roll in, but we're only 4 months into the reporting period. Still in good position towards our balanced budget. There's still work to be done. I want to call attention to a few key takeaways. Excuse me. So for starters, unfortunately, we've underperformed on our student sports passes for the year. We had aspirations coming into this year to be aggressive in outperforming where we were last year. Unfortunately, we've come in parallel or flat to where we were last year, causing budget surplus or a budget shortfall for this year. This is an area that we have to attack aggressively going into next year. We've got plans to hit these students in the summer and earlier in their tenure. And they get to WSU, and then we gotta focus on retention as well. I had a conversation with Regent earlier, like to pick her brain on some of those items as well, but that's an area we're focused on. Ticket sales will say through the first 4 games, we're still on pace to meet our budget here. However, we still need help. We need Coug Nation to show up, ace the field for these final 2 home games. Coach Rogers and our student athletes deserve to be in front of a sold out crowd or a packed stadium each and every time. They represent this university well, they represent it with pride. And they do a heck of a job with the resources that they're given. We talk about Cougar pride, we talk about Cougar passion all the time, and the baseline of that is showing up. I'd like to call an action for those that get to Geese the Field right now. We got 21,000 tickets out for Saturday. That needs to improve. One thing I always like to bring up in this discussion as well as our viewership numbers. I mentioned in our September discussion where we were as far as viewership for Idaho and San Diego State. Here's some updated numbers since our more recent games. Against Virginia, 595,000 views. That was good enough for 16th most viewed game in the country in week 8. The last home game against Toledo, we saw 311,000 views. Our game against Washington on CBS in week 4. Ready? 1.65 million views, enough for the 11th most viewed game in the country that week. This university does a lot of extraordinary, monumental, global things with a global impact, and football is our way to continue to amplify those impacts on a national scale. We get 4 hours of TV time with a football game in front of like 6.5 million viewers. That's a lot. We have to ensure we continue to be in this position as we move forward, and that we have that same reach, and when we do, we have to capitalize on it. Continuing down our schedule here, other revenue, you'll notice other revenue is a line item that we're showing a surplus. A portion of this is the same projection that you saw in September when we moved the revenue or moved the operation of licensing and Beasley into athletics. That's where that's showing up again here, just as a reminder of that. The other portion showing up is a small surplus that we've realized through ticketing fees.
That's that perform budget there. I want to go to expenses quickly before coming back to institutional NI. Whoa. Oh, it's all on one slide. Look at me. So the only change here in projected expenses, I mentioned last time, we showed the updated budget to account for licensing and Beasley, also on the expense side. Those expenses were reflected in other expenses last time. We moved those to the compensation line because that's really where the lion's share of we're seeing the outflows there. We'll continue to true that up as we get familiar more and more with that operation. So going back to institutional NIL real quick. You'll recall at September meeting, we mentioned institutional NIL is a new line item both on the revenue and the expense side. The House settlement is live and active and really a dictating factor in wins and losses. At that time, we called out a $1.4 million investment in institutional NIL, and since then, we'd like to utilize another $500,000 from the FY25 surplus that we realized last year from football contractual buyouts. We'd like to utilize that for the spring football NIL cycle, which runs January through June. We're still all learning a bit about the NIL cycle, but we've got a really good team that's focused on that. We feel like we've got a really good handle on it for the spring. Again, all of our revenues for institutional NIL have a corresponding expense, or a better way to put that is all of our institutional NIL payments have a supporting funding source. I'll also elaborate quickly on NIL because it is such a buzzword and the need for fundraise and NIL dollars. As I mentioned earlier, it's the difference between wins and losses. It's the way to recruit future cougs and to retain our current cougs. And we can say, oh, we'll just leave. Maybe. But you have to have them here in the first place for them to experience what it's like to be a coug. And then we have an opportunity to retain them based on the culture and the environment, what we have to offer on campus and with the extraordinary coaching staffs that we have. So we don't have to like it, many don't, but it is here to stay. And those institutions that participate in it will win, and those that choose not to participate will lose. It's that simple. So it's not the time to bow out, it's the time to jump in. So again, I mentioned this to be brief. We'll have some additional information in the January discussion. That will have more information as we close out the fall. But even with the rapidly changing NCAA environment, we are still on target and intentional about landing FY26 with a balanced budget.
John, could I ask you to do 2 minutes because it was announced this morning, not more, but just so you all know about the full package of Pac-12 media deals to the extent that you can give us an update.
Yeah, so obviously there's been multiple reports out there. We have part of the plan for the Pac-12 was to create a dynamic package, put it in multiple different places and highlighting that would be football, men's, women's basketball. And so they really took a focus on linear cable and some of the major players that are out there. The new players that you saw this morning are USA and the other is escaping me. But both of those are new spaces for us to occupy, new places to put the Coug brand that they have not been before. And there's all sorts of new TV sets that are out in those channels that have not historically had access to our brand or our teams. And so we're really excited about it. It's dynamic, it's new, it's innovative.
It's not the same old. So there's a lot more channels for all of our sports, including our Olympic sports.
Further questions or comments? Else, John?
Thank you.
Good.
Thanks, John.
Okay, moving right along. We'll now have Matt and Leslie take us through the fiscal year execution of the carry forward and retained earnings specification.
And we wanted to do this, if you can bring up the slides for that, just to have a sort of a place framing discussion about our carry forward and our retained earnings, because this is the university's working capital. I had the opportunity to provide this for Faculty Senate 2 weeks ago, and then last week at the President's Directors Forum. And really, this is helping the community understand why there are restrictions on the use of these dollars. I'm going to ask the provost to chime in as we go through this, because that's where a lot of the concern has come from, particularly from faculty who have indirect cost recoveries, F&A accounts that have accumulated, and they want to be able to use that without any restriction or discussion, and there is a challenge there. To start here, I just wanted to place frame in terms of some definitions. Carry forward is a term that we use for the core funds budget. So what is left over at the end of the year, both positive and negative, because it can be negative. It's a difference between the budget and the actual. And again, the negative numbers carry forward just like the positives do. On the other side of our sheet, we have our non-core funds, things like athletics is a non-core fund. Those have retained earnings, and so that is the difference between the revenue that those entities receive and the expenditures they have, therefore in just two different ways. This is done at a point in time, and it's June 30 because that is the end of our fiscal year, but that is meaningless to anybody except the people that do accounting. So June 30 is an arbitrary date, but that is where we take the temperature of those. That is, you're done. Thank you. That is not the low point of our year in terms of cash and carry forward. It actually happens about 5 weeks later. It's either the end of July or the first week of August. Interestingly, right before we bill our students. So it's as we bill our students, we start bringing the cash in. We're starting to hit a lower point in the year. So the late December timeframe also is low because we have not billed our students for January yet. And just to remind you, and I know we talked about this in prior meetings, cash is very cyclical. We peak in valley all through the year. We keep a candlestick chart of that to show you. This information here is at a very, very high summary level, but you can see the detail at the unit level inside the budget document. We published everyone's carry forward and retained earnings this year, so you could see it. What I want to point out is what the impact of this is to our working capital, and we're thinking of 90 days as being minimal baseline financial health. That's 30 days of operating for 3 months. So that's good to know. Just for some perspective, the month of September, this is the numbers that I have from that, our payroll for the month of September was $77 million. That's normal for the 9 month of the academic term. It drops a little bit in the summer, but not that much because we have more people on 12-month appointment than you might think. But if you look at this, you'll see we've broken down the core funds and the non-core funds where folks ended on June 30 and compared that to the university's budget for this year and then shown you what 90 days would look like. So on core funds, we actually only have 72 days, but not nervous yet, because then step over to the next column in our non-core funds, there's 217 days available. When we think about our $1.3 billion budget, minimal financial health is having $325 million available. That's 90 days. We are actually at 143. So we feel good. We're all sleeping well at night for now. But then I want to show you something else. Add to the bottom of that, I have removed the donated funds. And the reason is our donated funds, I'm looking right at my column in there. Those are the only dollars that are truly restricted in an accounting concept. We signed a gift or use agreement. We said we will do XYZ for those dollars. They must be available for that. So we're taking them out of this discussion. Now they are in our cash. I mean, they are just like any other cash. They're green, we're spending them, but they have to be preserved for their donated use. And so we're removing that $159 million from the non-core. You'll notice there are no donated funds in the core funds. By definition, they cannot be. So now you see we get down to 90
Unless you're
days.
unrestricted. right?
I'm sorry.
Unless you're unrestricted.
Now, unrestricted donated funds are still in non-core.
Okay.
They are not in core funds. Core funds are sourced by tuition, state, administrative fees and interest, and F&A. That's it. So we've dropped down to 98 days here. So it's still okay. But again, June 30 is not the low point of the year. That happens a little bit later. So we were below 90 at one point in the year.
So one of the important parts of this slide is also really making sure the university community understands what is restricted for real and what is, at the end of the day, in the case of emergency available funds. I think a lot of people think funds in X account or Y account are quote unquote theirs. And these are pragmatically state funds. They might have been allocated for a particular purpose. This is highlighting the only funds that we truly cannot touch if we hit a period, and thank God the government reopened. But let's say, for example, it didn't reopen in the beginning of January, we don't get distribution of student funding. That's a place of where you need that type of funds.
flexibility, right.
Right.
And I think what Chris is saying here is folks think that a commitment is a restriction. It is not in accounting terms. Commitments are not restrictions. They can be undone. And I don't think anyone wants to be in that space, but they can be. All right, so here's a slide that really caused a lot of discussion. And I want to go back here 1 second. Look at that $34.7 million core funds number for the colleges. And here is that same number broken down. Again, 3 pools of dollars that make up our core funding. You'll see the first column is our stated tuition. The second, the FNA, that is the indirect cost recovery that the units have earned back from grants. And then that third column, which is far, far smaller, is the administrative fees and interest. That's what we're charging each other, but that's also the interest income that we receive from our dollars in the bank. The red numbers are truly the red numbers. And this was an exposure. We did this last year in the budget document, but this year we've broken it apart a little bit more discreetly. You can see, and you know that our College of Arts and Sciences ended the year with almost $5 million in the red, and our College of Medicine is 21 million in the red in core funds. Now, what's important, those two smaller negative numbers, those could be timing. Again, June 30 is not meaningful to anyone except accountants, so that is likely a timing issue. But for those two colleges, let me explain the challenge. $4.9 million, that number for arts and sciences, but if you look to the F&A column, there's a positive 6 million. That is the faculty members' dollars they have generated from indirect cost recoveries. But if they spend from that $6 million, 4.9 million goes up. It becomes even more red. So that's intrinsically the problem we're trying to address here. The dollars have to come from somewhere.
F&A that comes in with a grant is not intrinsically belong to the faculty member.
Executive policy 2 does split that out.
It's the percent that they got
Yes,
over time.
It is a percent.
That they have not spent. A lot of F&A is spent in year.
Yes.
And many institutions do restrict the number of years that you can carry as a faculty member, either your F&A award or your original hire package. And we don't.
Well, we do have a clause in it too that does say that faculty members should spend their, so it is there, we just haven't enforced it.
That's sort of the thing. And the same challenge we have, of course, with the college. The same challenge we have with the College of Medicine ending overall with 21 million in deficit for the year. And that deficit has grown over its lifetime of 11 years of the College of Medicine. You've heard about that before, certainly with Regent Pica's committee, but the same thing, there's 3.4 million available in F&A, and those faculty members want to be able to utilize those dollars. I will look back at the College of Arts and Sciences to dig into that a little bit deeper. That 6 million is 223 different accounts. They are positive and they are negative. So the faculty don't seem to understand that the faculty member next to them may have a positive million and the one beside them may have a negative 2 million, and that means here's the dollars. So this is what we push forward to explain why this has become such a challenge with our faculty. I blew apart the academic units a little bit more to show their core funds rolled back up, but then also the retained earnings piece. And you can see that one of our colleges, the Monroe College of Communication, is also in deficit there, which means overall they are in deficit. So they have a positive core funds carried forward, but a negative non-core, which means they are totally in deficit. That negative in their retained earnings is Northwest Public Broadcasting. And, the institution made a very difficult decision that KWSU would end operation of the television station at the end of this calendar year. And this is why, if they were to spend out of their core funds carried forward, overall, their number gets much more negative.
Let's see, do you want to just briefly, you can do it on this slide too, both of them work, but talk about what we did do with the College of Medicine, just so we can end some of the narrative around startup cost or.
Yeah, let me point out a couple of things in this slide. So here I have shown you the core funds and the retained earnings again, but now I'm going to show you what the donated funds are at the college level, because those do need to come out when we consider what's available. The big number there that I wanted you to see just what the impact is the Boylan College of Engineering and Architecture, that very large $45 million number. That's the money that we were given to build the building. And that will be gone mostly by June 30, if not by August, as the building is opening this summer for us. What we have done with that $80+ million project is spend the state's money first. We have the donated money and we are earning interest on the donated money so that we can upfit the top floor of that facility. So our ability to upfit that was based on using the donated dollars last. But those dollars will be gone from our working capital by the end of this fiscal year or into the next year. Chris wanted me to point out the line that is the LCNS Floyd College of Medicine. This year with Dave Saleh, who I might have walked out of the room, we partnered with Dave and moved $25 million out of global that was in there carry forward into the College of Medicine to offset a portion of that deficit. So you can see what we have done is applied 5 million to their core funds carry forward and 20 million to their retained earnings. So their deficit is smaller now.
Right. The key there is we want to end the narrative of the debt within the med school related to the startup component and start looking on it going forward. There were historic challenges. There are also current challenges. And we want to make sure that we can end that, the key narrative. I think that one of the key thing to talk about, and it's a two-part piece here. We are working on a model so that faculty in arts and science and medicine can make reasonable use of their F&A when it makes sense, understanding that our overall budgetary situation is different than those two colleges. But we need it. I mean, that's a shorter term Band-Aid, for the lack of a better. We're also concurrently working on a much larger F&A policy that deals with the overall structure of how this is used, how we track it, how it's monitored, so that, you know, we don't want to restrict faculty spending F&A, but if we get into a situation we need to make sure that that is consistent across the overall university. And we need to make sure that we've got accurate data, so we're tracking what's actually being spent. We get a lot of requests for carry forward and then it's not spent, and it's hard for us to predict how it's going to be used. And that's an area where I know Matt and Leslie are working to help us tighten up so we have a better idea of how to do that.
Right, and one of the challenges you mentioned a few minutes ago, Chris, is that faculty are receiving F&A all throughout the year, and they are conflating current year's earnings for their indirect cost and what has been accumulated from the prior years. And they think that the restriction is on all dollars. It's not, it's on the prior dollars, because that's what we're counting in our working capital. So we have to work through that. We will be working on formal policies for both the accumulation and the use of carry forward and retained earnings. This is the 5th institution I've been associated with, and it's the first one that I've not had a policy that's predated that explains what you can do and what you cannot do with these dollars. Those can vary. I mean, there's institutions that operate like the federal government, use it or lose it, and we don't want to be in use it or lose it space. But there's also institutions who hold back as flat percentage, 10, 15, 20. I've seen as much as 30 or 40. There are institutions, my previous, the way they managed carry forward was to accumulate the positions as they became vacant and held those centrally. And that's how the carry forward was accumulated. If you think about us, we're an 80% institution where 80% of our expenditures are personnel and fringe. And if you control the FTEs, then you control the budget and you control the carry forward at that point. Question?
So if I'm a new dean, do I inherit that debt?
Yes, you do. But you also inherit the surplus as well.
I think this is a more complicated conversation. One of the things that we want to ensure is that when we're identifying units that are starting to have fiscal concerns, we consider how to work with them. But also when we identify units that are starting to work successfully out of those fiscal concerns, how can we reinforce that behavior? So if I can use, for example, the current dean of arts and sciences, she has done an exceptional job landing that plane. And if you look at the budgetary cuts and in their instance, actually an infusion, we've been aggressive reinforcing that behavior so that she can continue to make progress within that unit. We actually, you're joking about red, yellow, and green. We do really want a red, yellow, and green, or green, yellow, and red. That sounded really negative.
There you go.
Where, because I mean, most of our units are managing their budgets. Yeah. You know, the other key is just because a unit has debt and another unit has a lot of money, for overall carry forward, it sort of doesn't matter. So if a unit with a ton of carry forward starts spending that heavily and losing a ton of money, which has happened, that can actually be way more important to our overall number than the unit that has debt that's losing a much smaller number or something like that. And I don't want to go into core examples there, but I mean, the units that lost the most money last year, arts and science was in that group, but it wasn't actually the top. Some of those other ones are just covered up by the fact that they've got a lot of savings. So we, part of this is really budgetary behavior, monitoring budgetary behavior, and then how we work with them, essentially, what degrees of freedom do they have when we've got a nice estimate of that. That's just,
I would also suggest what you're seeing, what you're starting to see, because of the way that Leslie and her team are starting to monitor, and Chris and his team are starting to manage, is in fact a less diffuse management of the overall top line dollars that matter to what our days cash, what our overall financial positioning is. So Chris and his office are taking a much more significant role in, we have been really unbelievably diffuse in managing what rolls up to Leslie, who says this is the financial health of the institution, without a lot of levers. So on the academic unit side, at least, Chris is really starting to think about, if you want to do something, it may be generally prohibited by new policy, but the provost office can approve it. So it's just an approach which allows rational behavior, doesn't just sweep everything every year, but is more centrally controlled.
And just on a positive note, Ken Dean, and using your arts and sciences, is she really like incentivized to reduce that?
she certainly has been in the last 6 months. I mean, both in the budget creation process. I think that unit had the most favorable overall, for a variety of reasons. Again, they support with Global helped us in that space so that we actually could move money over there. And that's a two-part deal, right? I mean, I'm trying to make sure my deans are managing. She's trying to make sure all of her units managing. This is a much more significant change in culture. Leslie's team has done an amazing job in exposing the components and pieces. My unit was not really supporting her work prior to me coming in. And so, actually taking all this information, all of this data, and getting the university to understand the complexities of how this, the implications of either some campuses or some colleges sitting on vast sums of money for X, Y, and Z reason. We're gonna change their actual behavior. So.
Okay, yes, here's what I would like to say. I'm gonna call on you, but here's what I would like to say is that we are gonna cover all subjects, all questions, all discussions, but we also have to keep our eye on the timing of that. I happen to know that lunch is hot and it's out and it's served across the hall. So let us keep going. Nobody's gonna get cut off, but I just wanted to sort of set the table, if you will. So Lisa, please.
First, I just want to say the monitor and the manage are key and really appreciate it in terms of the collaboration. The transparency was asked for and you're delivering that, which I think my hope is we will each hold ourselves accountable to the data and to the strategy to make changes. I want to be cautious since I know that we often have folks that are listening in on these meetings. The concept of transferring money that is a surplus over to other areas seems like it's an easy thing to do and it's not. And there's been a lot behind the scenes, particularly as it relates to our investments in some key areas that are very strategic, like our medical school. So I just want to just say out loud that this is about our colleges and we're mentioning maybe a campus. And so could you maybe, just for the benefit of everyone here, just talk a little bit about the differences in the data that we're looking at relative to carry forward that is based on units, college units, and we're not seeing also additional lines for campuses and how campuses maybe interact with college unit carry forward.
They don't. Okay, if you go back to this line here, you'll see the colleges. That is our 10 academic units, including the 3 in Spokane are included in that. But the campuses aren't the campus. And so for Spokane, it is just the administrative unit. But for Tri-Cities, Vancouver, Everett, and Global, it is all of their operation in that. So
Different.
They are
We're not,
different.
these are not the same. So
They are
I
not
just
the
want to
same.
make that point. Thanks.
Good question. Let's see, let's see, where are we on here? We have developed a surtax That is also one of the management tools that is in place at a lot of other institutions to pull some dollars centrally. In our case, it is to cover some of these deficits. In other institutions, that is often to be used to seed dollars for initiative growth. The real challenge with carry forward dollars and why we're so adamant about reviewing and approving them is if a unit believes they are going to go hire somebody with carry forward dollars, there has to be a recurring stream of dollars in the next year to sustain that position. Otherwise, the unit has created a structural budget deficit, and that's what we're trying to avoid happening here. So we have created a surtax, other than some institutions that do 10%, 20%, 25%. We've done ours sort of like the federal tax rate. It's a progressive tax, and I will show you what it looks like, though we have not yet implemented it. And interestingly, I chose the provost office to be my guinea pig here. The way this sheet works is that the budget for the provost office for this year, for fiscal 26, is $19.1 million. The carry forward that was brought over from fiscal 25 to fiscal 26 was that $8.9 million number. What this formula does is in tiers assesses an amount of tax on that. So for the first 5%, we've made an assumption you should have at least 5%. We are not taxing that. But for the amount that falls between 5 and 10%, there is a 5% tax on that. Then tiered up again, the amount that falls between 10 and 20%, there is a 10% tax. The amount that fell between 20 and 50% was taxed at a higher rate of 15%, and then the provost office did not have anything above 50%. There are a couple of units that do. I do. One of my units has a rate that's higher. So what this does is looks at units base budget, compares the carry forward they brought forward and said, the more you have as a percentage of your budget, the more we will tax back and accumulate that centrally so that we can help cover some of these deficits, including arts and sciences and what's remaining for the medical school. So in this case, Chris would pay into a total of a little over $1 million. It's about 11% of his carry tax.
You need that in a check or a transfer.
I know where you live, so. But as of today, we have not implemented this. We're ready to, it's ready to go, but we just have not pushed it forward yet. Chris and I have just had a discussion in the last week about removing the F&A. So going back to I can't go back anymore, guys. Can you go back one more? Keep going. One more. One more. Thank you. It died. That F&A column in there, and this would be the same for the campuses or any other units. We have excluded that from the carry forward tax. We're like, okay, F&A has become a big concern with our faculty and with our deans. We're going to take it out of the calculation.
For
1 year.
1 year. For 1 year.
Yeah.
So is the behavior you're trying to promote performance to plan or adherence to budget?
Adherence to budget for sure, but also, I mean, I want units to have carry forward. If we don't have working capital across the universities. There is no central pool that makes this available. Just to your question, Regent Pika, does the dean inherit the deficit? Well, I don't have anything to clear that with unless I take dollars away from other units. So yes, we want to do that, but I also want to be thoughtful about, to Chris's point, if a unit is accumulating dollars and still meeting their mission, is their base budget accurate? And it gives us the opportunity to look at that. And so we have the history of everyone's carries forward and retained earnings since Workday has been available, and are really looking at, well, who adds routinely to their carry forward and who doesn't? And do we need to look at that a little bit more closely in the budget development cycle for the next year?
Thank you. Further questions? We are, as everyone knows, we are continuing with this committee before we come back. So this is not your last and final chance. I want to thank Lisa for her last question, because it's a really nice segue for what will be after lunch. And that is that the foundation, much like the departments that you just described, they have a moat around them that cannot be penetrated. And that's what it has to be. That's what we will talk about after lunch for protections.
Which will be at 1:30.
Okay, do you want to cut it short at all? Did you want to shorten the lunch?
We already have.
We have to 1:30. Yeah.
Or what it was returning at 1:30.
1:30, but we're later now.
Yeah, okay, all right, yeah, sure,
Yeah.
that works.
Okay.
All right,
I take
Yeah.
it, I take it.
we appreciate it, Chair Wright, and, time for break, lunch break, see y'all 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
reconvene the Finance and Administration Committee.
Welcome back, everybody. Good to have you back all with us. We didn't lose anybody. That's good. We're now going to go on to two finance projects. The first topic focuses on the business endowment. This will be presented by Leslie and Mike Powell, and Dan Shearer. Before I turn it over to them, I just want to tell you that how excited I am to talk about this subject. I've been around the foundation for a long time, not as long as Mike, but I'm considerably older, so what I've done is just remember what I passed. Endowments are such a cool subject and so widely misunderstood, or can be so widely misunderstood. And one of the things that the university is the through line today is you're hearing how we're telling our story and how we're taking it to the community at large. And a lot of people don't understand an endowment, why an endowment exists, who can use an endowment. So they're going to give us a presentation today. I've asked them to limit it to 12 minutes. I told Mike I want this to be like a TED Talk, so there's going to be a COOT Talk. 12 minutes of presentation, 12 minutes of questions and answers and discussion, and then we'll move on. So.
Thank you, Regent Wright. Good afternoon, everybody. It's nice to see you, and thank you, Leslie, for joining us. This was very much a team effort. Well, I think Dawn has the clicker. I want to make sure that Leslie is fully represented. Many of you have not met Dawn, and so I just want to spend a minute in introductions. Dawn Shear is our Senior Associate Vice President for Advancement at WSU. Within our structure, each VP has one Senior Associate, so Dawn is indeed my Chief Lieutenant. Don is a first-gen graduate of WSU with 2 bachelor's degrees. His wife's a Coug, his daughter's a Coug, his son's a WSU student. He's been with WSU about 25 years. Within our organization, spent some time in what we think of as prospect research, and then worked on our development team in the Boylan College, and then led our development efforts in the College of Arts and Sciences before coming back downtown. I lean on Don for, it seems like pretty much everything. So I just want to give everybody a chance to meet Don and a chance to hear from him today. As Regent Wright mentioned, endowment is, I think, a fairly misunderstood space throughout the country, and certainly throughout the various constituents that we work with. The Regent body have a variety of perspectives on the endowment. Regent Hussein, you're allowed to look at it through the lens of a student, and potentially a scholarship beneficiary. Our faculty region is allowed to look at it through the lens of, is it some way helping the teaching and learning enterprise at WSU? Is there an endowment that benefits your area, Tracy? I don't know the answer to that, but that you benefit from. Some of you as regents have established endowments. So you are familiar with how an endowment works. You get stewardship reports. Some of you are stewarding for an endowment you may not have set up. Some of you, Regent Ramos and now Regent Dickinson, sit on the investment committee. So you have even more familiarity with the endowment. So one way of just acknowledging the varying perspectives around this table, when Leslie and Dawn and I started chatting, the idea was, let's build a conversation that we could use in somewhat of an evergreen format. So you are our first, and we are greatly looking for your feedback as well as dialogue today. We'll take this to other audiences, whether it's to our board of directors, who have, again, a range of understanding, even our development officers. They don't all do this the same way. We may talk to other university leaders. So we're looking for feedback in the evergreen training space, if you will. Training is probably not the best word. We did in the materials, there's 40 slides. We're not going to go through every slide. Leslie also included some endowment materials from the American Council on Education. I think that provides a nice framework on endowments. Thank you, Leslie. And then some of you watched the video we did it live, the YouTube. Leslie and I talked about endowments. I'll get that to Tracy and Caitlin for the regents that haven't seen that. It's on YouTube. And I think covers some of this space, maybe through a slightly different lens. So with all of that from the disclaimer lens, let's start with, what's an endowment? And so you'll hear the phrase true or permanent endowment. And again, the fundamental piece here is the donor is restricting. They provide instruction, these funds are to be endowed. So they are restricted by that. The idea is the corpus is invested. Distributions will come off that, but leave the corpus in place for the long haul. So that's a simple version, but not way off. If we pivot to how does an endowment work, I'll hand it to Don. He was also multitasking with the clicker, so a moment of prayer. Thank you, Don.
This is gonna be an adventure.
Back one.
All right.
Go. There.
And this is a pretty simple, very visual representation of how an endowment works. Donor gives a certain amount of money, certain asset, we invest it, distributions peel off to go to the university for whatever use as a purposes that endowment says. Fees to help support the advancement effort at the university, and any retained earnings go back into it. This is an important slide for us because it's what we take out to somebody maybe that is interested in doing an endowment, doesn't really understand how it works. So it's pretty important for our team and how this works.
Any questions? Just fundamentally how the process works. Okay, and please chime in with questions throughout the journey. We want to go to the next slide, Don. I think we wanted to just kind of provide a little scale relative to the entire bucket, our consolidated endowment. This is a 10-year view. So you see that in June of 16, the combined endowment was worth a little over $418 million. In June of 25, up to $795 million. The red would be additions to the endowment, gifts from donors. It would be the simple terms, and the gray is performance. So just like your IRA, your stock account, you put the money in, ideally it goes up. So the gray is the performance side, and that's net of all the distributions that come out. We'll talk about those in a minute as well. What we wanted to do is just see the magnitude, just in 10 years, of what is now more than an $800 million enterprise for the benefit of WSU. Regent Wright touched on this, but again, the donor contributes the dollars, and I think that the idea of the moat was that's a restricted dollar. The university will not be paying or spending tuition. They're not connected to university resources in that way. We're not. If there were debt in one of the colleges, Leslie talked about some of the colleges being underwater. We're not taking money out of the endowment, paying a bill with it. So restricted, tied to donor intention. I think with that, Don, we can probably.
If you have a donor that said, I'd like to put this there for the purpose of, retiring debt for the College of X.
Yes.
Could you do that?
You absolutely could, Regent Davidson. If you, the donor, said, hey, I'll use round numbers, I'm better with round numbers. Here's $1 million each year, the distribution, pay down the debt on fill in the blank. Yeah, and it could be chancellor, dean, president. Yeah, great question. Thank you. Other questions?
Is there a minimum?
Thank you, Regent Ramos. Currently, to establish a new endowed fund at WSU would require a $50,000 contribution. You can split that up over a series of years. If you said, okay, Mike, can I do 10 a year? Yeah. Thank you. Question.
And you'll see, talking about telling our story better, all of our materials will call it consolidated endowment, because it really is consolidated. If you look at this slide, $794 million value on June 30th, but $710 million of it is a foundation asset. Somebody made a gift, went into the foundation, but some of the funds predated the foundation, or the university chose to endow some funds that may have come to it in a different way. And then the Alumni Association of just under $15 million, the consolidated endowment invests and distributes out to the Alumni Association, but that's technically an Alumni Association asset that is invested by the Foundation Investment Committee.
Go ahead, Don.
Go to 25, please.
Oh, gosh, you're not driving anymore?
No, they took the wheel away.
Nice.
Or you can. I guess, I get that, I don't remember.
Okay, it's got big 3,000.
So we've talked before and covered briefly today that donors establish endowed funds. The total number of different endowed accounts is just right about 3,000. So when we think about $800 million, it's 3,000 different accounts set up by donors for specific purposes. And so, the purposes vary dramatically, but when we, sometimes I'll talk about an endowment. Don has established an endowment to honor his wife, an endowment. And the consolidated endowment, all of them. So, just, and again, we keep adding to that. Every year that, the development office does, they're talking to donors about setting up new endowments. Don, anything else on that slide that I stole from you?
Yeah, and each one of these endowments has a gift use agreement, and that tells us how to utilize the funds. That's the agreement with the donor. This is for a scholarship, it's for chemistry, so it'd be signed by the Dean of the College of Arts and Sciences, the donor, and somebody from the foundation. And that is our instructions going forward and how to utilize that distribution. So we spent a lot of time drafting these, writing these, and making sure that we adhere to them. They're when we have the audit done at the foundation, they'll cherry pick a few and go and make sure that we are following the distribution as the gift use agreement states.
So that, I mean, fundamentally, it's a contract. The donor, the foundation, and the university. So we have an attorney for the foundation, Terry Kelly. He'll work with the AG's office to make sure the template is consistent with the various state laws, federal law, charitable law. So we do review the template on an ongoing basis. But that's 3,000 different contracts. Yeah. This has come up a little bit in the past in terms of, where does the money, where is it to be utilized? And again, I think Regent Wright hit on this, and we talked about it. And even to your question, Regent Dickinson, how much of this money is truly unrestricted, discretionary, and you can see that's a really small piece of that pot. So that's, less than 1% would be a truly discretionary endowed fund where the president can utilize those funds as she sees fit. I was asked this question about a year ago, and I apologize, I don't remember which regent asked it. My answer was a little different, and when we ran the analysis to answer the question a year ago, in terms of, somebody said, like, how much of this can Kirk just move around back with President Trump? At that time, the number I came back with was there was about 12 million endowed, which would kick out about 500 grand. When we reran it, this is the literal answer to the question today. Prior presidents have made decisions regarding some of those funds and said, okay, we'll allow the provost to utilize those funds or Leslie's office. And so if you look at it from what's accessible today, not very much in terms of discretionary money. And again, Regent, right to your intro, the public out there thinks all of this money seems to be discretionary. Well, just, why wouldn't you just grab 100 million out of the endowment and do this with it?
You get a lot of questions asking, why can't tuition increases, why can't the endowment be used to cover the tuition increases? Why can't the endowment be used to cover a college's deficit?
Right, all of that, yep. And so it's those 3,000 contracts that we're bound to utilize the distributions in a manner that we've all agreed to and keep the corpus in place. Any questions at this point? We're doing okay? Okay. Next up. A little bit of endowment management. So you've heard me reference, again, Regent Ramos and now Regent Dickinson sit on the WSU Foundation Investment Committee. You can see their responsibilities, pretty common within bodies that have endowed accounts, endowed investment committee. And most of them have something like this as a little bit of their North Star. What are our responsibilities? So I've done a little bit of onboarding with Regent Dickinson as she becomes the ex officio member of our board and a member of the investment committee. And I wouldn't suggest this is revolutionary. It's important that it is codified. Yeah. Next, when we work with an outside consultant, Mercer, we've been with Mercer. Their predecessor was Hammond. Mercer bought Hammond, so we've been with Mercer and Hammond for quite some time, and they provide significant insight and guidance to the investment committee. This is what they do all day, every day, is provide counsel to investment committees for endowed funds. And so they are, I think of them really as part of the team. When the investment committee meets, we've got Mercer reps providing perspective insight. It could be that the committee's identified that one of the large cap domestic fund managers is lagging. Great, let's make a decision regarding separation. who would you recommend? They'll bring in, they vet all the potential large cap domestic fund managers out there that fit within the prescribed parameters, and they'll say, here's the three we recommend. Committee will analyze that and then eventually make a decision. So Mercer, really a partner in the journey. Questions on Mercer's role or the committee's role?
Leslie, that alarm was, we had 12 excess minutes.
Okay.
And now we're into deficit, so we're moving them into the deficit.
Got it. Very good. I like that. We're in the red.
Just take it from Chris's committee, he'll be fine.
If you look at their core strategy, this is, if somebody said to Regent Ramos and now Regent Dixon, what is your role? And this is what we're trying to accomplish when we invest the endowment. These three bullets. Again, I'm not going to read them, but for you to kind of understand what it is they are charged with doing. And it's we, the WSU Foundation and the Regents that have set this charge. So we go to the next one, you can see, you know, what are we trying to do just quantitatively? And you want to maintain the buying power of those funds. And so if you think of, we've got some fees that come in, you know, I mentioned 4%, I think that would go out to the scholarship recipient. So if you had $1 million or $100,000 endowment, 4%, 4,000 would go to the student. 1.5% helps pay for fundraising in WSU. So that's 5.5. Inflation's going to creep in there. So if you assume inflation's at 2 or 2.5, now 7.5 to 8 is your bogey to maintain your buying power. So this is what we're trying to do. CPI plus the 5.5. So CPI is the inflationary factor. So yeah, I appreciate there's an audience that may say, why aren't we shooting for 9? And modern portfolio theory would say, if you shoot for 9, you might get it sometimes. And other days you will be back at 1 or -4 or whatever. So shoot for something that's attainable that achieves your objectives.
So how what have you been averaging a rolling
Well,
average?
get to that. Well done, Regent Lang. You cheated. You went ahead.
I didn't cheat.
All right. Go ahead with the slides if we can. A little bit on the performance side. Okay, we got a lot of different performance slides. So let's go. Yeah, this is a good one. I'm sorry, one more back. Yeah. There you go. So real quickly, everybody take a deeper breath than me. The numbers we were talking about were the period that ended June 30, 25. NACUBO, National Association of College and University Business Officers. That is one of the many things this group does is everybody submits endowment performance endowment numbers to them. They're the national reporting body. This is FY24. So go back another year. We submitted our stuff for 25. We'll get the new numbers in February. So just a data point, FY24 versus 25. So, and then going into FY20, at the end of FY24, we were at about 722 million. So we fit in their band of endowments between 500 million and $1 billion. So the peer group, it's a smaller fund up there, 71 reporting institutions in that cohort. And you can see the peer performance on the left and then WSU's performance on the right. And so 1, 3, 5, and 10, we have 20-year numbers. NACUBO doesn't report 20-year numbers. And so we have ours, but we don't have it for the peer group. But to your question, Regent, right? This is how it's going so far. And of course, it's a dynamic thing that the number changed yesterday. Yeah. Questions about NACUBO, peer institutions, endowment size? Okay. I think a little bit of peer information, additional peer information. If we go, yeah, this is the new Pac-12. So we reached out. Some of this you can just find on the web, like either NACUBO or we'll go to their websites. So you just kind of look. And again, I'm not going to read everything, but you see the peer institutions, 1, 3, 5, and then how big is their endowment? So relative to our new conference, hope the word brethren is acceptable. You can see we have a pretty good size endowment. You know, Oregon State's is bigger than ours. And I think that's it. And then you can see performance. And it's really hard to be the winner in every bucket. You know, there's just a little bit of market this way or that way. So I feel good about our performance. but I wanted you to see it relative to peers. Is that helpful, Regent Wright?
Thank you.
Yeah. Any questions on performance?
Maybe just a comment.
Yeah.
That, the investment committee.
Yeah.
Are, really well experienced individuals that take their role pretty seriously about stewarding the dollars for the, foundation. So,
Thank you, Regent Ramos. I believe that to be the case as well. We are blessed that, like all of you, they're volunteers. They come from a wide range of professional expertise. Some of them do this for a living. You know, we have a member of the committee that manages, if you said pension money for a large corporation, that wouldn't be all that far off. We have another member who could literally be your financial planner. He'd be retail, you knock on the door, said, I need a new financial planner. Former public CEO, private CEO. There's in addition to Regent Dickinson, we have a region representative, Scott Carson. You know, Scott, as most of you know, is the president of Boeing Commercial. So nice range of perspectives, some of whom live in this space and others have had experience evaluating this space. But I appreciate the comment, Regent Ramos, and I'm incredibly grateful for the commitment and the expertise. The packet we send them is not as big as the packet you get. I want to be clear. You're winning the large packet contest of materials before meeting, but they'll get about 150 pages before the quarterly meetings. Yeah. That's all we had, kind of hardwired. I welcome questions. And again, I want to acknowledge the varying perspectives. And then we, of course, want feedback. We looked at probably 9 of our 40 slides, which will tailor for our audiences a little bit. Leslie, what would you?
I would add something. Can I have the clicker?
Uh-oh, stand back. Or point at Kyle, right?
Can you go back to the slide deck?
Yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to show the distribution of the nearly $800 million by its use, because I think that that's really important to see where the dollars are able to go within the endowment.
On our slides, it's number 36. If you have the same number, we.
Yeah, I know. There, 37.
And as they told us, those to compare comes measured.
Oh, thank you so much. So this, I think, is really important to see how much of our endowment is dedicated to student financial aid, endowed faculty positions, and the academic programs and research. I mean, that is the bulk of our foundation, of our endowment. Is for those items.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah, you got it. That's the right one. And to the point that Mike was making, that such a tiny percentage is unrestricted, that's mostly in that all other. There are gifts that have been made to colleges that, while it is for Connors, it is more unrestricted inside Connors use. So it is still Connors gift, but they have a little bit of flexibility in that. So seeing that very, very tiny unrestricted piece is important. But I think what's really critical here for everyone to understand is the very large portion that is dedicated to financial aid, faculty, and the academic programs.
So question on that?
Sure, thank you.
So anyone or has anyone donated to unrestricted, say a legacy gift to WSU? Is that considered a restricted gift for WSU's use?
So when you said legacy, Regent Pika, it's in their estate plan, and we have or have not received it in your question. So I'm clarifying your question. Is that money we received because Mrs. Jones passed away? Or she told us we're in the will, but she's still alive?
You could really do it either way.
Okay.
So if somebody gave a gift today.
Yeah.
And it was no school, no college, nothing, but I want WSU to receive this for the common good.
Yep.
However you decide WSU.
Right. That does happen. Thank you. Very good question. Our current interpretation of charitable law is that unless the donor explicitly stated that they wanted it to be endowed, then we may not permanently endow it. There's a kind of a backdoor quasi endowment. We don't have a ton of that at WSU, but we could choose to do it in a quasi endowed fashion. That's a conversation we would have with the president, and that was true whether it be Lane, Ellison, Kirk, President Cantwell. Okay, Mrs. Jones, $1 million, unrestricted. If you've got the needs right now, you want to spend it, or do you want to put the quasi endowment? But legally, our council says we cannot permanently endow it based on the laws today. But yes, it does happen.
Could we create an endowment for that use for WSU to discretion? It's your call.
There are discrete, so there are a couple endowed funds that are already in place where they were set up for presidential discretion. That was the really skinny part of that pot. Yeah,
Like not much.
I think it was 0.3%. I'll let somebody else do the math, but I think that's about $3 million out of 800 million.
So Mike, are the endowed deanships similar to?
It's a great question, Regent Blankenship. An endowed deanship, as a very general statement, usually the motivation of the donor and the university is to give that dean a lot of flexibility. So endow a deanship today, for those of you interested, if you have your stock accounts handy, you know, $5 million to establish an endowed deanship. But it really is, I want this college to thrive. I want to give access, you know, the dean would have access to the distributions. So off of $5 million, I think that's about 200 grand a year to make the college strong. Did I answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just, it was related,
All right. Further questions?
This is super helpful. I don't know how this got on the agenda, but it's an awesome agenda item because I don't remember us spending time like this before. So I really appreciate the work here. A couple questions. Is a scholarship an endowment?
Yes, it can be. Go ahead, Don.
Yeah, so we have endowed, what we call pooled funds, or current use spendable. And you can actually have both at the same time. Somebody could be doing what Mike said, over 5 years, they're building an endowment, 10,000 a year over 5 years, but they give 11, so we can give $1,000 scholarship each of the 5 years. So does that make sense?
It does. So if I said I wanna honor Marty and I'm gonna do a scholarship in her name, I'm gonna write a check today for $50,000. That's not an endowment.
But you can set it up either way.
Oh, I can set it up that way.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the minimum to do an endowment. And then we'd have to wait a year for that to grow, to you get a distribution off. You could do $52,000 today, we put 50 in the endowment and we give 2,000 out this calendar or academic year.
To springboard it. Okay.
Yeah.
Second question. I love this slide too. Leslie, I'm really glad that you brought this back up so that we can see where the priorities are with the endowment. I don't see athletics on here. Is that because there is no?
They are in here. So athletic, they have a number. I don't have the number off the top of my head. It's on a prior slide. Don can find
I
it.
don't need the
No, no,
exact number, but where would that fall then?
They would be, so if you called to Mike, I want to set up an endowed scholarship for women's basketball.
Yep.
That would go under student financial aid on this slide.
Okay.
Yeah, and so,
Okay.
yes, they're in here, and in your materials, deeply embedded in your onboard, there are two pies, and they'll show exactly how much is endowed for every college, campus, and unit at WSU.
Great.
That make up that 795 million. So, and if you want us to find the slide, we can pull
Well, I
it.
think it's this one, which I was looking
Yeah,
at.
a lot of
too,
it
and I don't
is-
see
it's very
it.
hard to
Exactly.
read on
the chart.
Profit is
It's
very
just
high.
under $29 million track plans.
Oh, okay, great. Thank you.
Good question, thank you. And again, I realize, Rita, right, we're pushing well past time, but that material, feel free to look at that, call me, text me, email. Hey, Mike, can we talk about slide 12 or whatever it is? Yeah, this is your material. We're ideally, everybody walks away a little more informed about the endowment. We're able to answer your questions. And we got a room full of a more informed audience, a very important audience.
Yeah, well, also, I think that, with your constituency, with our constituencies, with our communities, with our other WSU work, other than being Regents, there are opportunities for this presentation. And so thank you. Thank you for this. And I think I'll lead you right into the land grant endowment presentation if I may.
We'll trade spots with Matt. Thank you, Leslie. Thank you, everyone. I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Thank you.
And for this, we're also gonna be joined by Kate Cammer. Is she available? She's gonna join us from Pullman on Zoom. Kate is our Assistant Vice President for Capital Budgeting and Business Operations for Facilities. She works with Olivia. But Kate is there she is, and there she is our person who understands how we actually spend these dollars, what our access to. So Matt is going to speak to where the dollars come from, and Kate will talk about how we are able to utilize these.
Okay, thanks, everybody. And thanks to Kate for helping put this together. Also, Arthur Witten and Treasury, we all worked pretty hard on this to pull together some history here. We want to start talking kind of at a. I want to start at a statewide level perspective first. There's over 3 million acres held in trusts across the state of Washington that are managed by the Department of Natural Resources, shown as DNR on this slide. Those public lands come with the legal responsibility of the Department of Natural Resources to generate revenue from those lands that are then put into a permanent fund where the proceeds benefit the beneficiary of those funds. So we thought this was kind of a fun slide to get started. The single largest trust of land trusts in the state is for K through 12 schools, goes for building construction. K through 12 at 62% of lands held for that group. There's some other familiar names in there. There's a university trust that benefits the University of Washington. There's a normal school trust, which some of these names sound a bit outdated, like they were formed in the late 1800s. A normal school trust which benefits the 4 regional universities plus Evergreen State University. There's a Capitol building. Yeah, isn't that funny? Yeah, very early 1900s language there on these. There's a Capitol building trust that support construction and maintenance of buildings at the Capitol and Olympia. And of course, our favorite trust is under 2 names for Washington State University's Agricultural School Trust, that 2% on this slide, and the Scientific School Trust at the 3%. So then let's go down and look at the WSU share here a little bit. I think you're actually turning it, but it makes me feel good to press the button. Thanks for doing that. That's awesome. Thanks for your help on that. So when the state of Washington received all of these acres, almost all 3 million of those acres came to the state of Washington through the Enabling Act. WSU received 190,000 acres out of that. That sat on top of the Monroe Act of 1862 that worked together with the Enabling Act to make those come together. We often talk of the Monroe Act as being the land grant act that made that possible for land grant institutions in every state. So today, the Department of Natural Resources manages about 155,000 acres to the benefit of Washington State University. These are timber, agriculture, and grazing lands. They manage those funds on our behalf. There is a board called the Board of Natural Resources that oversees some of the management of those lands, and WSU has an individual that sits on that board. It happens to be the Dean of Commerce. So then as those lands are being used, they generate revenues. Those revenues go into what we call the permanent fund, the Agricultural College Permanent Fund, and the Scientific School Fund. You'll sometimes hear us call it a permanent fund. You also hear us call it the land endowment sometimes, which can create a little bit of confusion with what Mike just talked about. We refer to that in 2 different ways. So those funds go into a permanent investment called the permanent fund. And that investment pool is actually not managed by Washington State University. It's managed by the State Investment Board, who manages those funds. And then we eventually receive the proceeds from those investments. Thank you. That was good. So we got this history. This was fun. This that we've been working on. We were able to get from the Washington State Investment Board history back to 1987. They must have gone to non-electronic records prior to that. This was their estimate of how much the permanent funds had generated every year since 1987. We just thought that was an interesting kind of view. The Washington State Investment Board invests those funds on a 57% in fixed investment equities, and then the other 43% is in an equity fund. In the last year they released to us, they had a 9.9% rate of return on their investments of those permanent funds. Go to the next slide here. So here we want to take all these different terms we've just thrown out over the last 3 slides and see if we can see how they all work together here. So in the top corner there, you'll see in the land trust outline, that is the proceeds as the permanent fund generates income, that money comes into that box. Along with interesting lease revenue from the land trust also comes into that box. We add it together with the building fee, which actually is part of tuition. And those monies all go to the legislature. And legislature looks at that as part of the capital budgeting process. And they determine how much of that will be appropriated in a particular year. And they tell us what buckets we need to spend that money in through the appropriations budget. And this is where Olivia and Kate are actively involved in managing the process. Then they come through the appropriation to Washington State University every biennium, and we generally get those funds to be used in two capital purposes. Pays for debt service, and then it's used for capital repair and maintenance projects as well. So we can go to the next slide.
Hey, Matt, is the corpus of these funds ever touched by the state for any purpose?
I have not seen that ever be touched. It's held in trust at that time. Some would argue that there's a legacy thing that happened several years ago where they and I'm looking at Olivia when I say that, where they shifted some operating expense onto these funds on the building fee side, and that happened during the Great Recession. It's never been restored. It's about $5 million a year. But that's on the earnings, not on the permanent.
Yeah.
On the permanent trust. Great question. So we can look at this here then from one biennium. We looked at the current biennium, the 25-27 biennium, to see how this translates to real money. So about $20 million of the land grant building fee money for this biennium is used to pay for debt service on these 4 projects. The Global Animal Health Building, PACCAR Clean Tech Building, and 2 buildings at the Spokane campus. But those were buildings then that through the capital project legislature decided they'd like to build those buildings. They authorized us to take out debt to do it and said, you'll use the land trust earnings to pay the debt on those buildings till you pay it off. We have 4 of those. That leaves another 55 million that we're able to use for important preventative maintenance projects and minor works during the year. And then if we go to the next slide, this is something we put together with Kate that just gives you a sense for what those minor capital projects are on campus. These are really important to us. This is the deferred maintenance that keeps our buildings running, and we would like to have more money coming into this pool of funds so we can maintain our buildings. So you have things like flooring, roof, lots of repair replacements and coatings that are happening to try to keep our buildings up and running. That's how we use those funds. So we're going to pause there, see if Kate has anything she wanted to add in this section.
Not really. I think you've got it covered. Happy to answer questions, so.
Thanks, Kate. So that's our quick overview of the land trust.
That's a great overview. It's the first one I've had, so thank you.
Financially, what you'll see in January when we come back with the financial statements, we do report that asset, that permanent fund, we report it as an asset on our balance sheet. Because we're the exclusive beneficiaries of that asset. So you'll see this come back again when we statements in January.
Thank you. Further questions on this subject? All right. Appreciate your time. Good, and thanks for joining us on Zoom.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thing. That leads us to
Linda.
The next information item will be presented by Vice President for External Affairs, Glenda Becker-Fentner, and Vice President for Research, Kim Kristen. They'll provide an update on the impact of state and federal developments on the fiscal year 2026 budget execution and fiscal year 2027 budget development. Welcome back. Good to see you both again.
We coordinated our outfits.
Your best.
Is it that sugar? Here you go, your first. All right. Let's do this. There we go. We're good.
All right, well, thank you for having me today. And once again, before I start, I just want to say, thanks to the team at External Affairs and Government Relations who have been a little stressed lately as the government has been shut down in DC as we're dealing with all of this. But as we all know, from the news, the president signed the FY or the next continuing resolution, which will fund the federal government for the next 78 days. At 24, it's worth a laugh, sorry. And actually, it will, and I'll talk through this in a minute, but, so it did pass pretty much by party lines in the state of Washington. All of our, Republican members voted to move the package forward. Along with them, Congresswoman Marie Gluesenkamp Perez, who represents WSU Vancouver, supported the funding package going forward, and the rest of our congressional delegation voted against it. This was the longest government shutdown in history, and we can anticipate that we'll likely have another one come the end of January when the next continuing resolution goes into effect. What this will not impact, though, at that point is the Department of Agriculture, the legislative branch, which is Congress, and the military construction, which funds also the Veterans Administration. So there will be, those bills will continue to fund the federal government. In the USDA package, we did receive our first earmark, our congressionally directed spending project that went through, which was $1 million directed by Congressman Baumgartner to purchase equipment and support the USDA ARS building, which is almost completed on campus in Pullman. We still have some outstanding earmarks, for lack of better words, that will be considered after the January 30th deadline. Pretty much some dates to keep an eye out of in Washington, DC in particular. We're going to have Vice President Christian in DC for the first time on December 8th and 9th, and we're going to do some meetings with agencies and with some of the congressional delegation talking about the impacts of the cuts to research funding on WSU and the opportunities that we see coming out of this administration as well. You know, we talk about a continuing resolution a lot, and I thought it might be a little helpful to kind of reflect on what it means for WSU and what it's funding. This is a little off kilter because this PowerPoint was put together before the agreement was finished. So we do have a little bit of a break between now and January 30th. Congress is hoping to move forward the next 4 appropriations bills in what they will call a mini bus, which is when they put appropriations bills together in one package. When they're all together, they call it an omnibus. When they do small packages of them, they call them a mini bus. The minibus will consist of transportation, which will include funding for the FAA Center of Excellence for Aviation, Biofuels, and the Environment that WSU manages. It will include funding for the Labor, Health, and Human Services package, which includes NIH funding, which WSU obviously gets a lot of research funding out of. It will also, they're also discussing including the Department of Defense bill, which has some specific projects that WSU has been working on, funding cybersecurity, funding our Institute for Shock Physics and some other projects. And then the big one that will have an impact on WSU is the Commerce, Justice, and Science package. Included in that is the $50 million earmark request that Senator Murray put in to support our broad aquaculture project. The challenge with the Commerce, Justice, Science bill is that in the continuing resolution, the Senate included language in the bill that would allow senators to sue if their private information is taken out of the public sector. The House wasn't afforded that same path, and so the House wants to pull it. It's in the Commerce bill, and so that could hold up that section of the funding package, which could hold up our earmark down the road, unfortunately, but we're going to keep a really close eye on this. As you've all probably read in the paper, the bill, the current continuing resolution was really held up because of the expiration of the tax credits for the ACA. Senator John Thune is committed to have a vote in the Senate on that in December, which is going to move this process forward. The House has no such commitment. So I think that's why we're going to be in a little bit of a rinse and repeat situation going into the January 30th time. But what this does mean is that the federal government is up and running for the next 78 days. So Yes, sir.
And that will cover student.
Oh, labor HHS also does include the Department of Education, I'm sorry, yes. So it will include the mandatory funding that's in there for Pell Grants, all of our student programs, TRIO, SSO, et cetera. Thank you. Thank you. I talked about this a little bit, but about what we can expect over the next year in Washington, DC. We have always said the first year of DC is policy, the second year is politics. We're getting into the politics side of things, especially now going into the next midterm elections and with the outcome of the election from top to bottom over the in early November, we're going to see a lot more politics coming into play instead of policy over the next 14 months. I think some of the things we're thinking about and looking at in this whole in over the next year and a half is how will this impact any kind of discussion, obviously going forward on the next round of the continuing resolution. What will this mean for Senate leadership? Because that will impact how these bills may or may not go forward. And then again, as we mentioned, what all of this means for the midterm elections, and more importantly, what will that mean for the state of Washington? I'm not going to walk through all these things because they're just kind of examples. So saying that, the DC group has still been very busy. We had our annual ag stakeholder visit in October with both Provost Riley Tillman, our new ag dean, and President Cantwell. This was in the middle of the government shutdown, but we met with all but one of the congressional offices to talk about the impacts of ag research. They were all working. We also met with the Embassy of Norway, which was interesting to talk about potential partnerships in aquaculture and in agriculture. Congresswoman Schreier visited the Wenatchee Tree Fruit Center that is in her district. We had kind of a WSU boot camp of sorts with Congressman Baumgartner's new staff. And Dr. John Oatley was in Washington, DC, meeting with legislative staff and talking to the AAAS about his work in functional genomics. So even during the shutdown, there was still a lot of activity going on in Washington, DC on behalf of WSU. I'm gonna flip to Olympia now. We are in the midst of getting ready for the legislative session, which starts on January 12th. We will have another revenue forecast in December, and the governor's first true budget will come out right before the Christmas holiday break. The word that we've been hearing from folks on this is one word, and it's scary, but it's brutal. It's going to be a tough year in Olympia next year. We're already hearing from chairs of revenue committees to their members, telling them not to bring in any new requests for new funding. There will be no new funding next year. We don't know what our proposed cut will be yet, whether it will be 3%, 4%, 5%. We don't know. We don't know if it'll be prescriptive. We don't know if it'll be how it's historically been, where they've given us a number and allowed us to navigate that. But we're preparing and are engaging with our legislators across the state. I think Chris and his team have had about 28 meetings in the past 6 weeks with various legislators around the state. President Cantwell's met with our new attorney general. She's also met with the governor again to have this conversation. So we've been very engaged in trying to lay the foundation for what not only the landscape of Washington, DC is having on WSU, but what the potential landscape in Olympia could have on WSU and what opportunities we might be able to take advantage of in this situation. Just some key dates to be thinking about. A revenue forecast coming out next week, November 18th. We'll have President Cantwell in Olympia on December 5th, I think, or 6th for an afternoon. The governor's budget will come out before the holidays, and we have a quick 60-day legislative session this year, which will be very focused just on the supplemental budget and will be really kind of an in and out thing.
Linda, how reliable is that revenue forecast? Like within a percent?
I mean, I don't know that anything is 100% Regent Ramos, but I think it is, this one in particular will be the one that the governor will use as his last foundational report for his budget. So I would say that the legislators and the governor's office look to that to help kind of to help them forecast what they're going to be able to do in the upcoming legislative session. So, yeah. We've also been doing a lot of things in the communities over the past, 6 to 7 weeks, for probably the first time since I've been at WSU, and according to the chamber president, one of the first times that he's had a sitting president of Washington State University come and engage with the Bellevue Chamber of Commerce. We had a breakfast with some Bellevue leaders talking about workforce development, the growth of the city, and opportunities that we may have to help engage with some of the community leaders over there. This photo is a photo of the Bellevue mayor who was reelected in November and her leadership team. We had a researcher from the Murrow College of Communications participate in the Regional Leadership Conference, talking about the impacts of communications and how people are reviewing how they're actually communicating. It went really well. She was participating with somebody from the Seattle Times editorial board, so we had a really good conversation. I don't know if you were there, Regent, right? But I got great feedback from that. We've also had President Cantwell meet with the county executive for Snohomish County, Dave Summers, and his economic development director, the former state commerce director, Mike Fong. We're very close to signing a lease on property in Everett. I'm looking at my friend Matt Skinner in the back because I know it's in his inbox. To sign a lease for a temporary repository for sustainable aviation fuels research up in Everett, close to Payne Field. And this is going to be a really great way for us to connect the dots between Everett and Tri-Cities and the work we're doing in this space. So it's really an exciting opportunity in Boeing's backyard and right by Payne Field. So going forward, some things that we're kind of keeping an eye on. Obviously, what are going to be the impacts of all of the local Puget Sound races that are happening? I mean, I think we had a really contentious and interesting race in the city of Seattle. How is that going to trickle down to the rest of the legislative body in Olympia, or will it? We don't know yet, but we're keeping an eye on that. There'll be some statewide impacts to how this happens, and we hope to have a voice with this new mayor and her team, so she recognizes that we are the other R1 research institution in the state, and she's going to be representing a lot of alumni and students in her position. The special elections in Washington State, 9 seats were won by Democrats, which just strengthened the supermajority that we have. It shouldn't really impact much more on the policy side of things because the numbers are not really different, but it's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on going into the next round of elections as well. And finally, I mentioned this a little bit, but the national trends and how they impact messaging around higher education, how they impact messaging around federal funding, how it impacts messaging around just anything having to do with this, with the economies of our state. And so the national trends around, when I say national trends, I'm talking about what's happening in Washington, DC that may have an impact on funding the federal government, on appropriations, on that kind of thing, because that is something that we watch on behalf of WSU. All of this is obviously connected with the research portfolio because of the funding stream there. So I'm going to turn it over to Kim and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Glenda.
Yep.
Slides. We have pretty pictures. While they get that up, I want to start a little bit differently today and just give a quick compliance update because it does affect everything we do. Oftentimes people ask me, what do I do for my job? And I mostly deal with broken pipes and HVAC and sick cows. So the compliance is real and serious. And right now, coming out of the federal government, just going into effect this week, was the CMMC, which is the Cybersecurity Maturity Model Certification. Right now, this is goes into effect for any DoD awards or proposals, and we have significant funding through DoD for a lot of our work in Institute of Shock Physics and VCA and others that we absolutely have to meet this. There are 3 levels. Right now, level 1 and level 2 internal certification went through. We'll be moving up. The government has kind of ramp this over a series of years. However, what we're hearing is that these will happen faster than what was predicted. So I worked with Leslie and her team and ITS and Tony, and we came to the conclusion that we needed to have a centralized model so that this is really handled and reduces the risk to the university and doesn't interrupt our DoD funding. This isn't something that we could let each college or each researcher do on their own because we have to certify this as an institution. I'm highlighting it here because right now we're doing it at minimal cost, but it's something in the future that may be a cost to the university. And so along with that, the security requirements, we're seeing specific scrutiny on not just travel to international destinations, but collaborations as well. And so we're coming up with internal mechanisms using Workday so that those will be flagged, so that we make sure that we review those in the proper manner, again, to reduce the risk to the university. And then we are also working on the what was the third one? Sorry, lost my place here. The MFTRP certification. And so that is another certification that we're doing not only for DoD, but for other federal funders, and that we have come to a new process for, and we push this out to faculty. Faculty are doing the research security training around this. So we have this apparatus started. I think one of the things that we've been talking about across universities when we meet with APLU and others is that our cost of research security is just going to keep going up at universities and not down. So, I mean, normally where I start this, I want to look at our trends, and this is going to look a bit different than what we talked about in September, because we're into the first quarter. So when I talked to you in September, we only had a couple months of the first quarter going in. We knew we ended FY25 up with our federal awards and just slightly down overall. And I was optimistic or somewhat optimistic at that time that we would see our award trends pick back up. However, what we've seen is that our award trends are trending down significantly. So we were 30% down over the first quarter, with the bulk of that in October. Going into October and then out of October because of the government shutdown, over 60% down in our awards. So we're looking at this, we have that drop, and we're looking at it over a 5-year average so that we could start to see sort of how does this actually play out. And I'm going to talk about that in a little more detail. But it is something that we're going to have to contend with and look and see if those awards aren't coming in, what's happening. There was a couple other big things that happened in October, which is also, well, oh, sorry, I'll get to that in a minute. These are where our awards terminations and stop work orders that we got to. So we did reduce our number of stop work orders, and we did reduce our number of reinstated awards. However, our terminated awards did rise. We got 4 awards that were terminated from the Department of Energy. And so where we were sitting at about $4.5 million terminated, overnight that grew to almost $9 million because of those 4 DOE awards. And so those DOE awards, 4.8 million in terminated awards with a $2.8 million balance. We were given the opportunity by DOE to appeal those. We have appealed all of them. I signed all of those appeals, and they went reviewed by President Cantwell. We submitted those last week. And I will say that unlike other appeals where we put them out and we didn't get any response, we've gotten emails back from each one of those submissions. So somebody is looking at them. They are being reviewed. So, and that was before the government was shut down. So, I'm not going to even try to suggest that we know what's going to happen with those awards, because we don't. In addition to those 4 awards that we were prime on, we were a sub on the Pacific Northwest Hydrogen Hub, which was also terminated. That was a significant, that was also a part of the overall loss to the university, but it just wasn't one that we were a prime on. So trying to take this together, over the last few weeks, we've run a different set of models than we had in the past, and that's what I want to show you right now. Is that we've looked at these. So you can see here, we went, and I wanted to see month over month. Because there is a kind of cadence to awards and how they come in. And remember, I'm going to talk about awards and I'm going to talk about expenditures. We get an award, the award is granted to us. then we spend it or we draw down, like Leslie said, so there's no bucket of $48 million. It's an IOU and then we draw it down. But we count awards by year and then we spend those out in expenditures. On an average, we spend those out over about 3.6 years, right? So if we look at how our awards are coming in month by month, then we can look at the projections of expenditures. One of the reasons Matt's slides looked a little better than my slides is because we're still spending those dollars from awards 2, 3, and 4 years ago, right? When we were at our highest. So as we look at this and we look at the pace of the awards coming in, because the first few months were slow, and we thought that was because the agencies, and the agencies were reorienting to the priorities of the administration. They were having to redo RFPs and everything else. We thought that might tick back up. It ticked down, and then in October, it hit a 60% lower than what we normally are. So if we look at this right now, the total dollars that percentages were down 35% to this date relative to the last 5-year average. Okay, so for us to catch up and end up at the same point in FY25, we have to outpace that average of 48% each month. So what that kind of looks like is to get to that $217 million mark that we want to get to, we have to increase by another $70 million from where we are at now. Does that make sense? So because it takes that longer to get it up over. Now, we don't know. I mean, Glenda can chime in here. We don't know what's going to happen in these 78 days or whatever is So are they going to turn the spigot back on? Yeah, are they going to turn the spigot back on and we're going to see awards start to come in, or is it going to remain the same? So I wouldn't anticipate at this time that we're going to see any increase for FY26. Most likely it's going to be a decrease. It's just, what is that decrease going to be? Right now, at least 37% is what we're looking at.
37%. School
And that's
experience.
Yeah.
And that's also if you will, industry-wide, meaning
Right.
we are probably merely reflective of the average that every university is going to see.
Right.
Which will be a really interesting discussion.
So that, and that's what we're looking at here is a couple of things. So if the trend remains and we're 37% down in our annual total reduction from FY25, we're going to see an impact in our expenditures. So awards can be down 37%. Our expenditures was modeled on the previous 4 fiscal years. We would be down 10% in FY26, 26% in 27, 34, 36. So you see, we're not going to fall off the cliff, but we're going to start to tick down, and it's going to get worse and worse as we go down the chain. And then you can see in the gray, that's the portion of research expenditures that are F&A dollars. So those are going to also decrease as a portion of those overall expenditures. On the right-hand side, I worked with Matt Skinner's team and Jennifer Klein's team to look at, of our research expenditures that we're paying out from those awards each year, what does that mean for employees? So you can see here that 52% of our expenditures are on salaries and wages. So, and we've looked at this, as a total of employee types. And so we're starting here in FY25 at 779. When we get down to FY29, the money that we would have to pay out of those research expenditures at that 52% would be 499 employees. So, and again, we could play with those in some way, but those are the base numbers, and I'll end there.
That's a lot of information. And you can go to the last slide.
Oh, President Cantwell covered this earlier. What I wanted to say was, just so it wasn't all doom and gloom, is that we are actively pursuing partnerships, not only that align with the federal priorities, but also in our state and our region. And where we talked about, we're going to need to look at areas where we can make the biggest impact, where the strengths we have now, building out our nuclear energy program, our AI program, and our next generation materials. And those materials are going to be really important in everything from nuclear energy to semiconductors to national defense. And we already are strong in those areas. They align with federal priorities, that's where we need to dig in if we're gonna see those trends come back up.
That's our future right there.
Focus.
We're like really good news today.
I know. I will say the month over month, I mean, I wasn't shocked completely, but I was, you know, to see it. Yeah.
Doug, please.
Yeah, we typically have an advocacy day in Olympia. And is it still on for this coming year or is it not?
As far as I know, we'll still do it. I'll have to check with Chris Mueller on this to find out what day it is.
There will be one.
As far as I know, yes, but
It will make a difference.
it will make a difference.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for asking that. It's always good to have our regions down there.
So how does that work? You invite us, you,
We coordinate with the College Promise Coalition and have the regents from around the state representing the public universities come in, and then you break up into different groups. Last year was the first year I had done this with our team. But it's a good way to kind of have, they hit the entire hill, and they hit the entire hill with, you know, not just WSU people going in, but WSU, UW, Central, community colleges, and Regent Pika and Regent Cerner were there last year, so they could probably put a little bit more color on it, though.
like that.
Yeah. Thank you.
Further questions for this team, please, everybody? You know, good? All good. Thank you both. Appreciate it. All right, for the final information item, and then we'll move on to 4 action items. Leslie and Matt will provide information regarding the fiscal year 27 budget development calendar and expectations.
Thank you, Regent Wright. We'll be very brief with this, and I'm glad Matt joins me. We have a new member of our team, and we did not bring her with us here to Seattle, but Carrie Johnson has joined us as the Assistant Vice President for Budget and Planning, working with Matt. Carrie's not a stranger to us. She has been at the university for more than 10 years. It's in different areas, including most recently in IT, with the Executive Director for the budget for IT, and did a lot of things with Tony Oppen, our Vice President. We're thrilled that she's here. We'll give Matt some relief for sure. What we've included in your materials, we don't need to bring it up, is the continuous cycle for budget development across the university. And we're in the heart of it again. Any given point in our fiscal year, we are talking about 3 fiscal years. So right now we are closing fiscal 25. We are doing the execution on the fiscal 26 budget, and we're already planning for fiscal 27. And today's meeting has a lot of really important aspects to plan for 27. You just heard Glenda and Kim speak to 2 of our major revenue sources, our F&A and our state appropriations. And then, of course, later this afternoon, we will talk about the tuition increase and the impact of that on our core funds budget. So those things are all critical for how we are thinking about the budget. Unfortunately, the bad news is going to continue today because we are looking at probably having a reduction next year and trying to think through what is the advice to our groups as they come in to see us. Fortunately, we have a mid-year check-in with all 43 of our units coming up in December. So we'll bring them all in for 30 minutes, talk about what they are budget to actual, and talk about what we're looking at going into the next year. For some context, you heard Glenda mention 3% cut, 4% cut at the state appropriations level. That is 3% is a $10 million reduction in state dollars. 4% is a $13 million reduction. That, in addition to the fact that our expenditures are growing in a way that is different from what those would reflect. So we have expenditures that will go up next year. There is no getting around it. Utilities will go up. There is no question. Because of the fund split with the state, and remember, they pulled that percentage apart this year and made it wider. That means that things like the AG's office, things like internal audit, those things that we have are serviced by the state, those will go up, and we will have to cover that deficit that's in there. So we need to start setting the expectations early that there is another round of reductions coming. And I wish our news was better, but that is frankly where we are. Yeah.
Good.
Okay.
I appreciate that, there's especially the flow chart for monitoring that you put in the book. I found it useful and it spoke to me, so I appreciate it for everyone as well. Thank you so much. Any questions, please, for this team?
I have.
Please.
Do you have context on any university, either in the state or across the US, that is not facing this type of.
You know, everyone is facing a really challenging budget. I think it is different for state legislatures. I mean, I have some close friends that are in Texas. This is not their issue this year, frankly. And I think that Chris would probably tell you as the provost, that is probably the state that you're most leery of coming after your really good faculty because they can afford to right now. Certainly the state of Washington, all of our institutions, including our friends at Montlake, are in the same situation that we are. We were one of the few higher eds that had a state cut this year. I mean, I think there were only maybe 2 or 3 states that did. Utah did it. You know, our president is out the door, but that they did it, and it was an intentional reduction to higher education. But it was unusual to see it at the state level. It won't be unusual this coming year to see state legislatures pull back.
We are getting a double whammy. I mean, as compared to many other states. I mean, I think that the federal kerfuffle is going to impact the other states clearly, but you know, we just happened to hit the state cliff at the same time the federal government had, you know, the federal protection happened. That's a pretty stunning one too. But it's what it is.
Yes. Higher ed business meetings right now are fun. It's therapy because we're all feeling the same thing.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Very good time.
Yeah, take a breath. Okay, let's move on to the 4 action items, shall we? For the first item, Leslie will be joined by Chris. The operations dining and housing manager, Sean Green.
Yeah.
Sean here today.
He is. John and Ramondo and Olivia are all here.
I've seen Armando and I've seen Olivia, so please join us. And we'll present the home and south side dining and market renovation project budget. Remember, we've talked about this the last 2 meetings. And we have an action item for tomorrow. And they will tell you this, but I'll remind you that it's phase 1.
I'm getting you a chair.
Project.
Come right up. There we go. Yes, thank you, Regent Wright. And as you mentioned, this was a future action item in our last meeting. So we're bringing forward an action item. There is no change in the material that we are providing to you. To orient you, this is the renovation of the South Side Dining Facility. It's the rotunda. You know it. It's the round building as you drive up the State Way. I did not realize until I read this right that it actually has a formal name. It's the Stanton J. Hall Dining Facility. I had no idea. But if you'd like to go ahead and take it away, I don't know who's gonna lead this.
Okay.
I'll lead it.
So we are asking for your approval to establish a project budget of $10 million. It is the first of 3 phases to renovate the, I'll call it the rotunda.
The road.
And it's really, a lot of it is structural work to get us ready for the next phase. Can you hear me now? And we are here because we have a design build RFQ, RFP process concurrent with this Regents approval process. We hope to award a contract if you approve. On November 19, we have 3 firms shortlisted. We will then begin design work immediately, go for a permit. And the hope is that as soon as graduation is done, we will come in and begin to do some demolition through the end of July. And then the facility will be shared between the operations of the dining facility and the contract. That's something.
And just as a brief reminder, this is one of our most used student facilities, and it is in the area of, right, I mean, it's in the area that likely needs the most attention over time. So this, we feel is a particularly unique place to focus on a building that's gonna have a lot of impact from a lot of students. If we were to focus on one dorm, for example, it would be a lower percent of our students, so a little less bang for the buck at this stage.
So how many dorms does it impact?
We have over 2,500 students who live on the south end of campus, we serve about 3,000 meals a day. So one residence hall, most of our residence halls are 300 and 350. So its impact is, if someone says, very, very amount of students down that area.
And a little bit used the phrase demolition, where it's not a demolition.
Oh, I should be careful. We're not,
Yeah,
we're not.
we're not
making it
demolishing.
down
Yeah,
there.
you want to be clear, we're not.
That was me with sticks and dynamite. That's.
That's not.
No, that's the other, that's not this one.
So do all the dorms on the south side go to that one?
This is the main one for Southside area.
They can go to other ones. It's just the closest in
Yeah.
location. So they.
So we haven't seen a change in the numbers for the last two meetings at least, and it's a design build project. And you hope to, you hope to pick an award next week. And the numbers are still holding firm for their being able to deliver for what we are, for the budget that we are approving.
When we have meetings with the shortlisted firms, no one expressed a concern. Our tactic so far has been what we colloquially call the accordion scope. So we say we have a fixed amount of money. We would like to get as much as possible, but we try to say, you know, we release money as contingencies become available, big packages, savings become available. And so that's the tactic that served us well. For example, Schweitzer, we had originally planned to shell the building and needed to raise 5 million. We actually raised 2, but because we were managing the contingency and the savings from the buyout, we actually completed, we are going to complete the whole building without the
Okay.
5. Great. If that, a long about answer your
No, I-
question.
Feel comfortable. So this will be an action item for tomorrow. So now is the time to ask our questions and observations, comments.
What was the last time?
Rico?
Yeah, that was renovated or when it was touched in any significant way.
2007. 2007.
What was the answer?
2007.
2007.
Just needed.
That's an understatement.
Yes.
It's as Ramondo would say, vintage.
Vintage. Yes.
Although we do get very high ratings for our food, so what is being
We do
produced
care
there
with
is,
that.
yes.
But just to connect the dot, I mean, it's really critical to enrollment decisions, to retention, to the quality of the student experience. There are a lot of ripple effects to this decision. And it also signals that, you know, we really care about student experience, so we've got to invest in it.
Yeah, Mina's comments at the last meeting were spot on. Any student that we've talked to they've been waiting for this, so.
Cool.
Can I just add a footnote?
Welcome, please.
Here on the screen.
Yeah.
I was one of the,
Voices.
I was one of the first clients of the Rotunda back in 1962.
Picture.
So, and the reason it's round is because they didn't want to name a hall. So they built a rotunda.
So how are you gonna vote tomorrow? Is this a nostalgia for you or?
Oh, I'll keep the old roto going, I think.
Thanks, Sam. It's good to see you again.
I think it looks like it should be an app guy.
I agree with that.
All right, in the interest of time, moving along, more comments, questions on this, and of course, this will come up as the final action item on this subject.
I won't tell Sam I was 4 years old.
Okay. All right, thank you all. Really-
Knock it off.
For the next two items. Leslie now will be joined by John Harlow. Olivia, I think, is going to rejoin us, and Matt Skinner to present the Cougar Athletics fan and the student athlete experience at Giza Field, project budget approval and project financing. And again, I can just see this theme here, Chair, that this is about the student experience and about student retention.
Thank you, Regent Wright. This is a project that we are asking for your permission to bring straight to action tomorrow, both the project itself and the financing for it. This is a project at Giza Field, but it is a multi-phase project. It is very important to note this is a 100% donor funded project, full stop there. It is a donor funded, donor driven project. With that, I'm going to turn it over to John Harlow to talk about the scope of the project, and then Olivia about the execution of that, and then Matt will speak to how we're going to do financing.
Sure, thanks, Leslie. You can just stand up.
Yeah, he'll be back, don't worry.
If you've been to a game at Gisa Field in Pullman, this year, you've noticed we have a considerable amount of effort into creating a complete fan experience, not just a football game, but whether it's movie night on Gisa Field or Coop Festival at Flores, you're trying to continue to attract our fans that are coming from 2 to 6 hours away, justify the means, the cross country or the cross state trek to get over there. So we need to continue to improve. It's not just a football game, it's a holistic experience. We've gotten beer and wine sales in Gisa Field this year. So the next big thing that we can do is to enhance the theatrics and the production value that we have. If you're going to see how Kraken games, if it's a Seahawks game, it's more than just football, it's more than just hockey, it's a complete fan experience. So we're trying to enhance that, make moments that our fans and students don't want to miss. High impact moments that then create a chaotic environment for our team to perform in. If you've been to Boise State, you went to Boise State last year when we competed there, you went to Virginia this year, there's chaos in that stadium.
And you're saying, I obviously, I'm being serious, not sarcastic, this is a very positive thing that there's chaos.
Yeah, I mean, chaos.
I mean, you want sound, lights, action.
Yeah, 100%.
Smoke machines, yeah.
With that, it creates an environment of frenzy where the students that are attending the game, student athletes out on the field, and our ticket holders are fired up and they're excited, and that creates momentum for the team. So distinct competitive advantage where the opponent can't communicate clearly to their teammates because our fans are so riled up and our team is feeding off that energy. So that's the next step in creating what we need to on a Cougar football Saturday. So this project in totality will be a $12 million project over multiple phases. Phase 1 has a $7 million project budget. This will be expanding the scoreboard, new audio system, and then a lighting system that's colorized and also syncs with sound. So if you've seen it at other venues, you've got the music going along with the video, and you've got the lights that are blinking. Picture crimson lights flashing as we head into the fourth quarter, getting the team fired up for us to go win a football game. So that's what we're working to do. Anything related to the construction?
I will.
Well, the fact that we're here for action.
Yes, so,
Is
yeah.
because we need to order the scoreboard,
The video.
the video board, sorry.
Yeah.
So that we get it done in time for the next season, and so we were short on time, and that's why we appreciate your indulgence.
So that's just, I think, just to make Olivia's point there, that we're bringing these items for your attention and for your vote for immediate action. Because of the timing of construction, the order has to be put in. John's going to talk in a minute about the commitments that have been made, where we are, where we stand, what we need in order for it to go forward, but they need our pre-approval, assuming those come in.
Yeah, correct. And so again, this meeting with multiple phases. Phase 1, the objective here and the reason for bringing this in straight to action is so that we can activate this by next fall, be operational by next football season. I can talk about the finance piece now, or do we go?
Very good.
Yeah, Matt will join us for that, but go ahead.
So as Leslie mentioned, it's a completely donor-funded project. We have activated, I don't know, the Cougar Athletic Fund, but Mike Collin, his team and foundation over the last 4 months. We've been extraordinarily active. To date, we've got 6 million in signed pledges. We've got 725,000 in verbal commitments. We have another over 9 million in active solicitations that we're awaiting direction on from the donor. All those conversations have been extraordinarily positive. I'll reiterate in these conversations in our discussion here, this is Coach Rogers' #1 priority right now, is upgrading that stadium for Cougar football Saturday. So
I just want to say that once we get there, that doesn't mean we rest.
So now. So, and again, these started about 4 months ago. So what the team has done, the activity and engagement that's happened over that time, it's a pretty significant number. Part of this, and that we'll talk through some of the details of this, because of the cash flow and the timing of this, we will be seeking to do a short-term loan. And that can be the details of that, but we are also putting a drop dead date on that as well to hold ourselves accountable. If we are not able to secure
8 million by December 15th, we won't move forward with the project. Again, it's completely donor funded. We'll make sure that we're accountable to what we're presenting here, being responsible with our dollars. And so we've established that as a line. Again, we think it's achievable where we are with 6 million already signed, 725,000 in verbals, and a lot in active asks. So
But before you start on that, if I could just read for the record. That the Board of Regents bylaws state in Article 2, Section 12, that the issuance of debt must first be submitted to the committee for a future action at least one committee meeting prior to the meeting at which action is requested. The board chair does have the authority to suspend the future action and has done so in this case in this time-sensitive matter.
Check.
Thank you. Thank you.
thank you.
Matt, back to you.
Thank you, Regent Wright. So action item number 3 then would be a delegation from the board to the president or her designee to enter into a short-term financing up to 5 million, not to exceed $5 million to be repaid in 5.5 years. The maximum interest rate not to exceed 6%. And then as John mentioned, that 5 million we use to bridge those pledges as they come in from donors, which then would look like this: $8 million total target. $1 million of that would pay off interest and cost of issuance on the $5 million financing or loan we're talking about, leaving $7 million for the project. Timing on that, we will follow closely with that December 15th date. We won't take out financing until those pledges are secured.
Those of you who were here at Regents during the time that we did the baseball stadium renovation, this is how we did forward with that.
So I think that I'll ask that, if I may, on behalf of the Regents or the chair, but maybe when we get close to December 15, if not sooner, if we could be communicated with and informed of the status of this project.
Yep, absolutely.
Is that fair enough, Chair?
Yes.
Thank you. And please, Lisa.
I was around, it was my very first meeting when we voted on the clubhouse, so I do remember that pretty clearly, and I think it's a great model. I think what you've done in a short period of time sets a new bar for the way in which we fundraise moving forward. So appreciate the continued collaboration, excited for this. Think that it's necessary to help us ensure that we're moving forward and supporting our coach and our athletics teams to continue to win, which we know is the answer to continued involvement and investment from our donors. So great work.
Regent Pika.
So I think it's to you, John. So that money that the donor pool that you're drawing, I'm just curious, is it a athletic oriented minded from that pool of donor prospects you're drawing from?
Yeah, we were intentional with the folks that we targeted for this particular project, knowing their passion, where their interest lies. We've targeted a really defined pool of individuals.
Knowing there's gonna be other needs you have down the road that.
Other needs that we have now.
Yeah. Got it. Are you confident we'll get the rest?
I am.
Yes.
I'm tempted to ask the probability question, but I won't. Trusting we're gonna get there. So
Tell me to go back on what I just told you.
more on this subject, please. I invite you. We started an hour late. We're down to 20 minutes late. So, yep.
Well, maybe, just a thought. This is a team sport where everybody gets to help. It's not just you sitting there in front of us doing this lift. Everybody in this room, we have friends and we have networks and, you know, rally up the community to help here. Just a reminder, that's.
Did you, were you clear about the remaining need?
Yes.
Appears to me to be, just challenge everybody, an amount that we should easily be able to resource within the pool of people who care about us.
Well, and just an enormous amount of gratitude to all the
Yes.
donors
Mm.
who are always keeping WSU front and center with, not only their spirit, but their dollars. So really appreciate that.
Well, and it should not be lost if I have my numbers correct and I stand corrected if I need to be that. In the last 4 months, you've raised $6 million.
Correct.
Yeah, and you have 4 weeks to go. So, appreciate the momentum that you have going. More, please, on this. All right, thank you. We'll move on to, thank you. One final action. Yes,
Do you
please.
need a break or is everyone?
We have one final action. Okay, and it could be a long one. Do you want to take a break now?
Yes.
Okay, we're gonna take a break now.
We're gonna take a 5-minute break. How's that? Okay. And after, I guess.
Thank you.
That math doesn't, yeah.
Okay, thank you, everybody, for rejoining. For the final action item, Leslie and Matt will present the academic year 2026 to 2027 tuition rates for undergraduate and graduate programs. Turn it over to you, Tom. Thank you.
Thank you, Regent Wright. And we are joined on the screen, and he'll pop up in a little bit, Saichi Ova, who is, I'm assuming back at Pullman, he's anyway not here. He's probably trying to get our class to come in for the fall of next year, but he will join us to present the student affordability slides. This presentation that you have is very much the same as it was back in September of last year. The changes are just a handful, but I want to highlight those. When we came to you in September in Spokane, what we asked for was that you give us permission to take tuition up by the maximum amount that the state would allow, because we are under the state cap. At the time of that meeting, we did not know what that cap was. We were speculating that it was at least 3.3, which had been what it was in the prior year. We have that letter from the Office of Financial Management, and I have provided that for you in your materials. And in fact, the request is for 3.3%. So you will see that throughout there. For our resident undergraduate students, you'll see this on a slide in a moment, it's $385 for the year. In addition to that, what we have included is a letter back to us from our students. Matt and I had the opportunity to join the WSU group, the Student Government Council, that is the collection of all of our campus student governments. Regent Hussein was there with us. She helped facilitate getting us there. We were scheduled for just about a 30-minute presentation. The students were so engaged. Matt and I were there for over an hour, talking with them about our tuition, and they have provided a letter back to us last week, and that is also included in your materials. It will not surprise you. In fact, the letter is written quite lovely from the students. They are understanding of a tuition increase. However, they do not want you to take the tuition up by 3.3%. They are actually counter proposing to us 2.8%. We'll talk about that in just a moment. The first slides, you have seen these many times before. I will not belabor this, but I will point out that the tuition and fees portion of that 19%, that is a significant piece of our budget. For our operating budget, which is the next slide, and I don't seem to be able to move this again. You'll see how much more impactful on tuition is. It's 244 million. So it is the largest piece of our operating budget. So our number of what we charge our students in that enrollment is significant for us. Guys, can you move forward? The tuition setting authority, I want to update you. You all know this, that it is your purview to set the university's tuition rate. You are restricted by the state of Washington by how much you can take up the resident undergraduate. You could take up the non-resident or the graduate students by any rate. However, we have used the resident undergraduate rate as a proxy for the increase for all things. I also want to point out that today we are not talking about our professional rates. That includes medicine, the College of Vet Medicine, the Doctor of Nurse Practitioner program, pharmacy, and all of our MBA programs. We will address that starting in January, and that will be a January and a March timeframe for the increase. Those we tend to look more closely at the market rate for those similar programs. Can you go forward, please? Can you move forward? The chart that you have before you shows you the impact of the tuition change over a period of time. This actually dates back to 2015, 2016. Prior to 2015, 2016, of course, we were coming out of the Great Recession, and there was a period of time for 3 straight years where Washington State University increased tuition by double digits. We had an tuition increase of up to 14% in 1 year. Prior to this chart, in the 2013-14 and the 14-15 year, we had 0% tuition increase. That was not out of the goodness of our heart. That was actually the state telling us you will not raise tuition in these 2 years following what had occurred with tuition increases across the state. And this is not just a Washington State issue. This was a higher education issue, not just in this state, but coming out of the Great Recession. But in 2015 and 2016, the state came to us and said, you need to reduce your tuition, make it more affordable for our students, the residents of the state of Washington. And so our tuition went down by 5% in 1 year, and then the following year it went down by 10%. The good news about that is not only that it did make tuition more affordable for our students, but the state filled in the gap there with state appropriations. So they're telling us to take the tuition down, but they provided us with the dollars to move forward. So we were made whole. Then you can see there's been a long line across there since the cap has been in effect, and the cap is based on the average change in the median wage over a 14-year period. So it's not going to have big jumps. And the intent is to provide a consistent way for parents and students to plan for their education increases over the period. So you can see what that has done to it, the tuition. The challenge, of course, is that the state can go forward. Thank you. Is that the state of Washington considers that tuition when they look at our appropriations now. So prior to the cap being in place, when there were changes in, can you go back one, please? Prior to 2015, before the cap was in place, when there were maintenance level increases, if there was a pay package change or a benefit change, or we needed additional dollars for inflationary needs, the state filled in that gap. And then we had tuition on top of that, which could be used for initiatives and for new things and to fund changes in the institution. But since the cap has been in place, that is considered by the state when they make funding decisions. To make it even more complicated, if you would go forward, please. The fund split is in place now. And so the fund split is that challenging issue that we have and we deal with Linda's team every year. For every $1 that we need of new dollars for pay increases, for inflation, for utilities, the state is not providing 100% of that. In the prior biennium, they were providing 66%. So for every $1, they gave us 66 cents. But in this biennium that just started on July 1, the funds gap grew. So the fund split is now 56-44, which means they are funding us even less. The challenge is, of course, they are funding us in our new appropriations for compensation and for any changes, including the things like the AG's office and internal audit at that fund split rate. So we are having to fill in the gap with that with our tuition. And they are calculating that based on our enrollment and based on how much they think that we will generate from the new tuition increase that is led by the cap. To further complicate our budget situation is our enrollment has been coming down, as you are well aware. And so even though they adjust that each biennium, they are using an older enrollment every time they are planning for that. So we have dropped, and so that has caused the gap to be wider. Can you move forward, please? This chart shows you the impact since the cap has been in place, 2017, 2018. The column that is on your left-hand side is the cap from the state. And the column on the right is where Washington State University has brought the tuition in. And the reason I'm showing you this with those three arrows pointed out, those are 3 years where the university made intentional decisions to bring in tuition at a lower rate. So you can see it was a 0.2% difference in 18-19. It's a 0.3% difference in 21-22, and it was a 0.5% difference in 2023-24. I want to explain to you what the impact of those decisions has been. The change of the 0.2% back in 2019 is $500,000. The change in 2022 was a $750,000 decision, and the change in 2024 was a $1.2 million decision. All that accumulated, if we had raised our tuition by the state cap for each of those 3 years at today's enrollment, we would have 2.5 million more in our budget annually. If you go forward for me, please. And I want to show you that in comparison to HEPI. HEPI is the Higher Education Price Index. This is the market basket of goods across higher education, including faculty salaries, including things that we purchase like library books. I'm looking at our library, lab materials, things that are unique to higher education. This is comparable to the CPI, but it is a little bit different each year. You'll see where we expect it to come in at this year, it's 3.7%. So what that is telling us is that the inflationary pressure in higher education is greater than the cap that the state of Washington will allow us in terms of our tuition. What I also want to point out is that 3.7% is the pressure on all of our expenditures. It is not only on our expenditures that are funded via tuition, it is on all of the expenditures. So if we expect our expense base to go up by 3.7%, the tuition increase at about 25% of our total $1.3 billion budget is certainly not filling in what that need will be. So that will cause the challenges that we mentioned in the last session of where we will be asking our units again to reduce their budgets going into the following year. Move forward, please.
So this slide shows you what the impact of the 3.3% would be by both undergraduate resident and non-resident and grad resident and non-resident students. Also wanted to just call out that there's a nuance in the slides that Leslie talked about there with both the fund split between state and tuition and these assumptions that legislature tends to assume that every higher ed will go to 3.3%. They will certainly bake that into their budget scenarios as we move into the supplemental session. So when we go at less than the 3.3% amount, not only do we forego the tuition revenue, but there's kind of a potential double hit that happens from the state side because they assume that we have that tuition revenue and they calculate their budget adjustments accordingly. So sometimes end up with a double hit there. So the change for resident undergrad should be $385 a year in total tuition. And then that would hold true for both resident global campus as well. And then non-residents would be $950 a year. Our global campus pay on non-residents pay a lower rate that are off campus, and their change would be $431 a year. And looking at resident and graduate students at $445 a year and $978 a year for non-resident graduates. There's a subtlety there for those students that are in graduate programs are often on an assistantship that covers the cost of tuition. And so in some ways, some of that impact there is deferred, I guess, for those graduate students. We can go to the next slide. This lets us look as of this year, how Washington State University looks compared to other higher education institutions in the state. And this is before the increase, although I think it would be fair to assume you could add 3.3% to all of these numbers on the tuition side for all the schools, and they'd probably stay in similar proportion. We talked about this in September. It is interesting that WSU's resident tuition is more affordable than the University of Washington at $11,678. Yet our mandatory fees are a little bit higher. The mandatory fees we show here represent the Pullman campus. There's not as many mandatory fees in some of our other campuses, but over the years, students have been really active in taking on mandatory fees to add amenities they were seeing at the Pullman campus. That includes the rec center, the Cub remodel, the Chinook building, transit fee, health fee, are just a few that make up that $2,210. So all combined, that makes us the highest in the state. We look at our tuition plus our mandatory fees. Next slide, please.
Nice state for public.
Correct. Oh, yes, thank you for that part. Yeah, that's great. We also pulled this group as what we call comparators from just competitors, I guess I would call
It
this.
is comparators. This list actually came from institutional research, and it's the institutions that look the most like Washington State. They're not necessarily our peer group, but they are the institutions that offer comparable degrees, have comparable numbers of students. They are all land grants, and financially they look the most like us.
Yeah. And so as we're looking at this is nuanced. You know, it's nuanced when you see all those little asterisks next to all the titles, and that indicates that those institutions, in addition to their base tuition charge, have some kind of degree or program type fee built that comes outside of these numbers. So if I was at Oklahoma State, I would pay the base tuition, and then I would pay an additive tuition depending on the degree program that I was enrolled in. WSU doesn't do that. So that's how we would compare against those other organizations.
And here we're going to turn it over to Saichi. Saichi, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
And thank you.
Thanks. Next slide, please. You can go to the next one. So good afternoon, Regents, President Cantwell. You've seen a lot of this information from us before. Washington College Grant continues to be what helps most of our needy students afford the education in Washington. I shared this data bit with you in the fall. There are only 2 states in the nation that offer more state-based, need-based aid. California is number 1, and they distribute almost $2 billion in need-based aid. Washington is 3rd. And we distribute about 200 million. You can see the range of awards. We have both full and part-time students that utilize the awards at WSU. And then the last item on there, college-bound students are a very specific group of Washington residents who graduate with a specified GPA, have taken a pledge to attend a college directly out of high school, and then are admitted into one of the 65 programs in the state. If they do those things and are Washington College Grant eligible, we give them an additional $500. Next slide. So this is my good news slide, and every year we've shared it. The measures have moved in the direction we want them to go. So resident undergraduates who pay no tuition has improved over 10 years from just over 30% to over 36%. Resident undergraduates who pay full tuition has dropped from 42% in 2014 to 35% in 2024. And then finally, undergraduates with no loan debt increased from just under 40% to 56.4%. And I think we've used this slide in this presentation and others for all 5 years I've been here. And each year, we've been fortunate to have them move in the direction we wanted to. Next slide, please. This is just more of the information I shared, but in a different format. So students who leave with debt, resident students who leave with debt, continue to come down. Right now, it's just under 44%. A great measure, obviously, of affordability in the state. Go to the next slide and we'll look through, yep, the same news. It's just a different format. So now you're looking at the actual dollar debt that students have when they leave WSU, resident students. I think after I presented this, I might have got email from somebody who asked, what is the average debt for college students in the US? And it sort of depends on what sector you're in. So private, nonprofit, you're going to take out the most, probably over $33,000. Four-year public, you're taking out a little more than $27,000. And then public and private two-year, considerably less than that. So with our just under 22,000, we're doing a pretty good job. Did I hear a question?
No, you're good.
Next slide, please. Further outcomes of affordability. What we mean by the Washington College Grant has not been fully experienced. There are still students eligible for the college grant that do not apply for it. And so reasons why, I'll tell you, it probably comes down to the fact that financial aid and financing college is still a complex issue for families. So we work on it, all colleges in Washington work on it, but you're dealing with really large bureaucracies when you think about it. So federal government, state government, institutions. However, we know it's worth it. We get the message out. We're starting to chip away, but we still have some work there. I'm not going to read each of those bullets, but they're examples of families in the state of Washington that could be eligible for aid along different levels of income and family size. So the point here is we have money to help almost all income levels attend college in Washington. Next slide. So how we get the information out, I just told you this is our biggest challenge in enrollment management, is not only conveying what the costs are to go to WSU, but also helping a family and the students understand how they can afford their education. SFS, our Office of Financial Aid, has to work both sides of the ball, so to speak, right? They help us with incoming students, but they also serve current COOC. So they work all the students that want to attend WSU. They do this through all manner of communication and medium. One thing that COVID taught us was we can use the internet and technology to distribute and communicate almost everything we need to. We have not come off of that. We still use it to help students understand financial aid. SFS also is a partner in all of our recruitment activities, both off campus and on campus. And they remain sort of, across the system. They're really good at helping students, no matter what campus they attend, understand financial aid. They are more aligned than perhaps any other enrollment management office because of the compliance issues they have for both federal and state. Next slide. Yep, just a few more. We in Pullman, where SFS is located, works with all the campuses. We have staff that go out to each campus. The campuses themselves actually hold workshops and presentations that are meant to be system-wide and not just for specific campus. We're very fortunate for that partnership. But as I said, this, today for enrollment management, this is where sort of everything culminates. The ability to talk to students, communicate with students, attract students. We're all doing that at a certain level, almost the same, literally across this sector. The difference is how you talk about financial aid and what you can provide to help them afford their education. This is literally where everything is at in enrollment. I think I have one more slide. Yep, here we go. Here's the best news I can tell you about the navigating the federal landscape. We were told that the FAFSA would open on October 1 for next year, and it did. We have received ICERs as soon as students completed them. There has been no delay in that. It's all good news as far as we're concerned. Probably the next step for us in this is we start putting them into our own system, our PeopleSoft system. We'll start generating packages and awards on the timeline, which we do, which is typically toward the end of February and the beginning of March. So we're all on track with that. Leslie, I'm going to stop there unless there are any questions.
Thanks, Chief. Wanted just to talk about next steps here in the tuition and fees space. Then we appreciate the board. Go ahead.
I just had a quick question. Saichi might know this, but it's my understanding that the state has made an adjustment to the Washington College grant for private institutions versus public. Some of us getting pulled in a couple of different directions on that, but we don't foresee that happening to the public institutions, do we? But it has cut, I believe it's almost in half of what they're eligible, like what a Gonzaga or Whitworth student would be.
The policy is changing from what I understand, including a reduced threshold for qualification. So we do need to keep an eye on the Washington College grant.
Yeah.
Whether it's at risk or not, because back in May, they were making numbers adjustments.
Sure, Chair Ramos, just I'll just offer this. What Regent Dickinson described is of concern. It's not impacting WSU at this moment, but it did impact private institutions. But there was also, and I wish I had more information. I can obviously provide it for you, but there has always been different levels of awarding available to the institutions. So even some public schools were receiving, some of the regional publics were receiving far less than WSU or UW. And so, but I believe that was part of the impetus to start recalculating sort of the award levels for some private schools. But just, I'll end on this. You're absolutely right. We do need to keep an eye on it because it is so important to students with financial need that go to WSU.
Our state is turning over literally every rock, trying to find dollars. And so, yeah.
Great. We can go forward a slide. Thank you for that question and point, Regent Dickinson. So next steps when it comes to tuition and fees, we appreciate the board considering this action item today and tomorrow for undergraduate and graduate tuition rates. Again, I want to thank Regent Hussein for arranging the opportunity to meet with Student Governance Council. That was a great session. So many good questions and discussions. So we'll see resident We'll see graduate and undergraduate tuition today and tomorrow. We should be back, as Leslie talked about at the January meeting, to talk about professional tuition rate changes, if any. And then an action item for those professional tuitions in March. And then if we flip over, we can look at the fees side of things. Back here for housing and dining rates at the Pullman campus in January. As a future action item, as well as student services and activities fees, the technology fee, and any other mandatory fee increases that would be going forward. Those student groups are getting organized and starting to meet already as they prepare for their hearings and deliberations about both the fee level they would like to set and propose to the board, as well as the allocations of those funds. And then we'll be back with all of those items in March as an action.
And you can take the slides down now. I will mention the letter that we have received from our student organizations does ask that the tuition increase be 2.8% instead of 3.3%. That's a 0.5% difference. In terms of dollars, what that means for the student, the increase proposed at 3.3% is $385 for the resident undergrad. Under the 2.8%, it would be $326. So it's a $59 difference. What that $59 means to the institution at today's enrollment, assuming that our enrollment holds and our waivers stay the same, that's about a $1.2 million decision. That's all of our material.
Thank you, and thank you for, oh, thank you. Go ahead. No, okay. Well, I want to thank you for, as somebody spoke the term earlier today, for layman's terms on the difference that it makes both to the students and to the institution. And I think it's at least speaking for myself, it's easy to see both sides of the argument. And I appreciated the presentation and the materials that were presented to us in the way that they were.
Absolutely.
Any further questions? Very big decision tomorrow, but yes. Jump this.
I had just passed a note. What was the difference between 2.8 and 3.3? So thank you. Both to the students as well as to the university. So I appreciate those numbers. Regent Hussein, it is always so critically important that you're engaging with our students, particularly around the timeline for this process. And the 7 students that sent us a letter, I just want to reiterate that at least for myself, I read everything that comes in. It really is meaningful. I really appreciate that they've shared their feedback. It again is a difficult budget moment to not look at increasing the full amount that the legislature authorizes. If I could channel Regent Powell, who is not here with us right now, the fees are also an important component. It's really challenging to continue to look at us being the most expensive in the state of Washington for public universities. And we both, the student groups and the regents, are making decisions that impact that number. So just another nudge to take a look at the fees as we look at the tuition as well. But the feedback is really appreciated. Thank you.
I can add a little something. My thoughts, my notes are a little bit scrambled, so please bear with me. I've spoken in lengths with student groups regarding tuition, of course. And all 6 WSU student bodies proposed a 2.8% increase as opposed to a 3.3. And last year we proposed and passed a 3.3% increase. And this year we'll be passing another 3.3% increase, which partnered with employment impacts and federal impacts is going to be difficult for students for sure. I think this kind of provides the opportunity to look at our mission as a land grant institution and determine whether education should be something that's made for the privileged and those who have $50 more than the other person, or if we are dedicated to our land grant mission of just providing access and opportunity. And so kind of speaking for students as of now, when I look at the difference between the 2.8 and 3.3, which is the 50 something dollars, but in a holistic sense, $300 is maybe 10 days of months of 10 days of rent, or for graduate students, that would be 950% or $950. And so when I look at that and knowing that 1/3 of WSU students face food insecurity, and then 11% of them are face homelessness, I think these numbers say something. And so I know we're looking at it from a sense of $50 versus $100 versus $150, but every cent as a college student makes a difference. You're counting down the dollars in your bank account for many, whether that means skipping meals or studying on an empty stomach. These numbers do make a difference. So again, thank you guys for being cooperative and taking the time to read student statements. But yeah, I do urge that we don't take that 2.8 number and just kind of throw it out. It means something.
If there is a chance.
I have no questions.
I appreciate your statement.
Regents reasons. Well, I'll wait until the Regents is done.
Any further comments on this very important subject and any prior subjects today? Questions? If there are no objections, these action items will come before the board for consideration tomorrow at the Board of Regents meeting. And last, I will note that the meeting packet also included 5 written reports. Fiscal year 26 Finance and Administration Committee Work Plan Revised. Thank you, Leslie, and your team for that. And major capital projects list. There any further questions from the Regents regarding these reports? This concludes the Finance and Admin Committee meeting.
Just a comment.
I'm
just
sorry,
right then.
missed you.
I do think, and I may bring this up tomorrow, it's really important for all of our listeners to think through the work that we do as an institution to ensure that the published tuition rate is not what most people actually pay. And that work is work that happens after tuition rates are set to ensure that the majority of people who have capacity to get financial aid pay no tuition whatsoever. And that on top of that, more than half of our students graduate without debt. And we are working really, really hard on that piece, which is as much a component of affordability as what I call the sticker price. So our commitment is always to ensure that what you graduate with is de minimis, hopefully no tuition at all. If any tuition, that it is low, and that if you graduate with debt, that debt is as low as possible. And I think what I have directed people to do is make sure that year on year, those numbers are the numbers that we make sure are the ones that impact our students. So are we lowering the average debt? Are we raising the number of students who are graduating with no debt and or no tuition whatsoever? It is a hard road, but I think we are getting there and every year, and kudos to Saichi's team for working that. And so that when students come to us, they get the full panorama of advising on how to make sure that when you graduate, yours as you have paid as little as possible and that your debt is as low as possible.
I would just say, as somebody who, I have been in our branch at STCU and completed 13 FAFSAs with 13 families, 10 first generation.
Yeah, you're
7 that did not speak English. And what is staggering, and where I think we need to double down on what Saichi is saying, is the access. Once you can get through there, then there is for sure opportunity financially for those who indeed absolutely have no other means. The state can, there are lots of ways we could be so much better around. I'll tell you, the group that I actually worry about is the group that has two parents that work. Or two partners in the house that are working full-time. And they qualify for nothing, but they have no liquid income to actually send a child to college. And that is a middle piece that we forget about. We talk about those that can choose to go wherever they want. There are those that really fit a criteria of being able to access the funds. And there's a middle piece that I think often resonates well with Washington State University. And so I worry about that piece of the pie as well.
Really important comment. Thank you.
I thank both of you tonight for your comments. I think you echo and represent majority of people here in the room. So thank you for your thoughtful comments. There's nothing more. No further questions from the Regents regarding these reports. This concludes the Finance and Administration Committee meeting, and I'll turn it back to Chair Ramos.
Okay, great. Thank you, Regent Wright. So if we could just roll over, the Regents will now convene the Academic and Student Affairs Committee chaired by Regent Pika.
Thank you, Chair Ramos. Welcome to the Academic Affairs Committee meeting, and I think it's going to be relatively short. We only have 3 items, 1 information item, 1 action item, and a written report that you received. And as we started back in, I think, January, the very good idea, I thought, of inviting especially deans to come and report an admission moment. And today, we're really happy to have Dean Trevor Bond, who I visited recently on campus, a very meaningful 1 hour together. And I'd like to invite Provost Riley Tillman to introduce.
Just introduce this, Piscotty.
No, so I think we're about ready to get a typical Trevor experience. I just want to say before Dean Bond talked about this, I've worked at a bunch of universities and I've had a bunch of interactions with the dean of libraries, dean of libraries. We have a uniquely capable dean in this position right now. It's one of our real areas of strength. It's a joy to see Trevor working with the other deans and the integration that Trevor has. I didn't get them. That's wow. Okay, no, that's it's a little hurtful there, but okay.
They're making nicer.
And so I was really excited that we were doing WSU libraries this round. But one of the things I just do want to highlight.
Are you supposed to get one?
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, might get Dean Bond's baked goods on a relatively regular interval. But this is not typical. And this is an area where we have some real exceptionality, and thank you very much, Trevor. Some real exceptionality, and I don't want people to think this is how this normally works at university. So on that note, really pumping you up before you go.
Yeah, good afternoon, everybody. It's a real pleasure to be here. Lisa, do you mind passing this? Oh, sorry. Charles, do you mind passing it to the rest of the audience? Sorry. I mean, Regent. Sorry.
Yes.
Yeah, so I wasn't able to print enough letterhead for all of my Pullman colleagues, but we can do more. Also have a couple bags for Scotty if you want to take some later. They're really best first thing in the morning with coffee, I think, or later at night with red wine. So yeah, it's a real pleasure to make them. I do like to bake, so this isn't just for this. I do it pretty regularly. I have a really brief, kind of hopefully punchy and exciting presentation. I love the libraries. I've been working at the WSU libraries for 27 years. It was my first job out of graduate school. I came on a 1-year temporary contract. My wife thought, where are we moved to? We had no idea about Pullman or anything, but it's become such a home and a wonderful community. The libraries to me are really an essential pillar of our academic and research communities. And one of the things that differs a little bit about the libraries from other areas, is that we really think about everybody in the system. We support every student, every faculty member, every postdoc, every staff members at all the campus physical locations, global campus, research groups in Africa, really everywhere. And so we bring a different mindset, I think, in our college to how we accomplish those tasks. I want to just say a little bit about our collections, and I think they're stunning and staggering. We subscribe to nearly 82,000 journals. We hold 1.3 million printed books, more than 1 million ebooks. A discussion about student affordability was just happening here, and I was really delighted that we were able to sign an agreement with ProQuest that added 530,000 new ebooks to our collections. And what's special about this agreement is they have unlimited access, making them perfect for use in courses. So if everybody in the room could help me sell that to faculty, I think small amounts of money, an expensive textbook can really make the difference between success and not being able to have the required materials. So it's an area that I'm personally very invested in and hope to do more in partnership with the other deans in the coming years. In addition to all those books, 157 databases, 95,000 open access ebooks, another 22,000 open access journals we provide access to. So, and these collections are heavily used since January. Researchers have downloaded more than 1.2 million research articles. That's more than 5,000 scholarly articles every single day. We've had a staggering uptick in our ebook downloads. We've had 219,000 since January. And one of the things that we do in the libraries that I think is special and really fun is that if you go into our library system, as soon as you log in and start typing around, what looks like a chatbot opens up to ask if you need help, but it's not a chatbot. It's staffed by a human information professional, somebody who's there 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So if you're that student, you need help at 3 a.m, there's a live trained individual to help you be successful. The other thing too, that I think is so important is we have a long-term information literacy program. And I think these skills are so critical today to empower students and researchers as critical evaluators of information. As we're in the middle of this new revolution of AI, having those critical information literacy skills are especially important at this moment. So looking ahead a little bit to January 20th, we're going to be running 3 campus-wide site trials of AI scholarly tools. We're going to be having Cite, which analyzes citation context to show whether citation support, contrast, or simply mention the original work. We're going to be licensing Consensus App, which synthesizes key findings across multiple papers to provide evidence-based answers. And the third tool is Undermine AI, which uses natural language processing to uncover literature that traditional searches might miss. On Monday, 3 of my colleagues jumped in and gave demos of these tools at the Provost AI Forum. We had 65 faculty and staff from across the system join in. I've been getting emails from Regents faculty and high-powered research groups that are interested in helping us evaluate these tools. We're going to be offering webinars, so anybody who's interested can receive training, and also one-on-one sessions. Well, I'm having fun. Okay, there's more. Open access. Open access essentially means that research that is published can be read by anybody. You don't have to be part of a wealthy library system, have an institutional membership, have credentials to access this information. And for our land grant such as WSU, a university where faculty solve real problems, it's so important to be able to communicate to the broader public beyond narrow academic confines. And I've been meeting with faculty across the system who conduct research in ways that it's of interest to the agricultural industry, pest management, breeding more protein-rich garbanzo beans, and providing seeds as well. So that's scholarly research, the seed things we have, really allow other communities, other countries to not start at zero, but to build upon the excellent research here at WSU. So a couple of ways we've been addressing open access. We had a open access pilot fund supported by the Office of the Provost. This provided small awards to faculty to help pay for article processing charges, or APCs. These are fees publishers levy to publish open access. The thing that we found is, though it benefited faculty from across all of the colleges, the need at WSU is really insatiable. We quickly burn through the money. And one of the things that I've certainly realized is that we get a lot more bang for our dollars by when we can negotiate these open access publishing agreements with our larger packages. So our most expensive packages with Elsevier, Science Direct, and Wiley include waived article processing charges. And just since January, the WSU research community has saved more than $600,000 in waived APCs. Another part of open access is an area called green open access. That is depositing article preprints, or published articles or data sets or other research outputs in an online freely available digital repository. In the libraries, we maintained a research exchange, which has over 45,000 items now, and we recently passed 2 million downloads globally of that system. But faculty want more. They have larger data sets. They want to be able to better link their open access articles to data. So we joined the Dryad Consortium, which allows faculty to deposit much larger data sets, more things in more formats. And this year already 23 data sets have been published. One of them has 37 million data points from smartwatch users. It's been cited multiple times and downloaded dozens of times. In the libraries, we're also publishers now. As many of you remember, the WSU Press came into the libraries, and we're in the final stages of negotiating a contract for a distributor for the WSU Press. This will reduce numerous costs to the university on printing, shipping, order fulfillment, and include new services that I'm really excited about, such as complimentary scanning of out-of-print books and turning them into ebooks. More and more no-cost resources that we can see incorporated into future WSU classes. Okay, got another slide. Okay, yeah. The pictures of the very first event from the Disabled Student Center coming into the libraries, this was before classes started. 130 students showed up. This was the most students I've ever seen in the basement of Terrell Library. Part of the reason they all came is because we have a local nonprofit with really cute service dogs in, so you got to go and visit with dogs. So there's a good time. But the point I want to make too is that the libraries are more than collections. They're more than people. They're really important spaces. They're communities. Our student positions, I think, are critical. Once we hire a student, they never want to leave employment with us. We're among the most flexible employers at WSU in terms of hours worked. The students also that are employed by us form their own research and support communities. And I tell you, I hear them talking about their upcoming exams. They read each other's papers. We can get emotional. No, I won't. But student employment is more than a paycheck. It's a community of support and success. Our spaces are really important. This fall and early spring, we're opening something we're calling the Cougar Commons, which will bring together the writing center, tutoring services, faculty teaching, measuring comp and other courses into the libraries where they can also receive research support, help from the libraries. We're also going to be patching up carpet, getting newer furniture, and doing a lot of those things that really make a difference in creating a welcoming space. I mentioned the Disabled Student Center. I'm really excited to have them in Terrell Library, and I've rekindled our relationship with the Student Veterans Center, collaborating on projects. Just want to make sure that our spaces at our libraries are inclusive for all students. So for the first 25 years of working at WSU, I worked in manuscripts, archives, and special collections, or the MASC. This is where the rare book collections are. More than 3 miles of paper collections, including unique letters and diaries about the Nez Perce War, the papers of Thomas Foley, all sorts of unique collections. The picture there is the first edition of Mrs. Dalloway, designed by Vanessa Bell. It's not just any first edition, it's Virginia Woolf's actual first edition. In 1971, the libraries bought 9,900 books that Virginia and Leonard Woolf had in their homes in Rodmill in the Sussex countryside and in London. It's a unique collection. Scholars, graduate students, really from around the world come to WSU. And over the last 50 years, thanks to private support, we've assiduously collected every single edition variant of every book they publish at the Hogarth Press, every novel, essay, anything of Virginia Woolf, all their friends and colleagues. It's really an amazing collection. The other thing that we've been doing about these special collections is opening up to the world. So scanning things at scale. All of your minutes, if you want to read what the Regents were talking about in the 1920s, just go online and I can point you right there. All the Regents minutes are available online. All of the Chinooks are online. And I can't tell you how many multi-generational families we have at WSU. And one of the things that really struck me the very first month that I worked in the archives was I would get these calls and alumni would just talk about how significant their experience was at WSU, how their parents went there. And now you can look up photos of your parents if you want. We've digitized hundreds of thousands of objects, and with private giving, that is continuing to grow. And I just want to wrap up with some of my favorite digital collections. One is the WSU printing and publications. And wait a second, who's that handsome man in the red box? Well, it's our own session chair. I really do love those trousers. When you mentioned when you visited me that you played basketball, I thought, oh, I'll find some basketball pictures. But this is something about the archives. You never know what's going to turn up until you look. And I have to say, since you have a distinct surname, there are 42 other results after all sorts of others. So we'll have to look at those. And I just really encourage all of you, if you'd like to spend a little time with the archives, anytime you see an image of nostalgia, really anytime you see a black and white image in any sort of WSU social media, that comes from the library. It's not always properly cited, but they come from the library. We preserve these materials, we maintain them. I'd really love all of the Regents to come in and spend some time in the archives. There's so many wonderful things. And then just a word about this letterhead. When we were in the process of moving the WSU Press books out of the Cooper building into the libraries, the editor of the press found a box of letterpress images and got them out. And we bought a letterpress a few years ago so that we could do instruction on how books used to be printed before the first industrial revolution. And I really love the Cougar one. If you go in there, I set the type from the desk of, so I'm kind of pleased with that. But you'll notice it's State College of Washington. So we know these plates have been sitting in the rafters of Cooper since before 1959. I'm really glad somebody found them and were able to use them again in the future. And just everybody out in the bleachers out there, I'd love to do some letterpress printing if any of you'd like to do it, and I'll bring some to our next leadership meeting and I'll stop talking. So thank you for your attention. Questions? Comments?
How many libraries total, like physical libraries? I mean, I know of Owen Science and Holland. Outside of that, are there the ones that I was missing when I was attending WSU that I shouldn't know?
Well, there were probably the Agricultural Sciences Library in Fisher, there was the Vet Med Library in Wagner, and there was the Architecture Library in Carpenter. Those have, oh, and the Brain Library and Education, all those branch libraries on the Pullman campus have closed. So, yeah, we've definitely seen some shrinking. Our staff in the libraries has shrunk by more than 50% over the last 50 years. So we're a lean machine. I have to say, with all that, I feel like we just have the most talented colleagues. It's really a joy to work with them. So I don't think we can get a lot more efficient, but I think we're doing a lot. The one thing I love about WSU, I came as a graduate student working at the time, the wealthiest library on the West Coast. This was the Getty Research Institute. Before they had spent their endowment building their new center, or actually they had just opened the new center. It was before the bills all came due. So there was so much money there. But if you needed to change a website, you had to go through like 4 committees. It took like a year. They had these internal grant processes that were so Byzantine. It was just so inefficient. I come to WSU and it's like, talk to my boss, I'd like to digitize this collection. We'll go out and write a grant, Trevor. Okay, and then it starts. And then, more than a decade of working with my colleague Kim Kristen in the back there on outreach and innovative projects to Indigenous and Native communities. It's just really a powerful place. So, yeah. Other questions?
I'm so pleased to have you here, and the mission moments are just really delightful. The stationery and the biscotti, but your passion for libraries and for WSU is just shining through, and so thank you for being here. I'm curious how your work integrates with the libraries on other campuses within the system.
Yeah, thank you so much. The Pullman Library is the flagship for the system. So we maintain and pay for the technical infrastructure of the catalog. And we do almost all of the description of the materials and the licensing. So at the Vancouver Library, Vancouver students really receive the benefits of a $12 million library. And that's true of the Tri-Cities and the Health Sciences Library as well. Librarians, if you don't know, we're super collaborative. I mean, we do things in libraries that no other academic discipline do. We're part of a consortium of 38 research libraries in the Northwest. We share the same exact catalog and technical infrastructure, so we just lend stuff all the time. So we may have access to a couple million books in Pullman and through the system, but really with a couple days notice, a student has an access to more like a 40 or 50 million volume library, including University of Oregon, University of Washington, all the big research areas. So we work super closely together. And in terms of our system, we do a lot listening all the time. We have monthly leadership meetings between the other library directors. We really support each other. Part of the AI trials, one of my colleagues at the Spokane campus, Suzanne Fricky, who also has a DVM, is leading some of the trials. She's the liaison for the Elson Floyd College of Medicine too. So we do a lot together. I really think of us as a system. To me, the library is an abstract goodness. And so, we're close. Thank you so much.
Yeah. All right. Thank you very much for coming.
Sorry.
Just-
We'll go
sorry,
with that
just-
as a comment.
Yeah, one last thing. I mean, obviously, whenever I'm having a down day, I try to talk with Trevor. It's okay. See, it's gonna be good. It needs to be recognized. If it wasn't for Trevor and the libraries, we would not have the press now. That was not gonna happen. The amount of work that you put into that, and I know it's a passion of yours, and you've been on the board. I mean, it was literally the first conversation we had, I think, in the first week. But that was not an assumed thing that we could do and make that effective. And you give a better history of the press than I do. I mean, we're talking about one of the historic entities at Washington State University that was on the precipice of being lost. And you and your colleagues just deserve a tremendous amount of credit for Well, for saving it, for saving it.
Well, Chris, I thought it was related to you that did it.
No.
So, I didn't have to, I did it on my own, yeah.
Give it to you.
Yeah, yeah.
You did the work.
No, it's been really energizing for my colleagues. I have, one of our associate deans is an editor now. Our area finance officer, who, by the way, her chickens provided the eggs in this biscotti. Jenny Yoshikawa, speaking of student employment, she started as a student at the WSU library in 1980 and just never wanted to leave. So she's an amazing person. And yeah, I am so excited about the press. 2028 will be the 100th anniversary. We're close. We actually have a proposal for a donor that we're going to be meeting with tomorrow to endow a series to help offset some of the upfront costs of publishing books. My hope is to really reduce as much as we're able to the costs of book production and to engage many more of our colleagues around campus in the WSU Press. I think it's wonderful. Speaking of the press, I think Regent Dickinson was at the naming ceremony for the President's House, the Anderson House, but I have some extra copies. If you don't know about Ida Lou Anderson, she's such an exceptional faculty member from the late 20s, 1930s. The mentor of Edward R. Murrow. He was in love. Read about it in this book. It's a short read, but it also gives you a sense of what the student experience was like in the early 20th century at WSU.
I have a quick question. So Dr. Bond, do we need library cards to access the archives?
No, just come in anytime. Or the thing about the archives is very few researchers actually physically set foot in the libraries. There's an incredible churn of emails. And my colleague, Marco English, who's the university archivist, he doesn't just write a response. He writes a letter to each person with multiple documents. It's really amazing, but I'd love to show you the physical archives. But I encourage you just to poke around a little bit, and there's links to Mass Graph, and that will get answered quite quickly if you need kind of specific help.
Take a field trip done.
Thank you.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. I think you've set the bar a little bit higher.
Yeah.
Mission moments. I would just, you were kind to give me a copy of that, and I remember that vividly and scroll there. And I learned a lot from that. I thought I knew what I needed to know, but I learned a lot, including the facilities and the history of the architecture. And it's very revealing. So thank you for bringing copies for all of us. Sure. And I really did enjoy that hour. It was full. It was very thoughtful on your part to prepare things in advance, things that I might be interested in. And I would encourage any fellow regents to do the same.
I have to say, after our chat, I just felt good about the world. So I really do appreciate your thoughtful comments and, making it all for you.
Only conversations with Doug feeling like.
Yeah, it's just like, it just made me feel better about the Regents as a body, it was great.
Thank you for coming today. It's been great.
And thanks for getting an appropriate picture of Doug from here.
I hope you still have those plaid trousers, they're back in style again, so.
I love the surprise review.
Great. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, we have, moving on to an action item. Okay, and that we're gonna turn this over, but this is to establish the Department of Social Work in the College of Education, Sport and Human Sciences. And, Provost Riley Tillman's gonna speak to this. Might just add right here that, Regent Wine has joined our committee. Welcome. And I would encourage your scholars to look at this.
And there's any food?
I know.
Pizza, so we next. It's homemade, I swear. I am
Domino's.
piece starter, so. I'm gonna actually let Sandra, you wanna give the history of this in the background and.
Sure.
Yeah.
No problem. So as you probably already know, we asked for state funding in 2023 or received state funding in 2023 to start a social work program, really to address the need for mental health care in the state of Washington, particularly in Eastern Washington. So the Tri-Cities campus was awarded those funds, and we had partnered with the Dean of Nursing at the time to put social work in the College of Nursing. When we did that, we didn't understand that there would be some complications at the time, and we ran into those fairly quickly, especially with the the different accreditation standards, the different ways in which the College of Nursing creates departments, having tenure and promotion guidelines that didn't seem to mesh. And so we decided that it would be a good idea to, perhaps it was mutual, that we would find a different college to place the social work program in. At the time, Dean Brown and Karen, right, thank you, I was trying to, right, thank you, Dean Thomas Brown, thank you, was creating the School of Education, Sport, and Human Sciences, and that seemed like a logical fit. Not only would it fit with the human sciences part of her program, but it would also allow us to expand social work in a pretty profound way, so that it wasn't just medically focused, it could be focused on the many aspects that, or the many populations that social work serves. So we made that move, and we will be asking you to approve that today. Tomorrow.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is something which Dean Thomas Brown is really excited about. I think it's Sandra and Karen as a combination pushing this forward. I think it's a really it's a good dynamic duo. Frankly, this also I think allows for nursing to really focus on nursing. That's a very, very large, very, very complicated college, and so I think this works out best for both. Social work is in a bunch of different places nationwide, but the two most typical would be in a larger version of a college of education or a standalone, which are becoming more and more rare in reality. So this, I think this will make a lot of sense to the accrediting agencies. I think it'll be a really good model, and Karen and Sandra have been working really well together. I know that college is extremely excited about this. So it's a nice marriage of a good up and coming program with a college and a dean and a chancellor who got a similar vision on where this is going. I'd love to add something controversial, but there's just not much.
Comments, questions?
Yeah. Perfect.
Sandra, what's your enrollment right now? Or when will you enroll?
We are enrolling freshmen at this point, but we can't enroll into the program until we're fully accredited. We'll be resubmitting. We've had to go through a submission process. We'll be resubmitting in January or February for hopefully a site visit in June, and so we'll be fully admitting for fall of 2027. So our students right now, if we meet all of our deadlines, we'll be able to graduate from a 4-year social work program in the BSN. Right on the tails of that will come soon. BSW, I still have it in nursing. I'm sorry, BSW, and the MSW will follow immediately on the heels of the BSW.
Question, anything else? The board? Thank you.
Don't follow them.
You will act on that tomorrow.
Well, that's true, good point.
There was a written report in your packet of information to extend the Bachelor of Science degree in computer engineering to the Everett campus. And any comments on that or questions about that? All right, Chair Ramos, that concludes our report.
Well, thank you, Regent Pika. I think actually we're 2 minutes now back on track to adjourn our meeting today. All the work that was done Thank you all. That represented about 429 pages of homework. So, really appreciate, all of the information and diligence. Let's see, the WSU Board of Regents Committee meetings have now concluded. And the Board of Regents will reconvene tomorrow morning, November 14th at 8 a.m. in this room for the Board of Regents meeting. So at this time, I will adjourn the meeting.